Chapter 1769. This was the place where the descendants of the martial god lived, and the so-called martial demon was related to the martial god. Why did Su Jin send him to this place? Was it related to his super divine dragon, or was it related to Long Chen's way of time? In addition, there was a super divine dragon martial artist in the martial god ancient city. Who was he? Su Yuji led the way. Her slender figure was wrapped in a fiery red dress. The hem of the dress fell down, like a burning flame. In the flame, her skin looked especially delicate. As she led the way, she said, "I think you must be very curious about what the martial demon cave is. You can just tell me directly." Long Chen naturally needed to know. In addition, if he encountered such a thing, not only would he be brought into the martial demon cave, but the others in the divine kingdom would also suffer with him. Su Yuji smiled faintly and said softly, "This place has a long history and involves many things. I have to start from the beginning." Long Chen did not speak, waiting for her to describe in detail. If they moved slowly, they would still be far from the martial demon cave. There was enough time for Long Chen to mentally prepare himself. Su Yuji began to describe, "In our inner city, there are many forbidden areas. Even with my identity, there are at least a few forbidden areas that I am forbidden from entering. Otherwise, I will encounter strict family rules. This martial demon cave is one of them, and the martial demon cave is also the most severe punishment our martial god Su family has for our family disciples. Of course, for father to let you in, I believe there must be a reason. Rumor has it that the martial demon cave already existed before the ancient martial god city was built. That was in the archaic era, tens of millions of years ago. That was when the dragons disappeared, the human race just appeared, and the gods rose together. The martial god was the strongest person in the world, and he was also pursuing the ultimate path of becoming a god. He was the only god that cultivated the path of battle to become a god, so he was honored as the martial god. However, before he became a god, he went through some twists and turns, and that was when he became a demon, turning into a demon and slaughtering all living beings. This was the only stain in his life. You might not know about the so-called demon, but everything in the world can become a demon. Whether it is the human race, the demon race, or the sea race, after becoming a demon, they will lose their humanity and become crazy, killing without end. This so-called demon reminded Long Chen of the city lord of the wronged. Perhaps the city lord of the wronged was in such a state. He was a true demon, one that was fundamentally different from the so-called demons of the myriad kingdoms domain, the ancient demon territory, and so on. This was because this kind of demon was born from the heavenly Tao. Defying the heavenly Tao, defying the 18 heavenly tribulations, walking on another path, wanting to become a god through another method. This is what it means to be a devil. The martial gods who become devils are called martial devils. In this world, only those who become devils can escape the 18 heavenly tribulations. However, history has proven that no devils can become gods in the end. They can only walk on the path of darkness. Even without the 18 heavenly tribulations, they would still die in the end. Su Yuji's words made Long Chen fall into a deep shock. There was actually someone who could escape the 18 great tribulations. In the past, the city lord of the wronged had allowed his subordinates to avoid the nirvana tribulation and obtain eternal life. It was an abnormal and imperfect kind of eternal life, but it was still a kind of eternal life. This kind of path was the devil path, and was different from the gods. The city lord of the wronged had become a devil, a true devil path. The devil path defied the heavens and paid a heavy price to escape the 18 heavenly tribulations to become gods. It seemed that the city lord of the wronged was not mystical. He was also one of the countless people who had become devils. It seems that you have never heard of devils. Su Yuji chuckled and said, "Since the primordial era, the demons have caused many disasters, so everyone hates the demons, because they are a group of inhumane things, and are also weak and cowardly people who fear the heavenly Tao. They even vainly attempt to become gods with demons. It is truly wishful thinking." Long Chen carefully digested the information in her words, then asked, "Then, what is the relationship between the martial devil cave and the martial devil demon? Su Yuji said, some miracles happened. After my ancestor became a devil, he personally killed his own family and destroyed his own clan. He was extremely remorseful when he became a devil, and he hated the devil path. He tried his best to return to the righteous path, and in the end, he succeeded. He found a barren mountain, and in one of the caves, he cleansed his devil will, cleansed himself of the devil path, and restored his pure martial path. In the end, he became a god by martial arts, which is rarely seen in the world. At this point, she smiled and said, to be honest, these are only legends. Don't believe them all. There is always a big gap between legends and reality. According to the legends, the place where the martial god was cleansed of his evil intent was the martial demon cave. Long Chen did not expect that he would actually have to enter such a place. He was silent for a while, then said, then, what about the current martial devil cave? When you get there, you will return to your most primitive state, which is also the state when you first started cultivating. Then, there will be countless temptations, blood, and brutality in front of you, and you will witness a lot of things in extreme pain. Don't underestimate 50 years, most people will go crazy after staying in there for a year, and many people will even become bewitched. As long as they become bewitched, they will basically be killed immediately, but in fact, I feel that they are all quite pitiful, because it is a place that makes it easy for people to escape into the demonic path. If it wasn't for the despair of this world, who would become a demon? At this point, she was a little emotional. However, Long Chen's eyes flickered. Returning to the most primitive state, and then witnessing all the tragedies, the complete change of the trajectory of one's life, and watching all of this helplessly, as well as countless temptations, no wonder when those people heard that they were going to be thrown into the martial devil cave for 50 years, they would be so gloating. Long Chen frowned and said, if that's the case, why are you so sure that your father has a special intention? He just wants to let my devil root be deeply planted. Is there anyone who can endure 50 years? Su Yuji was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know, but there is definitely a reason why my father does things. Su Yuji was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know, but there is definitely a reason why my father does things. As for 50 years, it's most likely impossible. He once told me that there is a secret in the martial devil cave, and once this secret is solved, you can open another world in the martial devil cave. I'm wondering if he wants you to do this, and this is something that our Su family can't do. He once let my big brother enter the martial devil cave, but a few days later, he pulled my big brother out. Big brother? Long Chen asked, puzzled. Su Yuji nodded and said, yes, my big brother. The martial god's bloodline in his body is not strong, just over 5%, far inferior to me and Yao. In the Ancestral clan, he is at the lowest level. But later on, he obtained the inheritance blood essence of the super divine dragon, and his cultivation is far above me and Yao. I think that him letting you in must have something to do with the super divine dragon. Long Chen laughed at himself and said, he let his own son go in, and after a few days, he pulled me out, and then let me go for 50 years. Su Yuji was a little angry, and said, don't say that, maybe he will pull you out after a few days. My father has always done things independently, and a mere branch family can't threaten him. This time, letting you enter the martial devil cave is just a coincidence because there is a suitable excuse. After all, he can't let anyone enter as they please. That is the forbidden area of my Su family. Long Chen suddenly understood. It seemed like this was a very terrifying challenge. But the problem was, what was the situation of returning to the most primitive state? He asked this question to Su Yuji. Su Yuji replied, in other words, you will return to the state you were in when you first came into contact with cultivation, with no strength at all. But this is a kind of illusion, or a kind of devilish will, but you won't truly lose your strength. When you safely come out from there, as long as you don't become a devil, not only will you not become weak, you will even become stronger. Long Chen continued asking, which means to say, everything I have will disappear, even my divine kingdom will disappear. Su Yuji nodded. This caused Long Chen to be in a difficult position. Because Lingxi and the others were all in the divine kingdom, there might be some special circumstances that might occur. That young lady of yours, as well as your desolate beast companion, I can help you take care of them. You should trust me, right? Su Yuji sincerely spoke. At this time, Long Chen could only consult Kitten. Kitten replied absent-mindedly, "This is the devilish will left behind by the ancient gods causing mischief. But I don't know what Su Zhen wants you to do, but I can be sure that the ancestral dragon is an existence that is above the gods and devils. Everything related to the ancestral dragon will only be weakened and will not disappear. For example, the Great Void Realm, your Great Void Cosmic Dragon's primordial spirit, or the even more mysterious dragon Jade Dao Seal, the devilish will definitely not be able to do this. You can regain control of the Great Void Realm, and we will stay within it. We can also remind you when you are confused." With Kitten's words, Long Chen could be said to be much more at ease. So he rejected Su Yuji and said, "It's fine, I have my own ways." Su Yuji doubtfully said, "You better be careful, no one will have a divine kingdom in their primitive state. Maybe if you can come out alive, they will disappear." Long Chen said, "I will take responsibility." Su Yuji's eyes were cold, but she did not say much. It could be seen that Long Chen did not have absolute trust in her. On the way to the inner city, Long Chen moved everyone and everything from the divine kingdom to the Great Void Realm. The Great Void Realm once again formed a rune and attached itself to his chest. This was something left behind by the ancestral dragon, so the devilish will definitely not be able to affect it. After the preparations were done, Long Chen felt much more at ease. In the Great Void Realm, everyone was also full of confidence to face this mysterious test. This time, no one knew what was waiting for them. Soon, the two of them entered the inner city. "When you reach the Martial Demon Cave, I can't go in, but there will be an elder waiting for you. He will wrap a purple gold rope around your body, and after 50 years, he will pull you up again," Su Yuji said expressionlessly. Chapter 1770. Clan Elder, the Martial Devil Cave only allows him to stay inside. Long Chen asked doubtfully. Su Yuji replied, "Yes, within a 10,000-meter radius of the Martial Devil Cave, only those at my father's level can enter, but even they can't stay inside for too long. This clan elder lives in the Martial Devil Cave all year round. I've seen him once, he's very mysterious, but I don't know his origin. Perhaps he's a member of my Su clan. In any case, he's never left the Martial Devil Cave." Long Chen memorized this information. The two of them rapidly advanced in the inner city. The closer they got, the more Long Chen discovered that the astonishing Nirvana Chi had given birth to many celestial spirits. Even the roadside was like a fairyland. If everything in the martial god inner city were to fall into the dragon sacrificial continent, how many experts would be created? Speeding through the mountain forest of the inner city, Long Chen didn't feel like he was heading towards a forbidden area, because the surroundings were filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Celestial spirits were everywhere, and it was completely like a fairyland on earth. "It's right in front," Su Yuji suddenly said. At this time, many people caught up from behind. The two of them stopped and looked back, only to see at least 40 people chasing after them. One of the leaders was Su Yuyao. As for the others, they were all youngsters. Moreover, they reckoned that many of them had similar status as Su Yuji and the others. The group of people's eyes were filled with anger and ridicule, especially Su Yuyao. However, her anger had already vanished, and the ridicule in her eyes was even more evident. After this group of people arrived, two youths, a man and a woman, walked forward. The man looked at Long Chen with incomparable anger and roared, "You're the one who injured my little brother, Su Yuchen." The other woman had a malicious look in her eyes. She sized up Long Chen from head to toe and said, "You injured my little brother so miserably, yet you're actually unharmed. You really deserve to die. Before you enter the Martial Devil Cave, Su Yume will take half of your life." They were having fun and immediately rushed back after hearing the news. Behind them, there were a few people from the Ancestral clan and their supporters, the young talents from the branch clan. They usually had internal strife, but at this time, they were unprecedentedly united. The two of them were even stronger than Su Yuchen. Longchen definitely couldn't fight with them. Even if he won, he would only be punished. Fighting with them was meaningless. However, the other party didn't take him seriously at all. The two young martial artists were about to rush over, but Su Yuji gently stood in front of them and coldly said, "The two young city lords, I will bring him into the martial devil cave. Don't make trouble and waste time. If you mess things up, don't blame me for not warning you." Su Yuji was a little older than them, and her posture was more adequate. Her prestige was even more original, and she also had a great advantage in terms of strength. Her words had enough weight. Thus, the two youths stopped in their tracks and looked at Su Yuji with resentment. "Sister Yuji, this guy injured Yuchen. That bastard." Su Yuji coldly shouted, "You better take back your words. My father has already accepted him as his adopted son. Who are you cursing? All of you, get lost. Could it be that you want to go to the martial devil cave as well?" When she became tyrannical, the others were scared stiff. Only Su Yuyao didn't take it seriously. She sneered, walked forward, and pretended to dissuade them. "We're all on the same side, don't be angry, and don't be in a hurry to beat him up. Anyway, he's going to enter the martial devil cave, and he's going to experience the most terrifying torture in this world. Why do you have to break the rules just to vent your anger? What do you two think?" Sister Yuyao is right. It's 50 years, it's impossible for him to come out alive. Even if he survives, he will definitely turn into a demon and live a life worse than death. Look, this guy is still so indifferent. It's impossible for him to know how terrifying the martial devil cave is. Everyone burst into laughter, rocking back and forth with laughter. The two guys who were about to beat up Longchen also temporarily gave up on the idea and laughed along with the crowd. Outsiders are outsiders. Lowly creatures can never be compared to people like us who have the noble bloodline of gods. Everyone, don't you think so? Su Yuyao said in a sweet voice. Isn't that so? Everyone in the dragon god domain is under the control of us, the descendants of gods. We are the descendants of gods. Some dogs just don't understand this principle. They think that once they become adopted sons, they are their own sons. Who would send their own sons into the martial devil cave for 50 years? Everyone laughed again. Pride was written all over their faces. You think my father really dotes on you? You're thinking too much. I'm afraid we can't fulfill the 3-month agreement we made before. After all, you're going to be locked up in the martial devil cave for 50 years. After 50 years, you won't even look like a human anymore. At that time, there's no need to fight anymore. My father really does dote on me, it's really satisfying." As she spoke, she circled around Longchen. After she finished speaking, she chuckled again. Her voice was filled with pride and satisfaction. All along, she seemed to have never won against Longchen. After Longchen became Su Zhen's adopted son, she felt incomparably sullen. When she heard the punishment of 50 years in the martial devil cave, she laughed until now. The sullenness in her heart was swept away. "Seeing that you want to enter the martial devil cave, then I'll reluctantly be merciful and cancel the less than 3-month agreement. You'll only lose face in my hands anyway, so there's no need to thank me. I just feel that it's quite hard on you. You'll have to stay in there for 50 years, right?" Su Yuyao giggled. Although she had a child's face, she had a pair of majestic breasts that were extremely attractive to men. However, the viciousness revealed in her words made people keep a respectful distance from her. It was obvious that she was extremely proud of herself. As expected, the one who laughs last laughs best. Su Yuyao snorted coldly. She sneered again, her eyes filled with disdain. "That's right, it's not the final moment yet." Longchen replied without batting an eyelid. He turned around and left with Su Yuji, no longer paying attention to this unruly little princess. Seeing that they were ignoring her, killing intent appeared in Su Yuyao's eyes once again. You mean, after suffering 50 years of torture, you'll still be able to walk out alive? However, 50 years later, I'm afraid my achievements will be something that you won't be able to catch up to even if you risk your life. Or do you think that my father will bring you out earlier? Don't be delusional, idiot. Su Yuyao screamed sharply in the midst of the crowd. Long Chen did not listen or respond. It was useless to say more. Only by returning from the martial devil cave would he be able to convince her wholeheartedly. Only then would he be able to slap her in the face. The two figures gradually left. The others laughed and left one after another, discussing what Long Chen might encounter in the martial devil cave. In less than a quarter of an hour, Long Chen had already reached his destination. In front of him was a quiet valley. In the valley, there was a waterfall falling down. It was a magnificent sight. This place could not be associated with the martial devil cave in Long Chen's mind. We're here. As long as you stand here, the clan elder will appear. I can't take another step forward. Su Yuji said softly. Long Chen looked into the distance, not saying a word. Speaking of which, are you really not afraid? Su Yuji asked curiously. Long Chen said, I'll act according to the circumstances. Do you have the confidence to come out before the appointed time and fight with my sister? Su Yuji asked. This question, Su Yuyao was currently rejoicing in his misfortune. She thought she had the last laugh, but Long Chen was not convinced. Therefore, he would definitely come back before the appointed time. Not long after, the figure of a child appeared in front of him. When the child came closer, Long Chen realized that he had seen wrongly. It was not a child, but a skinny old man who was only 1 meter tall. This person had already aged to the extreme. His skin was wrinkled and stuck to his bones. There seemed to be no flesh or blood on his body. His eyes were deep and turbid, and his entire body exuded a rancid odor that made people's hair stand on end. He looked up and down at Long Chen and said, Is this the one who will be locked up for 50 years? Su Yuji nodded in response. All right, little girl, you can go now. The clan elder said with some excitement. Su Yuji glanced at Long Chen again. Seeing that he was still emotionless, she sighed and turned to leave. Her graceful figure disappeared into the forest. Child, come with me. The skinny clan elder led the way in front. He did not speak to Long Chen. Instead, he was mumbling to himself in a strange language, as if he was repeating an old folk song. Long Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at his back. He felt that perhaps this guy had many secrets. Otherwise, why would he be the only one in this martial demon cave? As they walked forward in this mountain stream filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, Long Chen felt that the martial demon cave was getting closer and closer. Indeed, amidst the lush green grass, in the deepest part of the valley, there was a cave with a diameter of about 10 meters. Rather than calling it a cave, it would be better to call it a pool of green water. This is the martial demon cave. The skinny clan elder said with some emotion. Long Chen noticed that there were about a dozen stone blocks next to the pool of green water. About 7 or 8 of them were wrapped with purple gold ropes. These ropes were obviously Dao tools. Some numbers were written on the stone blocks. Oh, you guessed correctly. These numbers are the months they have been locked up. This one has 3 months left, this one has 5 months left. As for you being locked up for 50 years, I'll have to calculate how many months that is. Long Chen had a rough idea. These purple gold ropes must have been wrapped around the criminals' bodies and then lowered down. When the time was up, they would be pulled up again. Chapter 1771. He decided to first pull up the person whose time had already expired, and then throw Long Chen in. Currently, the longest time spent in the martial devil cave was 18 months, and Long Chen was going to be imprisoned for 50 years, which was far beyond the others. He quietly watched the clan elder's actions. The skinny old man jumped onto the stone block, grabbed the purple gold rope, and exerted force, as if something was being pulled out of the water. The entire green pool rippled, and Long Chen seemed to be able to see a black airflow swirling in the depths of the pool. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy aura assaulted him. The purple gold rope was about 100 meters long, and the skinny old man pulled it for more than 100 meters before the movement on the water surface became louder, and the entire green pool seemed to be boiling. "Aya, he's coming out." The clan elder revealed a somewhat frightening smile, and exerted force, lifting a burly man out of the water. The burly man's body was swollen, and he had been submerged in the water for a long time. Immediately after, the burly man was thrown to the ground. He's about to wake up. What exactly did this child experience? It really makes one curious. The clan elder laughed. As his voice fell, the burly man's body trembled, and he was extremely helpless. He suddenly opened his eyes, and they were bloodshot. "My wife and son, ah!" He instantly went mad, and without a care for anything, he stood up and looked around vigilantly, but very quickly, he was beaten down by the torture in his heart. He fell to the ground, twitching, and foaming at the mouth. Both his eyes had completely lost their spirit, and in a short moment, he had actually died. Aya, another one who was tortured to death as soon as he came out. It seems that in the Martial Devil Cave, his heart was already dead, and after coming out, his body and primordial spirit also died. "Child, are you afraid?" His eyes stared straight at Long Chen. In truth, this was the strangest death Long Chen had ever seen. But when the clan elder asked him, he still shook his head and said, "I'm not afraid." The clan elder chuckled and said, 50 years, what courage. All right, let's begin." He took out a similar purple gold rope and wrapped one end around the stone block, while the other end coiled around Long Chen's waist like a snake. "Let's go in." We'll meet again in 50 years. The clan elder tugged on the rope, and a huge force assaulted him. Long Chen was unable to resist. This fellow was indeed an expert, but he concealed it very well. At the very least, he was an expert at the rebirth tribulation realm. Under the influence of that enormous force, Long Chen's body was not under his control at all, and he fell into the dark green deep water. The ice-cold liquid quickly surrounded him, and a powerful force attracted him, causing him to head towards the deepest part of the deep water. "This is the Martial Demon Cave." Long Chen was very puzzled. There didn't seem to be anything, and his strength wasn't restricted. The only effect was that he kept diving deeper. After about 100 meters, he reached the bottom of the deep pool. Below him was a piece of black steel. Beside it were a few people tied up by the purple gold rope. Their eyes were rolled back, and they looked like dead fish. They floated around in the water without any consciousness. This scene was quite frightening. They should have entered the Martial Demon Cave, but I haven't entered yet. Where is the Martial Demon Cave? Just as Long Chen was pondering this question in the water, he felt something approaching from behind. He turned around and saw a black fireball about the size of a fist. This fireball burned quietly in the water. There seemed to be many things inside, even a world. When this black fireball appeared, Long Chen felt a little restless. He felt extremely carefree. But his intuition told him that this black fireball might be the cause of everything. All the mysteries of the Martial Demon Cave might be caused by this black fireball. He really wanted to guard against this thing, but the strange thing was that no matter what, it was very difficult for him to hate this black fireball. In fact, in his eyes, this black fireball was getting closer and closer to him. It was something that he needed to protect. In a daze, he actually reached out to grab the black fireball. "Chen. Big brother." In the great virtual realm, everyone called out nervously. Only then did Long Chen temporarily regain his clarity. "What happened to me just now?" Long Chen was a little confused. It seemed that all of his previous vigilance had disappeared. "What is this?" His gaze once again fell on the black fireball. This fireball was extremely strange. It floated around Long Chen like a child, letting out a bell-like laughter. It was very difficult for Long Chen to hate it. Gradually, the voices of Lingxi and the others faded away until they completely disappeared. The black fireball in front of him grew bigger and bigger until it filled the world in front of Long Chen. "Come in, child, come in." It was as if there was a voice. The black fireball in front of him opened a door, and a peaceful world appeared. It seemed very familiar. Long Chen's vision became blurry. He felt that his body was a lot more relaxed, and even a little sleepy. In front of him, a big bed appeared. It seemed that he should go in. That gentle voice also told him to do so. Little did he know that in the great virtual realm, when they saw that Long Chen was completely possessed, the others were already going crazy with anxiety. Long Chen felt that he was moving forward in a tunnel. He felt that he had completely fallen asleep. It was very comfortable, until he suddenly woke up. In an instant, a numbing sensation assaulted him. He was shocked to find that he was kneeling on a big, luxurious bed. There was a snow-white, delicate body twisting crazily under his crotch. His hands were holding on to the other's voluptuous breasts, and he was in the midst of an intense thrusting. Beside him, there was a woman whose entire body was as smooth as sheep fat hugging him, and he buried his head in her majestic chest. It was extremely comfortable, carefree, and he felt like he was flying. However, Long Chen let out a scream. He hurriedly pushed away the two women who were glued to him, and staggered off the bed. He realized that the scene here was a little familiar, and these two women seemed to have appeared in his memory before. "Young Master Yang Chen, the two women were intoxicated. They didn't expect that Long Chen would actually come here. They looked at Long Chen strangely. Long Chen's mind was a mess. He seemed to have forgotten a lot of things. The only thing he remembered was that Goldie seemed to have told him that the old man at home seemed to be dead. However, he didn't really care, and continued to have sex with the two women in his arms. For some reason, he felt a vague heartache. He hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed back to the Yang clan. "Why do I feel that my speed should be very fast, but why is it so slow now? I've actually never cultivated in my entire life." There was a feeling of dislocation in his heart. He really seemed to have forgotten too many things. After finally returning to the Yang clan, he hurriedly rushed in the direction of the old drunkard. He ran until he was out of breath, and finally found the place. When he opened the door, the corpse that should have been here was gone. Long Chen was very panicked. He hurriedly found a maid and said, "Where's my father? Where did he go? Isn't he dead?" The maid looked at him with disgust, took 2 steps back, and said arrogantly, "Seeing that you didn't come back for a long time, Third Miss has ordered him to be thrown away. Go look for him in the mass grave." "What?" Long Chen felt that his breathing had become a lot heavier. His eyes were also bloodshot. This woman was really heartless to this extent. She actually threw him away directly. He immediately smiled bitterly. Wasn't he the same? When he heard the news of his death, he was still having sex in the brothel. But no matter what, he still decided to go look for his corpse. He rode a horse to the outside of the city. He wandered around the gloomy mass grave for a while before finally finding a newly turned yellow soil. He didn't have any tools, so he used his hands to dig up the soil. It wasn't until his hands were bleeding that he saw the man covered in black. His eyes were tightly closed, and as expected, he had lost all signs of life. Long Chen collapsed on the ground. His mind was in chaos. The wet soil on the ground and the smell of rotting corpses in the air were actually so real. He always felt that the old man should have something to say to him, but after kowtowing 3 times and 9 times, the people who should have died were all dead. In desperation, Long Chen could only bury the old man again, set up a simple plaque, and stood guard for the old man until midnight. Only then did he ride on a wild horse and stagger back. Everything that happened today was like a dream. Long Chen vaguely felt a little strange. Why did he have some inexplicable memories? For example, just now, he always felt that he should have sent the old man out, and then the old man would inexplicably come back to life. But all of this seemed to have not happened. After he died, I'm afraid my life will not change. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Although he felt that it was not worth it, fate was like this. There was no other way. Chen, Chen. In the distant sky, it seemed that someone was calling him. Is it the two girls from the Emerald Jade building? Today, I haven't served them well. Long Chen sighed, but he didn't go to the Emerald Jade building. Instead, he returned to his residence in Biyao town. He was tired and had to sleep quietly. But in the middle of the night, he suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes, there were two men in black in front of him, and they were walking towards him with a grin. What do you want to do? Long Chen hurriedly got up from the bed, and his face was full of panic. Your father is dead, you useless dog. It's time for you to die. It seems that you don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Then we'll take you to a place and let you die knowing. Long Chen struggled with all his strength, but he found that he was so powerless in front of the two men. They stuffed cotton cloth into his mouth, tied him up, put him into a sack, and directly took him away. Long Chen panicked, but there was nothing he could do. About half an hour later, he was thrown to the ground, and the sack was untied. Long Chen quickly raised his head, and three people appeared in front of him. They seemed to be from the Bai family. Chapter 1772. The current Long Chen could be said to have a bloody nose and swollen face. He didn't have any strength left. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked at the three people in front of him in confusion. In his own mind, he was just a hedonistic son of a rich family, and the people in front of him were all disciples of martial arts. They usually looked down on him and acted high and mighty, but today they actually kidnapped him. What were they trying to do? He stood up and took a few steps back. Terrified, he asked, "Why did the three of you bring me here?" "I, Yang Chen, have never offended you." "I've never offended you, have I?" The three of them laughed coldly. Bai Shiji and Bai Shishuan's faces were filled with disdain. They did not put him in their eyes at all. Only Bai Zhanxiong had a kind look on his face, and said, "I heard that your father died, right?" Long Chen did not say anything, but he was panicking inside. The three of them emitted a power that made him feel suffocated. Bai Zhanxiong continued, "Recently, I have been very close to your mother. In a few days, she will marry your mother. She said that you are all burdens. I just gave her a pot of poisoned wine, and your useless father drank it to his heart's content. Now it's your turn." Hearing this, Long Chen finally understood the truth. At that moment, he felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. It was extremely painful, extremely miserable, and at the same time, he was facing the fear of death. It's her. She actually wanted the lives of me and that old drunkard. How vicious. This was the most painful thing in the world. Long Chen's face was deathly pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Betrayal, humanity, malevolence, and pain, this sudden disaster caused his entire body to tremble. He hurriedly retreated, but in this secret chamber of the Bai clan, where could he go? At this time, Bai Shishuan said, "Big brother and father, this trash is as useless as his father. If the two of you make a move, it'll be a disgrace to your statuses. I'll end his life. This fellow has defiled quite a few good ladies. I'll make him suffer before he dies." Bai Zhanxiong nodded and left with a cold expression. "Don't go." Long Chen's heart was miserable. The pain went straight into his soul, making him feel that it was better to die than to live. Bai Zhanxiong and the others left expressionlessly. Long Chen truly felt sorrowful. Why don't I have the strength? At this time, Bai Shishuan laughed malevolently. He lifted Long Chen up and used him as a punching bag. He punched him repeatedly, causing him to vomit out last night's dinner. This was both physical and mental torture. In his resentment and helplessness, and amidst Bai Shishuan's laughter, Long Chen was beaten over and over again until he was a bloody mess. "Your mother is just a broken flower. How could she be worthy of my father? Let me tell you, all of you are trash, all of you are idiots. On the day of my father and your mother's wedding, we will use poisoned wine to poison everyone in the Yang family to death. At that time, this Biyao town will belong to our Bai family. Now that you know about the conspiracy, you must be in pain. You must want to tell them, but it's a pity that you can't leave this place. Huh, trash, a living piece of trash. Humiliation, panic, defeat. Long Chen's consciousness gradually blurred. His life was slowly leaving him. This was such a miserable torture. He began to hate himself for being useless. He hated everything. But even so, he couldn't change his fate of death. Under Bai Shixuan's violent beating, he lost his last bit of vitality. His eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground. Die with everlasting regret. Bai Shixuan smiled coldly and said, "Someone, find a place to bury this dog. He really dirted my eyes." Long Chen felt like he was in a chaotic place. He couldn't move. Was this the feeling of death? In the endless loneliness, he seemed to hear many voices, including the screams of the Bai clan on the night of the 15th of August. That night, it seemed like everyone in the Yang clan was slaughtered. Long Chen did not know why he could hear those screams, he only knew that he was in extreme pain, and his heart was in pain. He wandered in the chaos, and the pain was endless. Green mountains and clear waters. Outside the martial devil cave, the clan elder was sitting on a stone block with his eyes closed. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar came forward. He looked at the green water in the martial devil cave passionately. His gaze passed through the layers of liquid and finally landed on Long Chen's body. It's going well. Maybe he really will succeed. Su Zhen mumbled to himself. His expression was full of expectation. It was as if he saw some kind of hope. He just stood there quietly, his eyes becoming more and more passionate. The clan elder next to him opened one eye and said seriously, "Little guy, you are walking on a path of no return. I don't think there will be a good ending. You are too crazy." These words caused Su Zhen to become excited. He spread his arms and said, "Who said I'm crazy? Is there still anyone in this world who can step onto the final path to godhood? Let me tell you, no one. Even the people from the 5 great dragon cities are bitterly struggling, and it's even more impossible for people from other races. Why? It's because their thinking is rigid, and they can never figure it out." The clan elder said helplessly, "Have you really figured it out?" Su Zhen said proudly, "Of course. Our ancestor, that great god, could wash away the demonic barrier and become a god. Why can't I follow his old path? Therefore, I must first become a demon. I must plant the demonic root deeply, and this Super Shenron will be the best fodder for the demonic seed of the martial devil. This is my path to becoming a god." The clan elder shook his head and said, "Why do you insist on going about things the wrong way? I was exactly the same as you back then. I also had the same idea. You can see what happened to me now." Su Zhen's eyes turned cold. He stared at the old man who was only 1 meter tall and said coldly, "Grandfather, I am different from you. I am smarter than you. You failed to complete it, but you are only 1 step away. And this step, I will complete it for you." The person who was called grandfather by Su Zhen could only be the father of the current city lord, who was the previous city lord of the martial god ancient city. This clan elder actually had such an identity. People of Su Yuji's generation simply did not know. Is that so? Is that so? The clan elder simply closed his eyes and laid down on the stone block. Su Zhen did not say anything else. He sat down cross-legged on another stone block. His deep eyes stared at Long Chen who was in the deep water. Seeing the pain and struggle on his face, his eyes did not have the slightest change of emotion. There was only fanaticism. Long Chen was traveling in chaos. He felt as if he had experienced countless lives, but every time he reached the most critical moment, he would forget everything. At this time, he suddenly felt that he had power in his body. This made him very happy. However, everything in front of him was a blur. He hurriedly opened his eyes and found a beautiful woman with a pale face lying on the bed. She was looking at him in infatuation. Little she. Long Chen immediately called out her name and hugged her. The other party's weak body told him that Lingxi did not have any power. At this time, the door was knocked open. A black demon wolf rushed in with an anxious expression. Have they arrived? Long Chen felt very helpless. He was still caught. He told Lingxi to stay in this small room and walked out with the sun-devouring demon wolf. Outside the door, the sun race had already arrived. The leader was very strong and had a barbaric expression on his face. He was laughing loudly. I can only risk my life. Long Chen remembered that after he killed the 9th prince, he was chased. This was the second time. The first time, he survived from the hands of a few commanders. Baka, kill the man and capture the woman. The Sun Race's clan leader ferociously announced. Long Chen was not afraid of them. He knew that he was strong too. But at this time, a ball of fire smashed into him. It was the 9 nether demon ancestral flame. Long Chen stumbled and fell to the ground. He discovered that the sun-devouring demon wolf was looking at him coldly before fleeing. Xiao Lang had betrayed him. Long Chen's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Originally, he had a chance to risk his life. But now that he was heavily injured, Long Chen couldn't imagine what would happen next. He struggled to stand up. The Sun Race leader took this chance to stab his broad blade into his chest. A bunch of people swarmed over and pressed Long Chen down. Long Chen's body was covered in blood. The intense pain nearly made him faint. He felt that even breathing was painful. Bring him back and hand him to Jian Huang. As for the girl inside, I heard that she is really beautiful. All of you guard outside. The Sun Race leader laughed malevolently. No. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot and he was in extreme pain. Even his soul was trembling. But Xiao Lang had betrayed him and he was heavily injured. Under such a situation, surrounded by so many experts, there was nothing he could do. He could only wait for death. A woman's scream came from the room. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. His heart was bleeding. It can't be like this. It can't be like this. I won't lose. Long Chen screamed madly in his heart. Chen, Chen. In the sky, such a voice kept ringing. Wasn't this Lingxi's voice? Wasn't Lingxi in this room? Why was she in the sky? In the pain, Long Chen's eyes were filled with doubt. In the Great Void Realm, everyone saw that Long Chen was completely enveloped by a black aura. Even his skin had turned completely black. He fell to the ground and screamed miserably. His eyes were bloodshot and bulging. They were filled with disbelief. They couldn't imagine what kind of torture Long Chen was going through. He fell into his own demonic barrier. Of course, this also shows that the martial demon cave is terrifying enough. Now that he has been infected by the demonic consciousness left behind by the 18 martial gods, we have to quickly drive this demonic consciousness out. Otherwise, he will suffer unimaginable pain again and again in the cycle of reincarnation. Kitten explained. It's because of this that those who have gone mad choose to commit suicide when they get out. It's because they can no longer distinguish between reality and unreality. Chapter 1773. Mo Xiaolang also stood up and said, "The horror of this demonic sense is beyond our imagination. I have to go out and wake him up. Otherwise, he will definitely go crazy if he is really tortured for 50 years." Seeing the two of them looking at him eagerly, Kitten said cautiously, "If you go out, you will also be affected by the demonic sense and fall into a tragic reincarnation. If even he is like this, you definitely can't." They had to consider this problem. If all three of them fell into the torture of the demonic sense, the situation would be even worse. However, did they have to wait for Long Chen to survive by himself? He might be able to do it, but how could they bear to let everyone watch him suffer like this? At this time, Lingxi suddenly said firmly, "Kitten, let me out. My power is very useful in dispelling evil spirits. Back then, the city lord of the wronged was also restrained by me. The city lord of the wronged is a demon, and so is the demonic sense. I think I can help." Hearing this, Kitten tilted his head and thought for a while. Then, he said, "Su Nu is the goddess of purity. She can purify everything in the world. It is the power that demons fear the most. Maybe it is really possible." Hearing this, Lingxi was overjoyed. "Xiao Lang, if something happens to me, I will rely on your decision," Lingxi told him. She had already prepared for Long Chen. At this time, after some thought, Kitten opened the great virtual realm. Lingxi's long dress fluttered, and she rushed out like a fairy. In front of them was an endless world of darkness. There was no end to this world. Long Chen was crawling on the ground. There was about 10 centimeters of black liquid on the ground, which had just submerged his ankles. Long Chen was lying on the liquid, trembling and turning. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling. Obviously, he was experiencing unimaginable double torture. Chen. Lingxi's eyes were filled with tears. She was heartbroken. At this moment, the black fog in the air gathered and transformed into countless black ghostly figures that floated around her. These were all demonic thoughts. Lingxi seemed to hear countless screams and cries. All the negative emotions gathered in these demonic thoughts and finally created evil. Countless demons let out sinister laughter as they revolved around Lingxi. "Enter the truest world, child. Come to the world in our hearts. We will restore the ugliness of this world for you, restore the ugliness of human nature. Come, we will bring you to experience reality." These demonic intents had a huge impact on Lingxi. Lingxi knew that these were fake demonic intents, and she knew that she could not be fooled. She let the 8 heavenly swords surround her body, and at the same time, used the power of Su Nu to form a protection around her body. At the same time, she bit her lips and used the pain to wake herself up. When the power of Su Nu appeared, the demons screamed and escaped, but Lingxi had angered them. More and more black fog gathered and turned into ghostly figures that rushed towards Lingxi. "Don't resist, we are doing this for your own good. You have been deceived by falsehood, we will bring you to a real world. Are you afraid of the Nirvana tribulation? That is a game played by the heavens. You are all people living in a cage. I will bring you out of this cage, and let you experience true freedom. We are immortal." Those faces kept swaying in front of Lingxi's eyes. "Go and die." Lingxi was very angry. She mobilized all the power in her body and used the 8 great heavenly swords to fight against these endless evil spirits. She was resisting. It was probably because of the power of the pure maiden. She was especially pure. Although her power was not great, she was still able to maintain a certain level of consciousness under the attacks of so many evil spirits. "Chen, you must wait for me. Wait for me to deal with these demons and ghosts, then I will come and save you." Lingxi bit her lips tightly. Fresh blood had already flowed down, but this made her even more clear-headed. It was just that the demons were endless, and her strength was rapidly depleting. Whether or not she could resist them was indeed a problem. In the Great Void Realm, everyone was also very anxious. Lingxi could be said to be the only hope of their team. At this moment, Long Chen, who was struggling on the ground, suddenly stood up and looked at Lingxi with bloodshot eyes. "Chen." Lingxi thought that he had woken up. "Be careful, in the Great Void Realm," Kitten hurriedly reminded. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly rushed towards Lingxi. His hands turned into dragon claws, and he was about to break through Lingxi's defense. If not for Kitten's reminder, Lingxi would definitely not have been able to dodge. "Did you see that? This is the person you like. His true motive is to kill you." That incessant chatter rang in his ears again. "Scram, you are a demon, how would you know what love is? Lingxi kept retreating. What followed was the endless attacks from Long Chen and countless demonic intents. This had already exceeded the limits of what Lingxi could handle. Long Chen, who was in the middle, seemed to treat Lingxi as an enemy. He attacked without any regard for his life, and soon, he broke through Lingxi's defense. At this moment, the demonic intents took the opportunity to rush over and all rushed into Lingxi's body. It's over. Kitten said helplessly. The 8 celestial swords in Lingxi's hands all fell to the ground. She stood there in a daze. The demonic intents, which were 10 times stronger than Long Chen's, rushed into her body and wreaked havoc. In a short period of time, they broke through the Plain Maiden's defense and forcibly took over Lingxi's body, bringing Lingxi into a tragic cycle of reincarnation. Both of them have been hit. What should we do? Kitten was anxious. Mo Xiaolang also frowned. He was about to go out, but at this moment, he and Kitten noticed that there seemed to be other movements in Lingxi's body. Her body had been deeply planted with demonic intents, but what was awe-inspiring was that there was still no fear on her face. Instead, she was angry and unyielding, and even full of faith. This was her faith in Long Chen, her faith in saving Long Chen. She came out to save Long Chen, so before completing the mission, she must not fail. It was this strong faith that allowed her to hold on at the last moment. As her body trembled violently, the Plain Maiden's power was reignited, and countless demonic intents were burning under that power. Her body has undergone a strange change. It seems that under the invasion of the demonic intents, more of the Plain Maiden's blood hidden in her bloodline has awakened. My God, the concentration of the god's blood is too terrifying. It's like the complete god's blood. Su Yuyao's concentration is more than 10%, and she's already a genius. But Lingxi's concentration of the god's blood is more than 6 times hers, almost reaching 80%. Kitten said in shock. Originally, Lingxi's body did not have so much god's blood. But under the invasion of the demonic intents, under her unyielding will, more god's blood awakened, filling up her bloodline to about 80%. This was simply a miracle. It could be said that since the disappearance of the gods, there had not been a person with such a high concentration of god's blood in the eternal god realm. Looking at the white light on Lingxi's body, which was getting stronger and stronger, as if she was about to explode, everyone was in absolute shock. What did it mean to have 80% god's blood? Among the 72 ancient cities of God's descendants, there were probably only a few with a concentration of more than 20% god's blood. This meant that the pure maiden's blood that the Sword Soul Emperor and the others had obtained was almost personally inherited by the Plain Maiden, and not the bloodline of a descendant. This was equivalent to the ancestral dragon leaving behind the essence blood. Someone like Lingxi, who was almost equivalent to a child of a god, could achieve such a concentration of god's blood. Long Chen had always been curious about the concentration of god's blood in her body. In the eyes of the crowd, Ling Shi, who had originally been possessed by the demonic will, had a face filled with stubbornness. She was still biting her lips, and under her rage and hard work, under her fervent desire to save Long Chen, under the provocation of the demonic will, all the divine blood in her body had undergone a second awakening. Inside her body, there was a series of explosions. The boiling god's blood burned the demonic intents to death. After the demonic intents disappeared, they turned into the purest power for Lingxi to use. Wherever the boiling god's blood went, all the demonic intents had nowhere to hide. A large amount of thick smoke came out of Lingxi's body, and the demonic intents screamed in pain. In a short moment, they were all burned to death. The other demonic intents that had not entered Lingxi's body hurriedly fled, as if they had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. The pure power of the demonic intents remained in Lingxi's body, and was about to become nourishment for her newly awakened bloodline. Her bloodline frantically devoured this power. The demonic intents looked simple, but in fact, they had endless power. Under this crazy devouring, the nirvana force in Lingxi's body gradually increased, and it did not take long for her to approach Long Chen's. She was also about to break through to the 7th nirvana tribulation realm, the inner devil tribulation. However, there was still a large amount of demonic intents that had not been digested. Lingxi's god spirit bloodline was instinctively devouring this power. Her entire body was bathed in snow-white divine light, sacred and inviolable. Her skin was as clear as snow, and her temperament was as elegant as a lotus. In a short moment, the activation of the god spirit bloodline and the power left behind by the demonic intents allowed her to reach the peak of the sixth nirvana tribulation realm. The seventh inner devil tribulation was actually a simplified version of the demonic intents. The so-called inner devil tribulation actually came from the heart, and was very similar to the demonic intents. They were both tribulations caused by all kinds of negative power. The inner devil tribulation was rather terrifying, almost the same as the demonic intents. Without a strong primordial spirit, if one was trapped by the inner devil, they would also end up in ashes. However, those demonic intents were nothing in front of Lingxi, let alone the inner devil tribulation. The inner devil tribulation was born from the heart. When Lingxi reached this critical point, it appeared out of nowhere. However, as soon as it appeared, it was burned by Lingxi's goddess power, turning into pure power that helped her reach the seventh nirvana tribulation realm. She could be considered the person who had the easiest time passing the inner devil tribulation in history. She caught a cold, and it was too late. She had some chores to do during the new year, and she still had to take care of a mischievous child. She still had to work hard. Chapter 1774. Of course, this would only happen when he was facing Lingxi. For others, the demonic tribulation of the earthly fiend heart was just a demonic thought, especially for those with weak vitality. It was very easy for them to die in this nirvana tribulation. In fact, its lethality was much stronger than that of the hellfire flaming star behemoth. If Long Chen could struggle out of this demonic thought, it would be very helpful for him to pass through the demonic tribulation of the earthly fiend heart. After all, after experiencing it once, his resistance would be much stronger. In fact, Long Chen's primordial spirit was not weak at all. It was just that the demonic thought left by the divine spirit was too strong, so Long Chen could not break out in a short period of time. If it was someone else, they would definitely be reincarnated again and again in this martial devil cave. After Lingxi digested the power of the demonic tribulation of the earthly fiend heart, the snow-white light on her body still resisted the demonic thought from approaching. Her strength caused the demonic thought to fear her. The moment after the transformation, Lingxi looked nervously in the direction of Long Chen. If it was not for her great faith in saving Long Chen, it would have been very difficult for her to truly awaken the high concentration of divine blood in her body. Chen, at this moment, Long Chen staggered towards the endless distance. His eyes were blood red, and his body was filled with a very heavy hostility and killing intent. He was even attacking endlessly. His mouth was chattering, but no one knew what he was muttering. There was still a large amount of demonic thought rushing into his body, affecting his consciousness. Lingxi's eyes were filled with heartache. She got rid of the demonic thoughts and rushed in front of Long Chen. She let the power of the plain maiden on her body sweep over Long Chen's body, isolating Long Chen from the outside world. She was very anxious and hurriedly shouted in front of Long Chen, "Chen, wake up, it's all fake, I'm in front of you." When Su Nu's power had spread all over his body, Long Chen's ferocious posture had calmed down a little. However, the demonic spirit on his body was still causing trouble. It was even trying to break free from Lingxi's restraints. They could control Long Chen to attack Lingxi. Just as the other party was about to attack her, Lingxi's eyes were resolute. She threw caution to the wind and pulled Long Chen into her arms, wrapping her arms around his waist. Danger. Within the great virtual realm, everyone was trembling in fear. "You killed little Shi, you deserve to die." Long Chen's eyes suddenly turned blood red. His entire body emitted a murderous aura, ready to tear Lingxi in half. However, he didn't expect Lingxi to still be fearless. She hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she shouted, "I am Lingxi, I'm not dead. Chen, remember now, you are in the martial devil cave, there is a demonic spirit in your body causing trouble." Long Chen, who was about to go crazy, was stunned after hearing these words. The blood in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he said in disbelief, "Demonic spirit, martial devil cave, what is that? Who are you? Why do you have little Shi's voice?" Lingxi knew that he was still not free, but she finally found hope. In this kind of situation, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Seeing the murderous aura and confusion in Long Chen's eyes, she didn't care about anything else. Without hesitation, she pressed her soft red lips against Long Chen's and stuck out her tender little tongue, letting Long Chen taste the enchanting sweetness. The dragon claw on his hand gradually disappeared. Under the gentle kiss of the beauty in his arms, his eyes gradually regained their clarity. In Long Chen's world, the whole world was collapsing. Like a tidal wave of memories, he remembered that he was still in the martial devil cave. He remembered that everything that happened before was fake. He felt the demonic spirit in his body. Damnable thing. Long Chen's eyes widened. The murderous nirvana power in his body completely overlapped with the power of Lingxi's pure maiden, forming a righteous power full of killing intent. Why was the husband of the pure maiden a divine dragon? It was because her power had the highest degree of compatibility with the divine dragon. When the two powers overlapped in Long Chen's body, the power formed was quite terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Lingxi's own power. Under the envelopment of this power, the demonic spirit in Long Chen's body was gradually burned, turning into the purest power. Long Chen reached the third nirvana tribulation realm, and with the help of the 33 Tao patterns, he reached the late stage of the third nirvana tribulation realm. With the release of the demonic spirit, his nirvana power began to crazily devour. This was also the reason why Su Yuji once said that if he could come out of the martial devil cave normally, his power might increase. This was because the demonic spirit was, in fact, the purest power left behind by the martial god. Although the demonic spirit in Long Chen's body was not as much as Lingxi's and he did not have the god's blood, he had already reached the peak. Therefore, when the power of the demonic spirit was gradually devoured by him and turned into nirvana power, he had already touched the point of the fourth nirvana tribulation realm. In other words, he could feel that the demonic calamity was about to descend. The demonic spirit was completely extinguished. Long Chen's body was filled with a surging power. Before the earth fiend heart demon tribulation arrived, Long Chen hugged Ling Shi tightly. Feeling the gentleness in his arms, his eyes were brimming with tears. He had experienced unimaginable pain before, and that pain was exactly the same as reality. If it wasn't for the fact that his primordial spirit was strong enough, he might have thought that he was hallucinating. Little Shi. The woman in his arms was incomparably real. In the great void realm, Mo Xiaolang and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing their concerned gazes, Long Chen felt incomparably satisfied. He had already survived everything. Although the martial devil cave had turned into a nightmare, it was all fake. Long Qinglan had given him the mysterious dragon jade, and he had long since become a dragon among men. No one had betrayed him, and everyone was doing well. The Myriad Kingdom's territory, which was already the divine dragon country, would also be doing very well under Su Shue's leadership. The people of Biyao town would live a long life, and it would not be a problem for them to live for thousands of years. Little Shi, what happened to your body? Long Chen slowly pushed her away. With her protection, those demons would not dare to continue attacking him. Long Chen felt that Lingxi's bloodline had brought him a lot of pressure. She was the first person whose bloodline had made him feel awe. The concentration of divine blood in her body had magically reached a shocking level. Lingxi said softly, I just wanted to save you, and then the demonic thoughts invaded my body. The blood in my body awakened again, and now I'm like this. I feel that the concentration of divine blood in my body is already close to 80%. Moreover, I just received the power of the demonic thoughts and passed the inner demon tribulation. Is that so? Long Chen received a huge surprise. He suddenly realized that the woman in front of him might become a super expert one day. With the 80% divine spirit bloodline and the inheritance of the ethereal immortal sect, her speed of growth might even surpass his. After all, she had him, a man with 2 ancestral dragon bodies, as her husband. Of course, because she had the blood of Goddess Su, he would also benefit from such a talent. Even if the heavens were jealous of dragon warriors, he would not be far behind Lingxi. It was just that the tribulation he would encounter would be more terrifying. At this moment, Lingxi even had a talent that temporarily surpassed his and Mo Xiaolong's. Long Chen's talent came from ancient legends. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was purely a mutated demon beast, while Lingxi had obtained the most orthodox inheritance of divine spirit and sect. Her future was also limitless. At this time, Long Chen had completely digested the demonic thoughts and had reached the critical point. Chen, you're going to pass the inner demon tribulation. Lingxi also felt the familiar disaster descending again. Long Chen nodded lightly. That was just a demonic thought. With the power of your primordial spirit, it will be fine as long as you guard your mind, Lingxi said with concern. Don't worry. I just haven't experienced the demonic thoughts before. I only fell for it the first time. It won't happen again, Long Chen said with a gentle smile. Just as he finished speaking, the real inner demon tribulation descended. Ling Shi used her own power to open up an area for Long Chen to safely pass through the earth fiend heart demon tribulation, preventing the wandering devilish thoughts from approaching. The devilish thoughts were too terrifying, and they were endless. They were even more terrifying than the earth fiend heart demon tribulation. With the experience of resisting the demonic thoughts, Long Chen was much calmer when the inner demon tribulation arrived. First, a large amount of black gas surged up from the ground. The black gas moved along Long Chen's feet and soon enveloped his entire body. A power that sent chills down one's spine invaded his body. The black gas spread throughout his body. Long Chen looked down and realized that his body had been corroded to the point of being riddled with holes. He was bleeding and oozing pus everywhere. The disgusting scene made him want to vomit. Illusion. Lingxi reminded him nervously. Long Chen knew that he didn't need to care. He just needed to guard his mind and not let the inner demon tribulation overtake him. With the experience from the first time and the void universe dragon as his primordial spirit, when the power of the inner demon tribulation entered Long Chen's sea of consciousness, Long Chen immediately recognized it. Dream. Bubble. The power of time disorder appeared in Long Chen's sea of consciousness. The inner demon tribulation that appeared was strangled by Long Chen's power of time and burned into the most primitive power of nirvana rebirth. More and more inner demon tribulation surged over, but with Long Chen's clear mind, it was very difficult for them to do anything. If he hadn't encountered the demonic thoughts at the beginning, it definitely wouldn't have been so easy for Long Chen to pass this inner demon tribulation. Even in the eternal God domain, more than half of the 6th-tier Nirvana tribulation martial artists were intercepted by the inner demon tribulation and died tragically while their minds were bewitched. Time continued. In the end, after Long Chen absorbed the power of the inner demon tribulation, he underwent another earth-shattering change. His body that belonged to the ancestral dragon improved once again, matured once more, and successfully reached the 4th tier of the Nirvana tribulation. Compared to before, he was much, much stronger now. Every Nirvana tribulation brought about tremendous growth for the ancestral dragon. This time was no exception. Chapter 1775. Both his physical body and primordial spirit were undergoing metamorphosis. The 3 stages of the void cosmic dragon's power and the ancient blood spiritual dragon's path of slaughter had resulted in Long Chen's current strength. Although he was only at the 4th stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm, not many people could do anything to his combat power and strangeness. In particular, the time-roaming dragon and the divine refining flame were simply supreme divine abilities. After the metamorphosis was completed, he retracted his aura and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Lingxi looking at him nervously. At the same time, she was resisting the invasion of the demonic consciousness for him. He felt very happy because of this. Long Chen was not a person who was good at empty talk. The only thing he wanted to do now was to fulfill his father's long-cherished wish before he died and go to the Eternal Dragon City to clear his name. Then, when he was strong enough, he could take Lingxi around the world and live a peaceful life. To be honest, after going through so much, Long Chen was also a little tired. However, he could not bear to let this kind girl keep taking risks with him. It's a success. Seeing that Long Chen was unharmed, Lingxi's eyes were filled with the light of happiness. Even though they were now in a dirty and messy place, and the dirty black liquid on the ground was about 10 centimeters deep and made people's scalps tingle, they were still floating on it. Long Chen scanned his surroundings. There were endless demonic wills all around him. He said, "I've already escaped from the demonic consciousness. With little Shi's help, it will definitely be very difficult for them to bring disaster to me again. However, if we continue to stay here, we will only be able to stay here for 50 years. Su Zhen must have asked me to come here to unravel the secret he spoke of, and that secret should be hidden in this endless darkness." Lingxi's current strength was enough to protect the two of them in this world for countless years. If they did not have enough strength, it would not be a problem to catch a few demonic consciousness to replenish their strength. Let's take a break and then explore this strange place. Let's see if this is really the place where the martial god got rid of his demonic obstruction, Long Chen decided after some thought. The others didn't have any objections. After all, staying here was no different from waiting for death. They couldn't stay here for 50 years just because they were afraid of danger. If it was outside, with Long Chen's speed, he might have entered the reincarnation tribulation realm in 50 years. Letting Lingxi hold his arm, the two of them moved forward in this filthy world. Countless demonic wills rushed over, but under the purification of Lingxi's pure power, they all returned in defeat. "Aren't I great?" Lingxi smiled slyly. "Of course. If not for you, I would have been tortured to death." Long Chen patted her little face and said contentedly. It was only now that he had adjusted his state of mind from the previous torture. He also understood why Su Yuyao and the others were so gloating. However, they had still underestimated themselves, underestimated Lingxi. In this endless world, there were only demonic wills. There was nothing else. Right, weren't we in the deep pool? How did we appear here? And that black flame. Long Chen's heart was full of doubts. I'm guessing that perhaps this entire world of darkness is an illusion. It's a huge demonic will. If we want to leave this place, we have to let the clan elder pull you up, and we have to see what exactly the secret that Su Yuji mentioned is. Different paths lead to the same destination. Long Chen very carefully brought her around in this endless darkness. Suddenly, a faint sound came from ahead. There was the sound of heavy breathing and the sound of feet moving forward in the water. "There's someone," Long Chen whispered. Presumably, it was someone like him, who was being punished in the Martial Devil Cave. Long Chen wanted to see what kind of state they were in. Soon, a warrior appeared in his field of vision. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were blood red, and his arms were wide open. He looked around like a wild beast. "Kill, kill, kill. Go to hell. I want to avenge you, I want to tear these people to pieces." He roared and struggled, his bloodshot eyes filled with tears of blood. Long Chen roughly knew that he might have been in this state before. If not for Lingxi waking him up, or if it took him a long time to wake up, he would have been tortured to death. Although they were separated by a long distance, the martialist seemed to have suddenly smelled Long Chen's scent. "Thief, don't go. Give me back the lives of my wife and son." The warrior let out a ferocious roar and without saying a word, charged towards Long Chen. His movements were barbaric but methodical. Moreover, this guy was very strong, almost at the level of the 9th Nirvana tribulation. He was probably similar to Blade River Demon and the others in the War God Galaxy. Rip. As soon as he made his move, he rushed in front of Long Chen. Not good. Long Chen understood that if he fought here, it was likely that the demonic will would find an opportunity. "Let me In that instant, he made a prompt decision. His body transformed into a 400-meter-long blood-colored divine dragon. His body tumbled backwards, allowing Ling Shi to sit on his dragon's head as she hugged his pair of dragon horns. Instant. Eternal. Heavenly slaughtering blood sword. Time stopped, letting the opponent stay in mid-air, while the heavenly slaughtering blood sword slapped horizontally on the opponent's body, sending the warrior flying. Long Chen took advantage of this time to speed up and escape with Ling Shi. In this state, his speed was terrifyingly fast, and he quickly shook off the warrior. At this critical moment, a few demonic wills had already squeezed into Long Chen's body. Long Chen transformed into human form. All of you, come out. Ling Xi's heart ached. When the power of the Su Nu attacked, a few mere demonic wills were quickly burned by her. But even so, the two of them were still somewhat frightened. The other party was also suffering, and Long Chen did not have any intention of killing him. However, fighting in this dark world was too dangerous. It was very likely that they would be controlled by the demonic wills again. After eradicating the demonic wills on their bodies, the two of them quickly left until the surroundings regained its peace. Following that, Long Chen wandered around in this endless world. This was a world without direction, and there was no end. No matter where Long Chen walked, he would not return to his original place. But after a full 2 months, he did not see anything. In these 2 months, other than encountering 2 other warriors who were imprisoned here, he did not discover anything else. Everyone still did not give up. As they moved forward, they pondered. Su Zhen let me in, so there must be a special place. But where exactly is this special place? Long Chen pondered with cold eyes. He wants me to spend these 50 years. Could it be that I have to spend 50 years to find that secret? If that was the case, then this was really not good news. For Long Chen, even a year could not be easily wasted. What on earth does he want? This big bad guy. Ling Shi said sullenly. After throwing Long Chen here, Ling Shi completely hated the mysterious Su Zhen. Yes, what on earth does he want? Long Chen realized that this was the key to solving the problem. As long as I know what he wants, it will be easy. This is the place where the martial god cleansed all the demonic wills, and only the demonic wills are special. Could it be that he wants the demonic wills? But what did this have to do with him? It was really puzzling. The two of them moved forward again, thinking about it again. About 2 days later, Long Chen keenly discovered that there seemed to be something in the endless darkness ahead. He walked forward and found that it was a black stone tablet. On it were a few lines of words written with dried blood. These lines of words were not written by the same person. They were crooked, and it could be seen that the person who wrote the words must have been in great pain. It should also have been written by those who were thrown in when they were still conscious. On it was written, "The devil is born from the heart. Everyone is a devil. The true meaning of the Tao of slaughter is to cherish every time you kill. Becoming a devil is not scary, because this may be the only way to become a god in the current world. And our Su clan's ancestors did it tens of millions of years ago." There was another sentence written at the bottom. That was, "If you have already gotten rid of the demonic wills, do not go forward, because there is an irreversible abyss ahead. It is the secret of the martial devil cave." To be honest, the first few strange words gave Long Chen a lot of enlightenment, especially the sentence, "The devil is born from the heart. Everyone is a devil." Later on, the stone tablet believed that the only way to become a god attracted Long Chen's attention. These are the words left behind by the ancestors of the Su clan. And Su Zhen became a devil, and then a god. Long Chen acutely realized that there was a connection. That guy is mysterious, but he is also pursuing the path to become a god. Could it be that he wants to become a devil? Then why didn't he come down himself? Why did he want me to come down? This was Long Chen's new doubt. These words were even more difficult to understand. Only the last sentence was easy to understand. The irreversible abyss ahead was also the secret of the martial devil cave. It was also Su Zhen's goal, and it was also Long Chen's goal. Should we go forward? Lingxi asked worriedly. She continued, he is advising us not to go forward, saying that it is an irreversible abyss. If we go in, it is very likely that we will face great danger. Long Chen was also the first to struggle. Moreover, in this place, only Lingxi could protect him. Once they went forward, Lingxi would also have to go. What if she was in danger? But taking a step back, if they did not go forward, it was very likely that they would have to spend 50 years in this godforsaken place. Let's think about it carefully first. Long Chen decided. He wandered around the stone tablet and carefully studied the words written on it. He wanted to see if there was any information that he could use. However, another 5 days passed, and he still did not find anything. If this continued, they would really have to spend 50 years here. Chen, I think it is better to go forward. Being fearless is your style. Lingxi said softly. Chapter 1776. Above the martial demon cave, the mountains were green and the water was green. The mountains stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Above the dark green pool, the clan elder was still lying on the stone block. He was only about a meter tall, and his body was young but wrinkled, looking somewhat ugly. Beside him, Su Zhen was much more perfect, but he stood next to the green pool with his hands behind his back, his face pale and nervous. It's been more than 2 months, and there's still no news of him. He's definitely not going to make it. I advise you to give up. Don't torture the child in there. The clan elder seemed to be muttering to himself. Su Zhen did not respond. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible, he will succeed. It doesn't matter if he suffers a little more. I still have a lot of time. If he really can't make it, then he will stay in there for 50 years. Is 50 years not enough?" The clan elder said, "Child, you are already paranoid. This is very dangerous. Remember, demons are born from the heart. Your heart is now a demon." Su Zhen suddenly laughed and said, "This is what I pursue. Before a successful person succeeds, everyone will think that he is just a madman. So I think I can ignore your old man's nagging. You don't have much time left, so enjoy your last moments and don't worry about me." Su Zhen suddenly laughed and said, "Don't worry about me." The clan elder was silent. He used his arms as a pillow and looked up at the sky, muttering to himself, "I suddenly remembered that when you were born, I was the one who gave you your name. In the blink of an eye, things remain the same, but people have changed. It is my own fault." Su Zhen turned back to look at him, then continued to stare at the depths of the pool, at Long Chen who was bound by the purple gold rope. After making this decision, Long Chen cut off all thoughts of regret. In this endless darkness, he slowly walked forward with Lingxi. This was an irreversible abyss, so what was the so-called abyss? There was no difference between this place and the previous place, except that there were more demonic intents. With Lingxi's help, these demonic intents were not a problem. Husband and wife were of one mind, and their benefits could cut through gold. After walking for half a day, Long Chen felt a familiar feeling. He stopped and looked around. Suddenly, an excited emotion surged in his heart, as if there was something waiting for him in a certain direction. "What's wrong?" Lingxi asked with concern. Long Chen shared his thoughts. Lingxi pondered for a while and said, "We've reached the crucial point. That should be the so-called secret. However, this secret might not be a good thing. Don't believe everything in the end. Don't trust this familiar feeling so easily." "All right." Long Chen nodded. He followed his senses and moved forward, but he didn't expect to meet someone who could excite him. It was a black steel pillar that had already decayed. There were black iron chains wrapped around the steel pillar, and an extremely familiar figure was wrapped in the iron chains. Father. Looking at this person, Long Chen was unable to remain calm. This was because this was the person he admired and was most grateful to in his life. This was the person who had given him everything. There was a strong desire in his heart that drove him forward. But at this time, Lingxi pulled his arm and shook her head solemnly. Whether it's real or fake, it's best to be cautious. After all, this is the martial demon cave. The eagerness in Long Chen's heart was somewhat diluted by Lingxi's words. He struggled for a while, then nodded. The two gradually approached each other. At this time, the man wrapped in the iron chains struggled to open his eyes. His gentle and wise eyes revealed pride and warmth the moment he saw Long Chen. His face was pale, but he smiled contentedly. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Child, you've come here after all." In every aspect, he was very similar to the father in Long Chen's heart. Long Qinglan seemed to have noticed his wariness. He smiled bitterly and said, "As expected, you wouldn't believe me if you saw me here. But there are some things that will exceed your expectations. Lingxi has already awakened 80% of her divine blood, huh? She really is the person most compatible with you. Both of you are good children." Long Chen still didn't say a word. This was because Lingxi was clutching his arm tightly, reminding him that he couldn't trust him so easily. But Long Qinglan didn't seem to want him to believe him. He murmured to himself, "I'm dead. I've been imprisoned in a mysterious place between heaven and earth, a place you will never be able to approach. Because I've come into contact with the taboo of this world, life and death are actually just a change in status. I may be dead, but at my level, my will is eternal. That's why I'm talking to you right now." He stared into Long Chen's eyes. "Child, I didn't think you'd come to the Eternal God realm so quickly. I won't ask for anything more from Eternal Dragon City. You can do better than I can imagine. That is my only wish." Long Chen nodded. Long Qinglan smiled bitterly. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "There's one more thing. Perhaps I'm still alive. Once you're done with Eternal Dragon City, you might be able to walk the same path I did. You have two bodies of the ancestor dragon, so I'm sure you'll be more suitable than I am to fulfill my old dream, which is to follow the divine dragons to extinction." At this point, he grew more and more fervent. Long Chen was also affected by his passion, and his heart was filled with excitement. "I can't accept this. Who killed me?" Long Qinglan threw his head back and howled. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free of the chains. Long Chen took a few steps forward, only to find that his fingers had pierced through his opponent's body. It wasn't real, but an illusion. "It's useless," Long Qinglan said helplessly. "I'm in another world. This is the only way I can project myself here." He stared at Long Chen. "Child, I've given you everything. Are you willing to walk this path for me? Tell me, why did someone as strong as them disappear? Were they killed? Did they go extinct? Or did they go far away to a bigger world?" Under his gaze, Long Chen's blood began to boil. His throat was dry. "Perhaps they're all dead." "Yes, they're dead." "Who killed them? Could it be the same person who killed me? What's their goal?" Long Qinglan sighed. Long Chen's heart had been opened up to him. He and his father were the only ones in the world who knew many of his secrets. By now, he was more or less convinced of Long Qinglan's identity. Looking at the old man, he could see his unwillingness, his anger, and his dedication to his dream. Long Chen's heart trembled. He wanted to touch him, but he couldn't. "Father." Long Chen called softly. Long Qinglan smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect you to trust me in the martial demon cave." He didn't wait for Long Chen's reply. "No matter what, it's my fault for turning my desire into your responsibility. It's just that I can't accept the end of my life. Whether it's the mystery of the dragon god or the misunderstanding in Eternal Dragon City, those bastards slandered a great dreamer. They brought me such a great disaster and ruined my reputation." At this point, Long Qinglan gritted his teeth. Seeing Long Qinglan's pained and struggling expression, Long Chen suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Long Qinglan was the person he doted on the most in his life. In his heart, Long Qinglan's position could never be replaced. Most of the time, he was illusory, but at this moment, he felt so real. He had always been calm and collected. It was only now that he revealed a look of resentment that made Long Chen's emotions coincide with his. "Child, I know you will help me. Child, I know you will help me. Help me kill them. Kill everyone in Eternal Dragon City. They have misunderstood me and slandered me. Not only do they want to kill the people of Eternal Dragon City, but the entire world is slandering me. They are puppies that have been tamed by the heavenly Tao. They don't have any humanity at all. All of them deserve to die. If you kill them, then this world will belong to us free men. Kill them all." Long Chen was a little confused. However, he still felt his blood boiling as he listened to the other party's words. It was as if he should do this for him. After all, this was his mission. Kill his way into Eternal Dragon City and kill all those bastards. This was clearly a demon's declaration. Demons were born from the heart. Demonic intents couldn't turn humans into demons. Long Qinglan was the weakest part of Long Chen's heart, and it was this part that started the shocking change. His eyes gradually became hollow. Long Qinglan's resentful expression made him feel very pained and angry. He muttered to himself, "Yes, they all deserve to die. Those who submitted to the heavenly axiom and lost their freedom really deserve to die. Their lives have no meaning at all." "Chen, Long Chen." Ling Shi gripped his arms and made him look at her. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and tears flickered as she said, "Could it be that I also deserve to die? He is clearly not your father, but that unredeemable abyss. He is turning you into a demon, so you will kill me as well." Long Chen suddenly felt a splitting headache. The demonic intents were too powerful. As expected of something left behind by a martial god. What on earth was it? "Are you going to kill me? Am I more important, or is your non-existent father more important?" Lingxi stared at him boldly. Long Chen felt like he was struck by lightning. Yes, was he going to kill Lingxi? He hurriedly looked at Long Qinglan, only to see him glaring at him angrily. "Unfilial son, how dare you go against your father's wishes for a woman? Hurry up and kill her. She's also a slave of the heavenly axiom. Kill her." The doubts in Long Chen's heart gradually disappeared. The powerful Void Universe Dragon Yuan Shen allowed him to regain his clarity. Chapter 1777. What are you doing? Long Chen couldn't react in time. There was a very strong force in his heart that urged him to protect Long Qinglan, but because of his own hesitation, he was still one step too slow. The 4 heavenly swords pierced through Long Qinglan's body. The pure power of the heavenly swords caused Long Qinglan to explode along with the black pillar. Long Qinglan's face was emitting black gas. His entire body was burning. He looked at Long Chen furiously and roared, "Unfilial son, you dare to disobey me. You deserve to die 10,000 deaths. I regret creating you. Return everything that doesn't belong to you to me. Otherwise, you can kill everyone in the Eternal Dragon City. Then, you can kill everyone in the world and change this world. Let us true free people take over this place." He roared like this until he finally disappeared. Long Chen's eyes flashed with strong reluctance. No matter what, he still held a deep respect for this father of his. Respect, love, and respect surpassed everything else. Until now, he had already known that this was the so-called unredeemable abyss. But seeing this old man die with his own eyes, he still felt a sharp pain in his heart. Ling Shi pulled him away from Nie Tian and retreated a long distance. "Chen, I'm sorry. I only wanted to save you. I didn't want to make you sad." Lingxi said pitifully. "It's okay." Long Chen gently stroked her head. Just as he was about to say something, there was a strange change on Long Qinglan's side. His body and the black pillar behind him were burning. As it burned, its volume became smaller and smaller. Gradually, it turned into a ball of flame about the size of a fist. This flame. Long Chen and Long Chen's eyes shook. That's right, this ball of flame is exactly the same as what you saw when you entered the pool of jade. It's exactly the same. It's just as strange. It's as if there is a mysterious world. And in this world, there are countless people, countless wills, and crying loudly. What exactly is this? This is the secret of the Martial Devil Cave. Long Chen looked while retreating. He felt like he was being watched. The strangeness of this ball of flame was shocking. Big brother, let me out. I can feel that it contains a lot of power. I can swallow it and digest it. Believe me, no matter what kind of flame it is, as long as it has the essence of a flame, I can transform it into my own power. Within the great void realm, Mo Xiaolang said softly. Long Chen pondered for a moment. In the end, he still let Mo Xiaolang come out. He only reminded him, don't move for now. Let's see if there's any movement from this flame. He always felt that although this was a real flame, it was very strange and it was best not to touch it. At this moment, the black flame rotated, as if a pair of eyes were staring at Long Chen. This made Long Chen's scalp tingle. He had an intuition that he was the flame's food. The way it looked at him was the same as the way Mo Xiaolang looked at it. Let's go. Long Chen said decisively. Just as Long Chen said this word, the strange flame instantly crossed the space and chased after him. Its speed was extremely fast, completely suppressing Long Chen. It looked like it was about to pounce on Long Chen. At this juncture, Mo Xiaolang was already prepared. He knew that this flame was a little strange, but he was even more confident in his ability to devour flames. Therefore, just as the flame was about to pounce on Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang suddenly accelerated. A black vortex appeared in his mouth and swallowed the black flame. In the blink of an eye, it was already in his stomach. How do you feel? Long Chen hurriedly asked. This flame was clearly targeted at him. Fortunately, he had Xiaolang's help. Otherwise, who knew what would have happened? He also believed in Mo Xiaolang's ability to devour flames. This was because he had seen it with his own eyes. However, he was still somewhat worried. Mo Xiaolang gently shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm digesting it. I've already devoured it." Seeing his current stable state, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Xiaolang crawled on the ground and began to focus on refining the power of the flame. After a while, he said, "I've completely digested it. Although it's strange, it's still a flame in essence. Moreover, there's also a large amount of power equivalent to the dissipation of demonic thoughts. I'm about to face the Earth Demon Heart Tribulation." Hearing this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. This time, coming to the Martial Demon Cave, the three of them had almost passed the Earth Demon Heart Tribulation together. Their strength had increased together. This was a great thing. However, Mo Xiaolang had never been attacked by demonic thoughts. It would probably be difficult for him to pass the Earth Demon Heart Tribulation. After Long Chen heard that the flame had been completely digested, he turned his attention to the Earth Demon Heart Tribulation. He said, "Focus on passing the tribulation. Besides, Lingxi can also help." If it wasn't for Lingxi, the two of them would definitely have been conquered by demonic thoughts in this endless world. Mo Xiaolang nodded and didn't say anything else. As time passed, Long Chen realized that black demonic fog had started to appear on his body. It was similar to his own. Very soon, he was completely enveloped in the demonic fog. His whole body was trembling and his eyes were closed. He was having a tough battle with the Earth Demon Heart Tribulation. Although he wasn't passing the tribulation himself, Long Chen's palms were still sweating. And at this moment, he felt that the entire endless world was trembling. There seemed to be endless wails coming from all directions. It was as if something was feeling sorrowful. The dark world was still trembling. The demonic thoughts seemed to have increased by a lot. Mo Xiaolang was still in the midst of passing the tribulation. When he encountered the Hellfire Flame Star Beast, it could be said to be extremely easy. But when it came to the Earth Demon Heart tribulation, it was not as easy as Lingxi. This painful process lasted for a full 4 hours before it finally ended. When he opened his eyes, he was already drenched in sweat. However, his body was in the midst of a rapid transformation. Long Chen let him return to the Great Void Realm. At this moment, the endless world was trembling even more violently. He suddenly felt a force tightening around his waist. "They're pulling me up," Long Chen said with some surprise. Although he didn't know why, it was definitely related to the digested flame. At this juncture, he let Lingxi return to the Great Void Realm. At the same time, he thought about what had happened to the endless world. The only thing that couldn't be explained was the black flame. Although he didn't know what it was, it should have disappeared after being digested by Mo Xiaolang's heaven-defying ability to devour flames. An invisible force acted on his body, allowing him to quickly leave this world. Long Chen felt that his surroundings were starting to become blurry. He felt the cold pool water. The scene in front of him kept changing until he realized that his body was completely immersed in the pool water. At this moment, he was almost out of the water. With a splashing sound, he rushed out of the water. Long Chen hurriedly steadied himself on the ground. The purple gold rope left his waist. Looking up, he saw that the elder was still lying on the stone block. The one who pulled him up was the expressionless Su Zhen. Seeing Long Chen, the elder opened his turbid eyes and looked Long Chen up and down. A trace of surprise and shock flashed across his eyes. It didn't escape Long Chen's eyes. Presumably, this elder also knew about the existence of the black flame. As for Su Zhen, he had long cultivated to the point where he didn't show any emotion. He took 2 steps in front of Long Chen and said, "You saw the flame inside, right?" Long Chen realized that his heart was still somewhat shaken, causing his speech to be different from before. He pretended to be at a loss and nodded. "You can wake up from the attack of the demonic consciousness. You're really not simple." Su Zhen gave a rare compliment, but he quickly asked, "Let me ask you another question. That black flame, where did it go in the end?" Long Chen pretended to be calm, but in his heart, he was thinking of a countermeasure. According to the script set by Su Zhen, the black flame should have entered his body, so he didn't answer with words. Instead, he pointed to his body and said, "It went in here, and then it disappeared without a trace." "Oh." Su Zhen slowly nodded. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his guess was right, because Su Zhen's eyes didn't show any disappointment. Instead, there was some sadness in the elder's eyes. It was as if he was sad for himself. Long Chen asked, "What exactly is this thing?" Su Zhen said, "It's related to the secret of my ancestor. It's a great thing for you. It can let you have an even more terrifying cultivation and a broader mental state. You just need to remember, you can't tell anyone about what happened today, and your encounter in the Martial Devil Cave." Long Chen knew that this would be the answer. The reason why he asked this question was just for show. After a while, Su Zhen said, "From now on, you'll cultivate in the inner city. Since I've taken you as my adopted son, I'll do my best to nurture you. I'll let Yuji arrange a good place for you to go, so you can reach a deeper realm in a short time." Long Chen nodded, neither surprised nor happy. This was more like Su Zhen's binding of him. He guessed that Su Zhen was like the City Lord of Unjust. Back then, the City Lord of Unjust wanted him to nurture the god-slaying sword, and this Su Zhen seemed to want him to help him nurture the black flame. But he didn't know that the black flame had already been digested by Mo Xiaolang. Su Zhen didn't bid farewell to the elder, and left with Long Chen. That elder's gaze was fixed on Long Chen the entire time. Only after Long Chen left did he let out a heavy sigh and said, "I hope that many years later, I won't say the words the evils you brought upon yourself are the hardest to bear." Chapter 1778. Long Chen didn't care where the other party would take him. With his current situation, Suzhen wouldn't let him go to the outer city anymore. Of course, even if it was the inner city, he could do as he pleased. At present, the thing he needed to confirm the most was Mo Xiaolang's situation. So, while following Su Yuji, he repeatedly asked Mo Xiaolang if the black flame had been completely digested. Mo Xiaolang said cautiously, "Big brother, I also know that this thing is very dangerous. It is Su Zhen's scheme, but I am very confident in my ability in this aspect. I am very clear that I have completely digested it. It has now become my power, a kind of flame that can roughly cause hallucinations." In fact, Mo Xiaolang had always been cautious and more reliable than Kitten. As a result, Longchen felt more at ease. Su Zhen had made so many calculations, but he didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to have such a heaven-defying ability. If he knew the truth, he would probably collapse. The thing he had painstakingly wanted was actually swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. Following Su Yuji in the dreamlike inner city, the graceful figure of the beauty in front of them didn't attract Long Chen's attention. Soon, they passed through the purple bamboo forest and arrived at a building that wasn't big. It was completely purple and looked like a coiling divine dragon. Su Yuji said, "This is the place where Daddy arranged for you." The purple dragon pavilion is also a Dao artifact. It has 30 Dao patterns, similar to the Dragon Martial Palace. This kind of residence is very useful for cultivation and privacy. You can refine this purple dragon pavilion and make it your own Dao artifact. Oh. Long Chen nodded calmly. Su Yuji rolled her eyes at him and chuckled softly, "You brat, you're really showing off after getting a bargain. I already said that my father wouldn't really punish you and let you stay for 50 years. He even gave you the purple dragon pavilion. You should know that in our inner city, in my generation, there are only a few people who can compare to you in terms of residence. Even Yao doesn't necessarily have such a level of residence. It can be seen how much my father values you." Really? Using a Dao artifact with 30 Dao patterns as a residence was truly too extravagant. It was just that these descendants of gods had the right to be so extravagant. "You've just returned and need to rest, so I won't disturb you any longer. Also, my residence is in the Fire Phoenix Pavilion, 1 kilometer to the east. If you need any help, you can come and find me at any time. Just treat me as your big sister, my dear little brother." She was becoming more and more fond of Long Chen. After saying these words, she floated away, leaving Long Chen with a flame-like back. Long Chen entered the purple dragon pavilion. "I didn't expect that a mere residence would become a Dao artifact with the most Dao patterns on my body." This purple dragon pavilion had a great defensive function. After Long Chen refined it, as long as he wasn't willing, others would have to first destroy the Dao artifact if they wanted to break in. This was a Dao artifact without an owner. After Long Chen refined it, he became the owner of the purple dragon pavilion. Su Zhen was indeed generous. With this purple dragon pavilion, Long Chen and the others didn't need to be too vigilant. After all, they were inside a Dao artifact, just like when they were in the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Moreover, Long Chen was already the owner of this Dao artifact. The purple dragon pavilion could absorb a large amount of nirvana spiritual energy and pour it into it to help everyone cultivate. The purple bamboos around the purple dragon pavilion were all immortal essences. This was simply a luxurious world. Long Chen closed the purple dragon pavilion, and the group all came out from the great void realm. They breathed freely, it was too stifling in the martial devil cave. The purple dragon pavilion was very big. It was more than 1,000 square meters, and there was no problem with it becoming bigger. There were pavilions everywhere, and it was enough for everyone to live here. For Soiyan, it was much better to cultivate here than in Long Chen's divine kingdom. With a stable place, everyone sat down and began to discuss their future plans. Long Chen said, "Su Zhen must be waiting. He thinks that the black flame is in my body. He should be waiting for the flame to grow, so it will be very difficult for us to escape. After all, there will be places where we will be exposed, and we will have to escape in the end. However, we cannot fight a battle without preparation, so we must first understand what the black flame is. Only by knowing everything about it can we have a basis to resist, otherwise we will be confused. Lingxi thought about it and said, I think we can start with Su Eugene, see if we can find out anything about the black flame from her words. Everyone began to ponder. It seemed that this method was feasible, at least they had to try it. And just as Long Chen and the others were discussing, the news that he came out of the martial devil cave after more than 2 months quickly spread throughout the ancient war god city. When Long Chen and Su Yuji went to the Purple Dragon Pavilion, they were discovered. Back then, it was Su Zhen who personally proposed to let Long Chen enter the martial devil cave for 50 years. At that time, Su Chan and the 2 young city lords were also present. They were all the top powers and authorities of the ancient war god city. Who would have thought that the matter announced in such a situation would be like child's play? For a time, this matter caused another uproar in the inner city of the ancient city of martial god. Even the people in the outer city of the ancient city of martial god had vaguely heard of it. At this moment, Su Yuyao also heard the news that made her so angry that her face turned purple. She disregarded everything and rushed into Su Zhen's study, ignoring the guard's obstruction. At this moment, Su Zhen was holding a black ancient book in his hand and reading it attentively. Father. Su Yuyao was so angry that her face turned red. She stuck to Su Zhen and said angrily, I heard that you released Long Chen. Why? Didn't you say that he would be imprisoned for 50 years? You are the young city lord, how can you go back on your word? Now there is a commotion outside, they are all saying that you are wrong. Oh. Su Zhen suddenly said, then said, let them say it, I don't care. Su Yuyao was anxious and said, no, you can't do this. Father, this Long Chen is just a super divine dragon, what's the big deal? He's not your biological son, you don't have to damage your own reputation to protect him. There are a lot of elders in the family who support you. It's really not worth it for you to make such a fuss. That Long Chen is just a cheap life, just let him stay in the martial devil cave. Su Zhen quietly put down the book in his hand and looked straight at Su Yuyao. He said, Yaoer, you can leave. Don't mention this matter to me again. What? Su Yuyao did not expect the other party to reject her so quickly. She was about to argue when Su Zhen said sternly, I said, don't talk to me about Long Chen again. He has nothing to do with you, and don't always provoke him. Listen to me clearly. Su Yuyao's heart collapsed, and tears streamed down her face. She had always thought that Su Zhen doted on her the most and let her do whatever she wanted. She did not expect that he would treat her so harshly because of an outsider, and even told her not to provoke him. Thinking of this, her heart was completely filled with hatred. She had previously told Long Chen that the one who laughs last laughs best. Now it seemed that this was simply a slap in the face. In less than 3 months, Su Zhen rescued him. Su Yuyao could not believe it. She staggered a few steps back and asked, Father, in your heart, is your daughter important or him important? This was the question she could not tolerate the most. Su Zhen waved his hand, indicating for her to leave. His expression was incomparably stern. Su Yuyao's heart was broken. She suddenly thought of something and said, it seems that there are only 3 days left before the battle between me and Long Chen. Father, if you think that his potential is infinite, I will prove to you in 3 days that I am more precious than him. This damn thing, he wants to snatch everything from me. Su Zhen did not say a word and took out a black book to read. Right at this moment, the door to the study was lightly blown open by the wind, and there were many people standing outside the courtyard. The 4th young master of the city, Su Chan, was amongst them, whereas Su Baizhan was standing behind him. The others were all old men, and they were presumably the family members of the branch family youth that was killed by Long Chen. All of them had indifferent expressions. Su Chan took a step forward and said, Third brother, the people from the 17th branch family came looking for me. They want you to give them an explanation. They had clearly agreed to imprison Long Chen for 50 years, but they brought Long Chen out after 2 months. This kind of behavior was too incomprehensible to them. Suzhen closed the book again and stood up. His gaze was firm as he said, Long Chen is my adopted son. Even if he killed someone, no one can touch him. 2 months is enough time. Su Chan, if your son killed someone from the branch family, would you dare to let him go to the martial demon cave for 2 months? If you want to punish him, isn't the punishment of 2 months in the martial demon cave enough? The martial demon cave was extremely terrifying. In just a day, one could experience 1 or 2 reincarnations. More than 60 reincarnations were actually very frightening. However, they were still unwilling to give up the 50 years they had agreed on. The clan leader of the 17th branch family was also among them. His seniority was even higher than Su Zhen's. At this moment, he laughed and said, Third young city lord's words are really funny. You clearly said 50 years, but now you changed it to 2 months. Your words are like farts. Does it mean that anything you say in the future, we can interpret it as farts? There were only 100 people in the main family, while the branch family had many people. The clan leader of the 17th branch family was also a cousin of the current city lord, which was why he dared to speak to Su Zhen like this. Su Zhen shifted his gaze to him and said, You can think that way, but the matter regarding Long Chen, it can't be changed. You can all leave now. His tone was resolute, not allowing anyone to resist. Everyone was incomparably furious. In their eyes, this Su Zhen was really crazy. In the future, when it was time to fight for the main family, the clan leader of the 18th branch family was an important target for them to rope in. Not only was Su Zhen's attitude bad, but he also completely disregarded the other party. It was really too vile. Everyone was practically about to explode from anger. Su Yuyao was the same. She really couldn't understand why her father would offend these key people and make Su Chan's wedding dress. She walked out furiously, but at this moment, the clan leader called out to her and said, I heard that Miss Yao is going to fight with Long Chen. In that case, can I give Miss Yao something good, the kind that's fatal? On Monday, there will be a lucky draw on the WeChat public platform today. I will randomly select a user from the user group and give away a signed physical book. Those who want to participate can add the WeChat public platform, Feng Qingyang. Chapter 1779. Hearing this, Su Yuyao's eyes lit up. She knew that Long Chen had killed a pretty good little genius in their branch family just like that. Su Zhen had already said that he would be imprisoned for 50 years, but now he went back on his word, causing their entire branch family to lose a lot of face. Especially after coming here, Su Zhen didn't pay attention to them at all. They naturally had to think of ways to take revenge for such humiliation. Su Zhen didn't say anything. He lightly waved his arm, and the door of the study was closed. Moreover, it wasn't opened again for a long time. This couldn't help but make everyone suspicious. He seemed to take care of Long Chen, but why didn't he care about Long Chen's life and death this time? Su Yuyao felt even more unbalanced in her heart. Even though she knew that her actions would make her father hate her, but, no matter what, I have to teach him a lesson. Father won't blame me. If he really cared about Long Chen, he would have stopped them when they wanted to give me something. Su Yuyao comforted herself. Following Su Chan and the 17th branch family, Su Chan disappeared alone. When the branch family's patriarch saw that there was no one around, he secretly said to Su Yuyao, Miss Yao, you can use this thing sparingly. Remember to return it to me after using it. Just a little bit, no matter how strong that kid's vitality is, taking his life will definitely not be a problem. Su Yuyao was very curious about what kind of lethal weapon the other party would give her. The other party secretly showed it to her. When she finished looking, Su Yuyao was slightly stunned, but it was quickly replaced by a cold gaze. I promise you. Su Yuyao said in a low voice and accepted the thing. Not long after they returned, it was not peaceful outside. Someone barged into the Violet Dragon Pavilion. Even though it was a Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert who was silent and had a strong vitality, Long Chen could still sense his existence. The other party was very rude. After coming to the Violet Dragon Pavilion, he wantonly destroyed and said, "Coward, get out here." It's that Su Yuyao. Soi Eon recovered from her cultivation. She was already close to the Nirvana Tribulation realm. This kind of speed was relatively normal for her. After all, she didn't have peerless talent like Long Chen and Lingxi. I knew she would come, Lingxi said snappily. To be honest, he hated this person the most and had lost to her before. With the density of Lingxi's divine blood and the inheritance of the misty immortal sect, as well as the 8 great heavenly swords, it would not be a problem for her to deal with a warrior of the 8th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Long Chen, on the other hand, had already become extraordinary after experiencing the inner demon tribulation. He straightforwardly opened the door of the Violet Dragon veranda and walked out with Lingxi. Their gazes met directly with that rude and unreasonable young lady Yao. Su Yuyao was dressed in a tight red outfit that outlined her perfect curves. Her breasts were full, and her slender waist was full of wildness and strength. Her buttocks were perky and powerful, just like a little leopard. Her pair of perfectly round thighs were enough to cause people to daydream. Only the fierceness in her eyes destroyed this beauty. As soon as she saw Long Chen's unscathed appearance, she became angry in her heart, especially when she saw him and Lingxi being so affectionate. She suppressed the anger in her heart and said, "I really have to congratulate you. You actually came out of the Martial Devil Cave. It must have been a tough 2 months. My father showed great mercy and let you out. Did you shed tears of gratitude and kowtow to him non-stop?" Long Chen's voice was indifferent as he said, "The Martial Devil Cave is only a so-so. If young Lady Yao wants to experience it, you can go there yourself. If you have anything to say today, just say it. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. With such a beautiful woman beside you, your appearance is really spoiling the scenery." For women, the most maddening thing was to directly say that she was ugly. Moreover, he was comparing her to Lingxi. When Long Chen said this, Su Yuyao's chest heaved up and down as if she was about to explode. She bit her lips and said, "I also don't have time to listen to your nonsense. This time, I came to remind you that 3 days later, at noon, remember to fulfill the promise you made 3 months ago. I have already set up a trap at the Trapped Dragon Terrace. I have invited most of the famous people in the inner city to watch the battle. 3 days later, someone will definitely bring you to the Trapped Dragon Terrace. Don't tell me that you only have the skills to talk. You don't even have the guts to fight with a little woman like me." Long Chen recalled that he had indeed made a promise with her 3 months ago, but the matter of the Martial Devil Cave had interrupted his entry into the city. He did not expect that 3 months would pass just like that. Su Yuyao's eyes flashed as she looked at him. She sneered and said, "Don't tell me you really don't have the guts. If that's the case, then you are not fit to be a man. As for your woman, almost all of my cousins are outstanding. I believe that compared to you, there are more people who are worthy of her." Long Chen waved his hand and interrupted her, saying, "Naturally, I won't go back on my promise to you. I can play around with you in the cave, and I can do it 3 days later as well. However, if someone were to play some tricks after losing, then he would be no different from scum." Su Yuyao clenched her teeth and said, "If I still lose to you this time, I swear that from now on, I will never provoke you again. That should be fine, right? I hope your vow is useful." Without saying a word, Long Chen closed the door of the Purple Dragon Pavilion, giving the other party a cold shoulder. Su Yuyao looked at the purple door and was angry for a while. Then, she sneered and left. As she walked, she said in a low voice, "I will indeed not provoke you in the future, but this time, I will make you miserable enough." In reality, before Long Chen had reached the Earth Fiend Heart Devil Tribulation, he was already able to kill Su Yuchen, who was at the 8th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Although he had made an agreement with her not to use the Time Dragon, and she was much stronger than Su Yuchen, the problem was that he had undergone another transformation, especially with the arrival of the God Refining Flame. Lingxi and Mo Shaolang did not ask any further. It should be because they were filled with information about Long Chen. 3 days later, it was time to teach this woman a lesson. With so much hatred between the two of them, it was time to resolve it. Long Chen naturally hated Su Yuyao. If it wasn't for her, how could he have been imprisoned in a place like the martial god ancient city? One day, he would take revenge and then leave. When Long Chen and Su Yuyao made an agreement, Su Yuyao announced the details within these 3 days. In an instant, everyone in the inner city knew about this matter. During this period of time, Long Chen was very popular in the martial god ancient city, but very few people had seen him. Many people wanted to wait for 3 days before they could see his true appearance. They wanted to see what kind of beauty this young outsider, who Su Zhen did not hesitate to give up his support to protect, was. With regards to Long Chen, most people despised him more than they were curious. God's spirit bloods valued their bloodline very much. They wouldn't even marry someone who was too distant from their bloodline. Usually, it was common for cousins to marry. This way, they could maintain the stability of their bloodline. Some geniuses with powerful God spirit bloods might even be born. The inner city was also very big. The 5 young city lords were in charge of 5 different areas, and there were also a large number of forbidden areas. The city lords who usually appeared the most were the eldest young city lord and the 5th young city lord, Su Xilan. The news of the battle at the dragon trapping platform had also spread to the ears of many important people. In a large and luxurious pavilion, a middle-aged man with a round body, wearing luxurious golden clothes, was sitting in the pavilion drinking tea. He was reciting poems and was very happy. However, it would be a big mistake to underestimate him because of this. This man was shrouded in golden light, and there was an incomparably vigorous life force in his body, making him look like a small sun. The sound of his heartbeat was like the galloping of a giant beast. With every move he made, the divine patterns on his body flickered. He was quite extraordinary. Young city lord. Among the pillars of the pavilion, a black shadow gradually landed on the ground and turned into a young man in black clothes. He knelt on the ground respectfully. The fat man in the golden robe was the first young city lord of the martial god ancient city. He was also Su Zhen's elder brother and the son of the current city lord. He casually snorted as an answer. The black-clothed youth reported everything that had happened recently in a very organized manner, with particular emphasis on what had happened to Long Chen and Su Yuyao 3 days later. This young man, is he a super Shenron? The golden fat man smacked his lips and suddenly laughed. He said, "What is third brother doing? Has his brain gone crazy from cultivating? Fine, I'll go see for myself in 3 days to see what's so special about this young man. If he can defeat Yao, his talent is considered not bad." Yes, young city lord. In another dark secret room, a black-robed, skinny old man was sitting cross-legged in the deepest part of the room, cultivating. At this moment, a beam of light shone from above, illuminating half of the black-robed old man's face. His face was covered with black scorpions, but what was even more frightening was the blood-red eyes that were surrounded by the black scorpions. Someone said from above, "Second young city lord, recently a strange little guy appeared in the inner city. His name is Long Chen. Third young city lord adopted him as his son, and some interesting things happened. I wonder if young city lord is interested." Long Chen. The man whose face was covered with scorpions let out a sharp laugh. He said, "Seems boring. Just treat it as a story and tell it to this old man. If it's not good, then you can chop off your own mouth. Do you understand?" The person above broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that this was the other party's temper, but he could only accept it. As such, he told the story of Long Chen in detail, including the part about the martial demon cave. Third brother sent this super Shenron into the martial demon cave and then released him. The black-robed old man lowered his head and muttered. His eyes suddenly lit up as he said, "According to the rumors, after the divine spirit's ancestor transformed, he turned all the demonic thoughts in his body into a demon seed, a martial demon seed that belonged to the martial demon. He left it in the martial demon cave. That martial demon seed is so powerful that it can create a new martial demon. It's just that no one has been able to find it for many years. That damned third brother is always so secretive. Could it be that he wants the martial demon seed? So. Chapter 1780. 3 days passed by quickly. On this day, it was still far from the appointed time, but there was already a commotion outside. Long Chen and Su Yuyao had special identities. If they really regarded Long Chen as Su Zhen's adopted son, it would be a duel between sister and brother. This made many people who were not convinced of Su Zhen come to watch the show. Even Su Sheng and Su Ming came. In this battle, Long Chen already had a good idea. He took the crowd and left the Violet Dragon veranda. There were many people waiting at the entrance. These were the people sent by Su Yuyao to lead the way. They were all young talents of the branch family. Each of them had a rich background, were proud and arrogant, and had a strong martial arts aura. Each of them was like a fierce beast staring at Long Chen with a strong killing intent in their eyes. The descendants of God's spirits all thought highly of themselves and were extremely xenophobic. Long Chen had even killed someone of the same level as them. It could be said that he had hit the muzzle of a gun. You, hurry up and follow. Miss Yao is waiting for you at the dragon trapping terrace. The leader of the group, a black-faced martial artist, said contemptuously. The group of people no longer paid attention to Long Chen. Instead, they walked quickly in front. Naturally, they were not only here to lead the way for Long Chen, but also to monitor Long Chen. If Long Chen did not dare to go, they would invite Long Chen over. They walked quickly, glancing at Long Chen from time to time and whispering to each other. His speed is not bad, but his realm is too low. I really don't know what happened to young Master Chen. He was actually defeated by such a person. Maybe it's because of the dragon martial artist. Miss Yao's big brother, young Master Chen, is also very powerful. Although he is at the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, his combat strength is comparable to a Samsara realm martial artist. He is one of the top 3 young experts in the martial god ancient city. Don't say that. Compared to young Master Chen, he's worlds apart. What I'm curious about is how young Master Yao is going to teach him a lesson given how arrogant and domineering he is. Let's wait for a good show. I heard that 4 young city lords will come today. Apart from the 3rd young city lord, even the eldest and 2nd young city lords will come. They are all legendary experts. These 2 are the famous Gemini stars of our ancient Wuxian city. It's just a small matter, but young city lord Su Sheng and young city lord Su Ming were forced to come out. That's unbelievable. Young Miss Yao, why don't you just take care of this fellow privately? No, that's not right. Miss Yao really hates him and wants to humiliate him back then. What exactly will Miss Yao do? I'm really looking forward to it. This fellow actually dared to offend Miss Yao. He deserves to be toyed to death. Long Chen, on the other hand, was very interested in the 2 city lords they mentioned. Why did people like them come out? They must have come for him. On the contrary, it was strange that Su Zhen didn't come. It seemed that Su Sheng and Su Ming were also very curious about him. As for Su Yuyao, Long Chen and Lingxi of the Wuxian galaxy had suffered a crushing defeat at her hands. This time, Long Chen had already passed the Earth Fiend Heart Demon tribulation. The situation was definitely not right. Along the way, there were forests filled with immortal spirits. In the dragon sacrificial continent, these things would make people go crazy fighting over them. But here, they were everywhere, just like the wildflowers and weeds on the roadside. Countless magnificent plants spread out, and the air was filled with an ancient desolate aura, solemn and ancient. The mountain road was rugged. In this endless wilderness, Long Chen followed these cultivators across a very long distance. They deliberately increased their speed, wanting to shake off Long Chen and humiliate Long Chen. But no matter how hard they tried, they discovered that they couldn't do it. Longchen seemed relaxed, but he was like a shadow following behind. He really has some skills. Everyone sneered in their hearts. Not long after, Longchen sensed a hubbub of voices. The Wuxian inner city was a family clan, but the area was ridiculously large. There were no signs of human habitation on the road, until a wide flat land appeared in front of them. The flat land was flattened, and rows of exquisitely carved houses could be seen everywhere. And in the center, there was a huge platform with a length and width of 1 kilometer. It was made of white jade and glazed glass. Under the sunlight, it flickered with a dazzling radiance. Obviously, it was also a Dao artifact. On the platform, there were dense and lifelike dragon patterns carved on it. Around the dragon confining terrace, there were a total of 36 black coiling dragon pillars. They were very similar to Long Chen's golden demon imprisonment pillar, but these black coiling dragon pillars were larger, more majestic, and more majestic. Each coiling dragon pillar had 9 black dragons coiling around it. Their eyes were like rivers of stars, and they were ferocious. A heart-shaking bloodthirst and fiendish aura was released from these 36 black coiling dragon pillars. It was as though there were billions of divine dragons roaring and fighting on the dragon confining terrace. Each of these black coiling dragon pillars had a type of Dao pattern. The 36 coiling dragon pillars were actually one, so this Dao artifact had a total of 36 Dao patterns. It could be considered a very impressive Dao artifact. This was Long Chen's battlefield today. In the exquisite houses around the dragon confining terrace, many of them were already occupied. They were either cultivating, chatting with friends, or watching. Many people were directly sitting on the roofs and looking around. There were no special spots, so Long Chen didn't know where the so-called Su Sheng and Su Ming were. The Samsara realm was a mysterious realm, and Long Chen was still far from being able to come into contact with it. The first person he saw was Su Yuyao, who was standing on the dragon confining terrace. Today, her long hair was like a waterfall, her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Her red lips were tender and alluring, captivating tens of thousands of people. However, her eyes were fierce and murderous, making it impossible for anyone to approach her. A majestic aura circulated between her chest and abdomen, erupting with the sound of tigers and leopards. She was like a primordial ferocious beast that looked down on all living things. Long Chen, on the other hand, was much calmer. There didn't seem to be anything special about him, and it was hard to feel that he could be compared to Su Yuyao. After all, Su Yuyao had more than 10% of the bloodline of a god. Moreover, she had been born in the inner city and had broken through the 9th level of the divine martial realm and reached the nirvana tribulation realm before the age of 10. Such talent, in the dragon ritual continent, was a super genius that was hard to come by even in 10 million years. Long Chen's arrival attracted the attention of everyone in the Su clan. In fact, the strongest 18 branch clans, the other hundreds of branch clans, and many people from the Ancestral clan were all present at this moment. Their gazes were all on Long Chen, wanting to see what was going on from Long Chen. However, Long Chen's ancestral dragon bloodline was really hidden too deeply. Until now, no one had been able to see through it. They only felt that he might be a powerful dragon martial artist. Even at this moment, Long Chen was only a young dragon among young dragons. The true adulthood was after he had surpassed all the gods. In the entire nirvana tribulation realm, he could only be considered to be in the infancy stage. For example, for a red dragon, when it reached the samsara tribulation realm, it would be almost an adult. All its characteristics and potential would be displayed without a doubt. This little guy, after he arrived, most people were discussing him. It seems like he just passed the earthly fiend heart demon tribulation. I heard that he just passed the hellfire flame astral beast tribulation 3 months ago. His speed is pretty good. I'm afraid he had some fortuitous encounters in these 3 months. Yeah. It's just that Yao has passed the Heavenly Dipper mantra. The Heavenly Dipper mantra is much stronger than the earthly fiend heart demon tribulation. Moreover, He has 10% of the god's bloodline and has obtained the heavenly Tao. This Long Chen basically has no chance of winning. But I seem to have heard that he defeated Yu Chen before passing the earthly fiend heart demon tribulation. If that's the case, this battle is probably a little suspenseful. In fact, everyone didn't care much. This is all young city lord Su Zhen's matter. Even Su Sheng and Su Ming, the two city lords, are here, but he didn't come. Amidst the whispers and scorched earth, Long Chen stood on the dragon confining terrace and looked at Su Yuyao. Long Chen could feel that kind of pressure. There were too many experts here. Their gazes were all on him, causing Long Chen's blood to tremble. Many gazes even directly drilled into his body, making him feel uncomfortable. Among them, 2 gazes were the most terrifying. One was as hot as the sun, and the other was as cold as the moon. What he didn't know was that the owners of these 2 gazes were sitting side by side in the same exquisite hut, drinking and chatting merrily. "Second brother, do you see anything?" The fat Su Sheng, who was as dazzling as the golden sun, asked with a smile. His smile was simple and honest, like a smiling Buddha. In the corner, a man hidden in the darkness said in a cold voice, "It's hard for us to see through that kind of legendary thing, but that's just a legend. Even our ancestors didn't succeed. I don't believe third brother can succeed. Moreover, becoming a god through a demon is too crazy." Su Sheng chuckled and didn't deny it. This little guy is really interesting. His physical strength is unparalleled. I'm afraid even some reincarnated bodies can't compare to him. The super divine dragon he inherited should be good at physical strength. Moreover, his killing intent is dense. In the future, if he can reach the rebirth realm, he might be absorbed into the Slaughter Dragon City. Speaking of the Slaughter Dragon City, even Su Ming's face was filled with reverence. He said, "It's better not to mention that group of real lunatics." And at this moment, the show had already begun. Su Yuyao suppressed the hatred and anger in her heart. She hooked her finger at Long Chen and said, "Time's up. You can get your ass up here now." Long Chen was very impressed. Every time they quarreled, she would lose completely, but she still enjoyed it. She was really a bitch. Long Chen landed on the white jade dragon confining terrace with a length and width of 1,000 meters. Stepping on the divine dragon sculpture under his feet, Long Chen felt a little uncomfortable. Su Yuyao snorted coldly and said, "You really have guts." As she spoke, she slightly signaled the martial artist controlling the black coiling dragon pillars to activate his spiritual will. The 36 black coiling dragon pillars emitted a kind of light membrane, covering the entire dragon confining terrace. Within the light membrane, the black divine dragon swam, forming an extremely powerful structure. Su Yuyao said proudly, "This way, you can forget about escaping. This time, we won't rest until one of us is dead." The two sides looked at each other from afar. Chapter 1781. After the dragon confining terrace closed, the battle could begin at any time. Everyone shut their mouths and began to wait. At this moment, Su Yuyao was not in a hurry. Her bright eyes turned, and she twisted her waist as she walked towards Long Chen. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, and her smile carried a strong sense of mockery. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, she had no choice but to put on a good show. She said, "How about this, in order to prevent others from saying that I, Su Yuyao, am a vengeful person, I'll give you a chance to retreat. As long as you kneel before me, kowtow 3 times, and say 3 times. I was wrong, I was lowly and incompetent. Then, I'll spare you and write off all the enmity in the future. See, I'm very magnanimous, right?" After she said this, a burst of laughter came from the surroundings of the dragon confining terrace. Yao is getting more and more mischievous. That's right. Which man would agree to such conditions? Really, who knows? This Long Chen is not a member of my Su clan. Don't overestimate his backbone and ability. Su Mukun is also a super divine dragon. Why is he so powerful? Isn't it because he has 5% of the martial god's bloodline, which has activated his inherited blood essence to the greatest extent? The heavenly tribulation of a dragon martial artist is terrifying. His final achievement may not be comparable to my god's bloodline. Su Yuyao was very satisfied with the surrounding laughter. She felt that if she was the one being humiliated like this, she would definitely go crazy. Because of this, she stared at Long Chen, but to her disappointment, he was like a block of wood, pretending not to hear anything. At this moment, his hands moved, and two long swords, one black and one gray, appeared in his hands. The black divine sword was rusty and extremely mysterious. It had a kind of power that made primordial spirits fearful, and the gray longsword was full of killing intent, causing people to tremble with fear. Long Chen cleverly held the position of the sword hilt so that no one could see the Dao pattern. The two swords were placed horizontally, indicating Long Chen's attitude. He could not admit defeat. Just as everyone was shocked by his resolute attitude, Long Chen's eyes flickered, and without any warning, he made a move. His speed instantly broke through the limit, and he turned into an indistinguishable afterimage. In an instant, he swept past Su Yuyao and rushed behind her. Su Yuyao was shocked. She quickly executed her movement technique and barely managed to dodge Long Chen's sharp god-slaying sword. This time, the crowd was in an uproar. How ungentlemanly. You actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Truly deserving of disdain. As expected, those who aren't divine blood descendants are all cunning and lowly to the bone. You don't even have this bit of elegance. How can you be considered a member of my Su family? The god-slaying sword turned into a gray deathly light and swept past Su Yuyao at an unparalleled speed. This was the power of the god-slaying art. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It seemed simple, but in fact, it was best at killing with a single strike. If Su Yuyao had been a little slower, she would have been killed by Long Chen. Even so, Long Chen's god-slaying sword still swept past her fluttering long hair. In an instant, her long hair exploded and danced in the air. Her long hair was almost cut by half a meter by Long Chen, becoming shoulder-length hair. The fluttering long hair instantly filled everyone's eyes. Su Yuyao found it hard to breathe. She looked at the fluttering hair in disbelief. That was the most precious part of her, but now it had turned into bubbles and disappeared without a trace. Su Yuyao looked at her surroundings in a daze until her long hair fell to the ground. When she saw that Long Chen was still looking at her indifferently, the sluggishness in her eyes had completely turned into ruthlessness and hatred. This time, the new and old grudges were stacked together. Su Yuyao was unable to control the anger and boiling of her bloodline. At that instant, she let out a shocking scream. Like a wild beast, she flashed her claws and pounced towards Long Chen. Long Chen felt a strong killing intent. In terms of the amount of nirvana energy, Long Chen was far from being her match. However, in other aspects, Long Chen was far superior to her, especially his physical body. His physical body gave Long Chen greater agility and explosive power. Hence, he was better at close combat, and the martial god was the god of close combat. In an instant, the two of them clashed and fought on the white jade dragon trapping platform. Two shadows were constantly flying around, and for a moment, everyone was in a flurry. What they saw was that Long Chen was actually able to fight Su Yuyao head-on. Although Yao hasn't used her fatal technique, it's already a genius for him to be able to block her temporarily. Especially that sword just now, it's really amazing. I think I've heard of it before, Su Xing said thoughtfully. Su Ming sneered and said, just wait and see. If the children of my Su clan are not even comparable to commoners, where can I put my face? I'll definitely be a joke to the other divine descendants in the ancient city. Speaking up to this point, Su Xing nodded and said, now that you mention it, I remember that the battlefield of the gods that occurs once every 1,000 years is about to open again. I have to get someone to lead the team and bring these children to worship the heroic spirits of their ancestors. At the same time, I'll also meet with the other divine descendants in the ancient city to see who's more suitable. Su Ming said coldly, third brother has never been able to be disciplined. Fourth brother is a fence-sitter. Only fifth brother can give orders. If it's not her, who else can it be? Su Xing chuckled, and the fat on his body jiggled. It was a tacit agreement. Not far away, Su Xilan heard their conversation and remained silent. At this moment, the crowd burst into an uproar. It turned out that the battle had already reached its climax. Su Yuyao's body was shrouded in a golden brilliance. She was as dazzling as the sun. She actually grew 3 heads and 6 arms, displaying the essence of martial arts. Her fists were wide open, and her aura was boundless. With every punch, even the black dragon pillar was shaking. Presumably, Long Chen looked like he was wandering around, but under the violent attacks of his opponent, he was like a lonely boat in the sea, swaying in the storm. Die, die, die. Su Yuyao's eyes were bloodshot like a ferocious beast. Wherever the shadows of her fists went, it was as if a martial god had descended. Taiwu Fist Art. Under the transformation of the 2 fists, the power was boundless. At this moment, the 3 heads and 6 arms combined to form a peak punch. It rushed over, and the runes in the fist flashed. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Everything was turned upside down. There seemed to be a god hidden in the fist, and countless ear-piercing Buddhist chants swept over. Under such an attack, Long Chen's eyes were calm. He did not retreat, but instead advanced. At this moment, he finally exploded his power. Both swords rushed forward, and the immemorial slaughter runes spread on both swords. Sword Chi soared into the sky. Long Chen's eyes turned illusory, and when the opponent's Taiwu Fist Art attacked, the double heavenly slaughter blood swords slashed out. The ancestral dragon's divine power was unparalleled. Just the first heavenly slaughter blood sword was enough to shatter the opponent's Taiwu Fist Art. The god-slaying sword slashed out, and the blood-red sword Qi shot out, causing Su Yuyao to escape in an extremely sorry state, and almost fell to the ground. The boundless power of the Taiwu Fist Art was actually broken by Long Chen casually. This scene immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. However, the battle did not stop because of this. Su Yuyao climbed up angrily and attacked again. This time, she used her power to the extreme, and the martial arts aura on her body exploded. She rushed forward and punched. Her momentum was magnificent. At the same time, her other hand formed a hand seal, and she succeeded in an instant. Taiwu True Lord descends. The so-called Taiwu True Lord was a divine general under the martial god. He commanded 3,000 samsara soldiers, and his cultivation was close to that of a god. When Su Yuyao used this move, she instantly formed 18 clones, and they attacked from all directions. The power of the Taiwu Fist Art instantly increased by 18 times. At that moment, the entire dragon confining terrace was enveloped in golden light. Long Chen was shocked by the golden light that came from all directions. The 18 clones all condensed Su Yuyao from the golden light, but the move they performed might not be stronger than Su Yuyao's Taiwu Fist Art. With so many attacks coming together, unless one's combat power was much higher than Su Yuyao's, one would not be able to break it. Vaguely, Long Chen seemed to have seen Su Yuyao's proud smile. However, Long Chen smiled coldly. If it was only at this level, he would not have needed to make so many preparations today. His body turned illusory, and he used the Great Void Aeon Dragon's mystical ability, Eternal Instant. Immediately after, the crowd saw a shocking scene. Su Yuyao's 18 Taiwu True Lord clones originally had a vast attack power, but they all stopped midway when they approached Long Chen. Only Su Yuyao was still rushing forward. At this critical moment, everyone was horrified, and so was Su Yuyao. It was just that her speed was too fast, and she could not adjust in time. At this moment, Long Chen brandished his sword, and the god-slaying sword turned into a ray of light that shot over like an arrow. It was unavoidable. This was the god-slaying art. Although the god-slaying art did not have the lethality of the heavenly slaughtering blood sword, it was too fast, so fast that it reached Long Chen's limit. His limit surpassed Su Yuyao's. Su Yuyao dodged with all her might, but she was still unable to dodge the gray sword light. It was just that in the process of dodging, the sword light's target changed from her head to the area between her chest and abdomen. She hurriedly dodged to the side, and the sword light shot over, tearing the precious silk clothes on her chest and instantly turning the area above her abdomen into a bloody mess. This was just an instant. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Most of them could not sit still anymore. They stood up with ferocious gazes, clenched their fists, and stared at Long Chen. Although it was a sensitive area, this could not be blamed on Long Chen. It was the result of her dodging. It was just that the delicate jade rabbit had been destroyed beyond recognition, and it was really a reckless waste of God's good gifts. Su Yuyao let out a terrified scream, and she was completely flustered. Long Chen did not take advantage of her, but chose to stop. If he attacked at this time, he could definitely kill this woman. Su Yuyao's mental fortitude was not good, and she immediately broke down after being injured. She hurriedly adjusted herself, and in the midst of her panic, she had already forgotten about Long Chen. It was only when she changed into a new set of clothes, and with the strong recovery power of her body, that the superficial injuries recovered to their original state in a short period of time, becoming flawless that Su Yuyao sat on the ground in a daze. Meanwhile, Long Chen had already waited for her for about 20 breaths of time. Outside the arena, the anger in most people's hearts finally disappeared. If Long Chen took advantage of this opportunity to attack, then he would be too ungentlemanly. In reality, Long Chen was not a gentleman at all. He just wanted this woman to understand why she had lost and be convinced. Chapter 1782. In her impression, when Long Chen faced her, he should have been as powerless as he was in the war god galaxy. Therefore, in her heart, Long Chen could never be compared to her. But up until now, Long Chen seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in fact, he had completely suppressed her. In his final counterattack, he even gave her a nearly fatal move, and the damage caused by this move was much more severe than a fatal attack. Su Yuyao's breathing became heavy, and her eyes were bloodshot. She stared at Long Chen like a completely irrational beast. In her eyes, the killing intent had swelled to the extreme. Outside the arena, everyone looked at each other in dismay. The scene was too unexpected. Obviously, Su Yuyao had already made up her mind to not give up until she killed Long Chen. If Su Yuyao killed Long Chen, what kind of good show would happen? Especially the people of the 17th branch family. At this time, they all laughed. Previously, Su Yuyao had shown mercy to Long Chen. She was afraid of Su Zhen, so she did not kill Long Chen. But now, she had definitely lost her rationality and vowed not to give up. Long Chen. Long Chen, it was as if she had returned to the cave, where the other party made her swallow the disgusting venom. Her whole body was filled with killing intent. Seeing Su Yuyao like this, many people frowned, including Su Yuji, who was below. However, the dragon trapping terrace was now closed, and it was too late for her to go up and stop it. She could only look at Long Chen with anticipation. I hope he can survive in front of the crazy Su Yuyao. She knew that this was a very important chess piece of her father, and she could not let Su Yuyao destroy it. Long Chen had been very calm. Just as everyone was in a commotion, Su Yuyao indeed used that move, a magical ability unique to all the descendants of the gods, boiling God's blood. Boiling God's blood had almost no side effects. The higher the concentration of the blood in the body, the more obvious the effect. For example, Su Yuyao had more than 10% blood. Once she used boiling God's blood, the effect would be quite terrifying. It was just that the cooldown time was a little long, so Su Yuyao did not use boiling God's blood in the cave. Otherwise, the 8 evils of the galaxy would not be her match. Boom. She opened her arms, and golden light shone, turning her into a small sun. A terrifying aura swept out from her body. The power contained within her body could probably instantly destroy the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Su Yuyao's boiling god's blood was much stronger than Su Yuchen's. Boom! 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 Long Chen seemed to be able to hear the surging blood in her body. Su Yuyao's aura soared once again, gradually reaching the level where she could dominate Long Chen. Long Chen narrowed his eyes when he saw Su Yuyao's power causing the dragon confining terrace to tremble. Her strength had gradually reached the limit that Long Chen could bear. Everyone exclaimed. All 3 of Su Zhen's children are extraordinary, especially Su Mukan. The eldest, Su Sheng, suddenly said. Su Ming chuckled and did not speak any further. At this moment, a commotion broke out once again. Long Chen saw that Su Yuyao's body was already enveloped in a set of purple battle armor. The purple battle armor was made of bird feathers. The feathers were as hard as steel, and although they looked beautiful, they actually contained the ferocity of a desolate beast. An extremely scorching energy was released from the purple battle armor. Su Yuyao, who was protected by the battle armor, had a cold expression and a shocking might. This was probably the most terrifying battle armor that Long Chen had ever seen. Every single feather was covered in dense purple runes, and each rune was filled with a large amount of energy. All of the purple runes fused into an array diagram on the battle armor, forming an extremely sturdy defense. Dense Dao runes covered the majority of the battle armor, forming a terrifying impact force. At this moment, Su Yuyao was like a god. It's actually the Great Sun Purple One Heavenly Armor, a primordial Dao artifact with 45 Dao runes. Yes, this battle armor is said to be forged from the feathers of a reincarnation realm desolate beast, the Great Sun Purple One Heavenly Bird, in addition to countless precious crystals, metals, and silk. It's extremely powerful. I never expected it to fall into Miss Yao's hands. I heard that third young city lord bestowed it to Miss Yao after she was attacked in the War God Galaxy. It seems that third young city lord dotes on Miss Yao a lot. I thought it was just a rumor. I never expected it to be true. Seething divine blood and a primordial Dao artifact. One for offense and one for defense. Right now, Su Yuyao was practically invincible. Everyone was very curious. Su Yuyao had already reached this level. Could Long Chen still break it? In fact, before the battle had even started, everyone already knew the answer. Not to mention Long Chen, most of the people present couldn't do it. Not to mention the seething divine blood, it would already be pretty good if it could break the Great Sun Purple One Heavenly Armor. Su Yuyao unleashed a boundless divine might. Her eyes even contained the will of the martial god. In each of her eyes, there were 9 deities standing there, giving Long Chen an immense pressure. These were the 18 clones of the martial god. The will of the martial god wasn't a descendant of divinity. One could say that not many people would be able to block it. Long Chen was actually completely unaffected by the will of the martial god. At the very least, in terms of strength, he had already caused everyone to feel trepidation. In addition to the will of the martial god, the current Su Yuyao caused everyone in the Su clan to be shaken. Miss Yao can be considered a genius for her achievements today. She isn't any weaker compared to those at the peak of the Zone clan. If she reaches the age of her elder sister, her cultivation base would most probably surpass her. Such words caused Su Yuyao to feel extremely proud. Clad in the Great Sun Purple One Heavenly Armor, Su Yuyao stood proudly in the air, exuding a powerful might. Compared to her, Long Chen was just like an ant. Everything that happened today was brought upon by you. Su Yuyao's hatred had already turned into extreme coldness. She spread her arms wide, and the might of the martial gods will press down. Under that pressure, Long Chen was forced to retreat a few steps. Do you think that you can be above me just because you are lucky? Let me tell you, I'm a mountain that you will never be able to surpass. Even if my father treats you as his foster son, in my eyes, your status is still as low as dog shit. Su Yuyao hysterically shouted. She punched out with her tyrannical strength, forcing Long Chen to retreat. Given her strength, it was truly terrifying to the extent that it was sufficient to crush Long Chen. 3 moves from the Taiwu fist path caused Long Chen to be flung through the air, slamming into the light barrier formed by the coiling dragon pillar. Everyone was shocked once again, but this time around, it was because of Su Yuyao. Too powerful, Long Chen doesn't even have the strength to resist. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. He angered Miss Yao to such an extent. Apart from the 3rd young master, no one else can save him. This time, Long Chen is definitely finished. Everyone's speculation wasn't unreasonable. Su Yuyao was getting more and more berserk. With those 2 innate abilities and the super defensive battle armor, it could be said that she could absolutely crush Long Chen. The power of each of her punches and kicks was almost doubled. Boom! The dragon confining platform shattered and trembled. I'll give you another choice. Kneel on the ground, kowtow to me, and say that you are lowly and incompetent. Then I will spare your dog life, Su Yuyao said hysterically. Long Chen finally steadied himself in the violent storm. Just when everyone thought that he would beg for mercy in order to live, his expression did not change, and he revealed a cold smile. That cold smile caused everyone to be astonished. Could it be, yes, the strongest aspect of a dragon martial artist would always be the body of a divine dragon. Just when everyone was frightened by his cold smile, a shocking scene appeared. The man who was like a trapped beast finally transformed into a blood divine dragon that was 400 meters long. Sharp claws and teeth, sharp dragon spikes, and hundreds of millions of exquisite dragon scales filled with a murderous aura. This divine dragon shrouded in a blood mist brought great shock to everyone. Everyone knew that this wasn't an ordinary Hong Long, but a super divine dragon. There were hundreds of millions of divine dragons, but too few people knew about them. Even most of the divine dragons couldn't be named, so it was normal that they didn't know the primordial blood spiritual dragon. The moment the divine dragon appeared, everyone's heart trembled. Dragon martial artists were the only powerful martial artists comparable to the descendants of gods. They were the most powerful when they transformed into divine dragons. Su Yuyao didn't think much of it. She said with a sarcastic smile, "You are just a snake with claws. In front of me, a descendant of gods, you can't escape the fate of death. Long Chen, you have challenged my limits time and time again. Today, I have already endured to the limit. No matter how my father punishes me, I will not rest until you die." She attacked again. The divine dragon that was trapped in the dragon confining terrace bent down and watched her approach coldly. Just when Su Yuyao attacked, Long Chen's body burned with blood-red flames. This terrifying flame had just started burning, and it spread throughout the entire dragon confining terrace. No one could escape within the light membrane. Su Yuyao could trap Long Chen this way, but she didn't expect to be trapped instead. While the spiritual cultivation fire allowed Long Chen's attack power to surpass that of seething divine blood, it also burned the opponent's nirvana force. The spiritual cultivation fire was all-pervasive, and Su Yuyao couldn't block it at all. A good battle was instantly filled with flames. Everyone stood up and looked at this scene in shock. Immediately after, Su Yuyao's soul-stirring scream was heard. "Stop!" everyone exclaimed. Obviously, Su Yuyao was defeated. This spiritual cultivation fire was too terrifying. But it was already too late. In the dragon confining terrace, sword shadows flashed, followed by a tragic shattering sound. It was as if a giant bird beast had collapsed, letting out a sharp bird cry. This was the sound of the great sun purple phoenix's heavenly armor shattering. Long Chen had already transformed into his human form. Surrounded by the spiritual cultivation fire, he used more than 3,000 god-slaying swords to finally shatter the great sun purple phoenix's heavenly armor. The Dao patterns of the god-slaying swords condensed, becoming a Dao artifact with 28 Dao patterns. Its power increased again, and it gradually revealed its extraordinary power. If it continued burning, Su Yuyao, who was surrounded by the spiritual cultivation fire, would be completely finished. The spiritual cultivation fire consumed a lot of Long Chen's energy. He stopped the flames, and Su Yuyao fell to the ground with a bang. Her strength had fallen to the early stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm, and her injuries were more serious than Su Yuchen's. Chapter 1783. In fact, after Su Yuyao's divine blood boiled, basically no one would have thought that such a situation would happen. Once Long Chen used the spiritual cultivation fire, Su Yuyao lost all resistance. Even the precious Great Sun Purple Phoenix heavenly armor was destroyed, becoming food for Long Chen's god-slaying sword. In the middle of the dragon confining terrace, the youth stood with his sword. From start to finish, he didn't say anything. As for Su Yuyao, who was threatening, angry, and mocking, she was now lying on the ground. The spiritual cultivation fire wouldn't damage her appearance, but it could take away her vitality and nirvana power. Under the attack of Long Chen's god-slaying sword, Su Yuyao had already lost her ability to fight. She looked miserable and looked at Long Chen like a fool. Her mind was blank. Her fingers, which were pressed on the white jade relief, trembled incessantly, showing her panic at this moment. In order to prevent Long Chen from going crazy, many experts from the Su family had already approached. At this moment, the person controlling the coiling dragon pillar had also opened the light film. Of course, Long Chen had never thought of taking this woman's life here. That would definitely bring him endless trouble. Now was not the time. Moreover, today's lesson was more or less enough. He lowered his head and pointed the god-slaying sword at her forehead. He said coldly, "From today onwards, are you convinced by me?" Ah. Su Yuyao got up in a hurry, her eyes still filled with hatred. Long Chen knew that there was a type of person who wouldn't be afraid no matter what. This kind of woman would probably only be willing to give up after killing her. At this moment, a comfortable voice was heard. It was mellow and warm, but also rich and full of strength. Just from the voice, one could tell that the person who came was definitely an expert. He said, "Let's call it a day. Long Chen, come over here." That's young city lord Su Sheng's voice. Everyone exclaimed. Of course, they knew that Su Sheng and the rest were here. Su Sheng. So it was the legendary young city lord, the former young master of the Su family. Since he had announced that it was over, it would definitely end here today. However, Su Yuyao was extremely resentful and he didn't know what kind of trouble she would bring to him. What Long Chen didn't expect was that everyone in the 17th branch family was having a discussion. I didn't expect Miss Yao to lose so miserably. Judging from Miss Yao's expression, it seems like she wants Long Chen dead at all costs. If that's the case, I'm sure she'll use the item we gave her right away. Use it. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Everyone from the 17th branch family snickered. Today's battle could be said to be ever-changing. Long Chen took one last look at Su Yuyao and finally turned to leave. However, when he left, he sensed that something was wrong. Just now, Su Yuyao, who was trembling all over and had a ferocious look in her eyes, had taken a black bracelet and put it on her hand. It was also a Dao artifact. On this Dao artifact, Long Chen felt an aura similar to the limitless star dragon diagram. Presumably, it was a Dao artifact with similar attributes but extremely powerful effects. Long Chen, who thought he had already won, was enveloped by the threat of death. He became more vigilant. When he was about 100 meters away from Su Yuyao, he instantly turned around and stared at the crazy woman with a pair of cold eyes. What an endless entanglement. The other party suddenly revealed a ferocious smile. Her coquettish face was distorted because of it. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're afraid, but it's too late." Long Chen had already sensed the aura of a huge beast. Roar. It seemed like the other party was controlling a rare and powerful wild beast. Wild beasts were extremely ferocious creatures without any consciousness. If the other party was controlling a super strong wild beast at this moment, it would be terrible. However, ominous premonitions often came true. At this moment, Su Yuyao opened the bracelet and a wild beast's aura spread out. Everyone present was extremely shocked and retreated one after another. A ball of black flame emerged from the bracelet. The terrifying flame expanded rapidly and in a short period of time, it formed a huge lion-like beast in front of Long Chen. However, this lion was completely black, and its body was burning with extremely hot black flames. Its claws and teeth were sharp, and its body was covered with fire array diagrams. It was like a killing creature that walked out of hell. It stood proudly on the dragon-trapping platform. That astonishing aura, the might of the king of beasts, descended. In its ferocity, a thick smell of blood burst out. Roar! The huge beast shook its long mane and let out a frightening roar. This is the Devil Fire Devourer. Many people were shocked once again. Devil Fire Devourer, isn't it the wild beast tamed by the 17th branch family? It was originally the life-saving treasure of this branch family's young master. How did it end up in Miss Yao's hands? That's right, a divine beast like the Devil Fire Devourer is born with 9 nirvana tribulations. It is extremely difficult to tame it. This Devil Fire Devourer is slightly docile because it was captured when it was young. Just as he said this, the Devil Fire Devourer let out a low provocative roar towards the crowd. The sound was extremely shocking, and most people swallowed the words in their mouths. Long Chen was also shocked by this divine beast. At this moment, Su Yuyao jumped off the dragon confining terrace and signaled the operator to raise the light membrane again. It was as if they had discussed it beforehand. Before Long Chen left, they closed the light membrane again, trapping Long Chen and the Devil Fire Devourer within it. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Yuyao was going to let the Devil Fire Devourer tear Long Chen apart. Just as Su Yuyao went down, the Devil Fire Devourer let out an earth-shaking roar. Its thick claws landed on the ground and easily broke the floor of the dragon confining terrace. Its pair of bell-like eyes stared at Long Chen. It opened its mouth and black saliva dripped down drop by drop, turning into flames and burning on the dragon confining terrace. Facing such a huge beast, he looked at Su Yuyao again. However, Su Yuyao laughed and only said 4 words. "You're dead." The challenges came in waves. This Devil Fire Devourer was much stronger than Su Yuyao. If she had chosen to attack together with the Devil Fire Devourer at the beginning, Long Chen might not have been able to escape this calamity. When Su Yuyao said those 4 words, the Devil Fire Devourer flew into a rage and rushed over. Black high-temperature flames engulfed everything. For a moment, even the people outside could feel the extreme heat. This time, it's really over for him. The people from the 17th branch family actually gave the Devil Fire Devourer to Miss Yao. They suddenly felt that Long Chen was very pitiful. For this battle, Su Yuyao could be said to have prepared to the extreme. But what made everyone feel strange was that facing such a ferocious huge beast, Long Chen clearly couldn't compare to it. However, he didn't have any intention of retreating. This was the best opportunity to display Mo Xiaolang's abilities. Since they could tame a desolate beast, why couldn't he? Just as the Devil Fire Devourer was rushing over, a black demonic wolf shrouded in flames also rushed out from Long Chen's divine kingdom. In terms of might and bloodline, the Sun Devourer demonic wolf was much weaker than the Devil Fire Devourer. However, the Sun Devourer demonic wolf's black ice-cold flames were superior. For a moment, the Devil Fire Devourer demonic wolf was frightened. "Big brother, don't worry. No matter how strong this fire-type demonic beast is, I will be able to restrain it," Mo Xiaolang secretly said. Long Chen was relieved. He said, "All right, you will be the main force. I will support you. Remember, you are a desolate beast." If it was too intelligent, others wouldn't believe it and would guess that it was a demonic beast. He actually tamed a desolate beast. I seem to have heard that this demonic wolf once defeated a warrior in the late stage of nirvana tribulation. However, it is clearly stronger. Just as everyone was discussing in amazement, the 2 terrifying beasts began to fight fiercely. Both were covered in black flames, but one was bone-chilling while the other was extremely hot. Previously, when he defeated Su Yuyao, he had used up a large amount of nirvana power to display the god-refining fire. At this moment, Long Chen avoided the devil fire devourer's sharpness. With the two swords in his hands, he escaped into the torrent of time and completely disappeared in front of everyone. Only a few people could see him. What is this power? Time, eternity, eternal dragon city. Su Sheng's fat body stood up, his eyes flickering. It seems that third brother has picked up a treasure. Su Ming continued to sneer. The power of time was the most precious power. Even in Eternal Dragon City, there weren't many people who could control the true Tao of time. In their opinion, Long Chen either had two attributes in his inherited essence blood or he had comprehended the Tao of time himself. Only then would he be a true peerless genius. Previously, when he used Eternal Moment, they had already suspected it. The Time Dragon made the Devil Fire Devourer unable to see him at all. In the battle between it and the Sun-devouring demonic wolf, Long Chen had also put in a lot of effort. The terrifying Devil Fire Devourer was much stronger than Su Yuyao. However, facing Long Chen and the Sun-devouring demonic wolf that restrained it, it couldn't do anything. The flames on his body were being devoured by the Sun-devouring demonic wolf. In order to show his ferocity, Mo Xiaolang had to fight it head-on. Its teeth and claws left many wounds on his body. At the beginning, the Sun-devouring demonic wolf was completely defeated. However, under the dual attacks of Long Chen and the Sun-devouring demonic wolf's divine power, the Devil Fire Devourer was fundamentally injured. If it had been another type of dire beast, the two of them definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat it. After all, this was a terrifying ninth-stage Nirvana Tribulation realm. Rip. Long Chen's god-slaying sword appeared and disappeared mysteriously, blinding the Devil Fire Devourer. When the flames attacked, he quickly dodged. The Sun-devouring demonic wolf took this opportunity to charge forward and bite wildly. It even threw the devouring moon directly into the other party's mouth, blowing off half of the Devil Fire Devourer's head. This battle lasted for nearly an hour before it ended. The Devil Fire Devourer's vitality was too strong. No matter how the two of them restrained it, they couldn't kill it immediately. Only when Long Chen's Lingxi sword almost destroyed the other party's essence spirit did the Sun-devouring demonic wolf finally devour its flame essence. This ferocious dire beast turned into a dried corpse and collapsed to the ground. Su Yuyao took a few steps back and sat on the ground. Chapter 1784. They obtained another overwhelming victory. This time around, luck played a huge part in their victory. After all, their opponent was a fire attribute desolate beast and was controlled by the Sun-devouring demonic wolf. But no matter what, their victory was still very thorough. Mo Xiaolang's identity was also resolved, but it wasn't suitable for him to reveal himself for a long period of time. Long Chen swiftly allowed him to enter the Divine Kingdom and surveyed the surroundings, finally locating Su Yuyao's figure. This time around, she was truly defeated. She collapsed onto the ground, her countenance was completely ashen as her entire body trembled. Her beauty that could mesmerize the masses now resembled a clown. "Open this thing." The first sentence Long Chen spoke was to the person controlling the coiling dragon pillar. At this moment, the crowd was completely silent. The majority of them stared in shock at the corpse of the Devil Fire Swanni as their countenances stiffened. Long Chen's performance today could be said to have shaken the entire martial god city. For the next few years, this matter would most probably be a hot topic. Not only did he completely defeat Su Yuyao, he even killed the Devil Fire Swanni. This matter could be considered a smack to the faces of the 17th branch clan. It was just that at this moment, they didn't dare to come out and embarrass themselves. The person controlling the coiling dragon pillar finally opened the light barrier. Long Chen leaped up and appeared before Su Yuyao. Staring at this pitiful woman, Long Chen knew that he couldn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. And at this moment, everyone realized that Long Chen might be ruthless. After all, she was a genius young lady of the Zone clan. They couldn't allow Long Chen to do as he pleased. Hence, many experts were already monitoring the situation. Those Samsara realm experts could easily deal with Long Chen. Hence, they weren't anxious at all. It was just that no matter who it was, they all felt a trace of reverence for this young man. How could a golden Qilin be an ordinary creature in a pond? It would transform into a dragon the moment it encountered the wind and clouds. Standing in front of Su Yuyao and looking down from above, Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to lift her chin. How dare an outsider act like this in front of so many elders? How audacious! Long Chen stared coldly into the other party's trembling eyes and said slowly, "I don't care what happened today. The reason I agreed to your challenge was to give us a chance to settle this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered with you. There's a saying that goes, the victor is king and the loser is a bandit. In my eyes, you're a bandit, a slut. I know you're used to being high and mighty, but I'm more used to beating people like you down from the top. If you're still not convinced, I welcome you to continue making trouble for me, but that will only make you feel more despair. There's a limit to my patience. I just hope that one day, you won't force me to the point where I don't even care about my own life to kill you." After saying that, he put down the god-slaying sword. Su Yuyao lowered her head. Her tears fell uncontrollably, but her eyes were still lifeless. Under the gaze of countless people, Long Chen straightened his back. Su Yuji stood not far in front of him and waved at him. As for Su Yuyao, she basically turned a blind eye. Long Chen knew that many people were looking at him, but he wasn't scared. He was also angry. He was very cautious, but he was also very smart. He knew that after this battle, his position in the Su family had already undergone a subtle change. That was, he was no longer someone who could be slaughtered by anyone. Many people had mixed feelings. They were naturally unhappy with Long Chen's current arrogant look. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. Moreover, it seemed like Su Zhen was still protecting him. Unknowingly, Long Chen seemed to have become the number one figure in the Su clan. Su Yuji smiled sweetly and completely ignored the environment. She said, "My uncle said that he wants to see you. Go over." "Uncle, I'm not going." Long Chen rejected in public. He knew that he only needed to listen to Su Zhen's words. As for the others, even if it was Su Sheng, what could they do? Long Chen could grasp this subtle relationship, so he was even more confident that if Su Zhen believed that he had something he wanted, and if Su Sheng wanted to deal with him, he would definitely disobey. The Su clan was his enemy. There was no need for Long Chen to be respectful to them. Many people heard this sentence. Many people's eyes revealed anger. However, since Su Sheng didn't make things difficult for him, they couldn't say anything for the time being. At this time, Long Chen had already passed by the crowd and was preparing to return to his Violet Dragon Pavilion. Watching him leave, many people gritted their teeth. And at this moment, an extremely wealthy middle-aged man whose entire body was glittering with golden light and adorned with jewels landed on the dragon trapping platform. His body had a terrifying radiance, and although he was very fat, he gave Long Chen a rather dangerous feeling. He should be someone on the same level as Su Zhen. It was Su Sheng. He didn't come down because of Long Chen, so Long Chen wasn't afraid of him. Instead, he continued walking forward. Even Su Yuji couldn't hold him back. At this time, Su Sheng cleared his throat and said, "It's not easy for us to gather together. I'll tell you some important news. It's related to the majority of the young disciples. Everyone, please listen carefully." Long Chen stopped walking. He could tell that the so-called majority of the young disciples were actually talking to him. He wanted Long Chen to stay. Long Chen was already 1,000 meters away. There was no problem listening to him. Only then did Su Sheng say, "The Dragon God domain has a few most mysterious places. The battlefield of the gods is one of them. Rumor has it that this is the place where the gods once fought to the death. However, this is only a rumor. There is no way to verify it. However, everyone must know that in the battlefield of the gods, the ancestors of the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants have left their heroic spirits there for us to worship. The so-called battlefield is more like a mausoleum. Everyone understood these words. Long Chen reckoned that he was talking to himself. Su Sheng paused for a moment, then said, "The battlefield of the gods is a peaceful place. It only opens once every 1,000 years. In a little more than a month, the battlefield of the gods will open. The youngest disciples of our Su clan have yet to worship the heroic spirits of our ancestors. Therefore, in a little more than a month, a portion of the most outstanding young disciples will be led by their elders to the battlefield of the gods to worship the heroic spirits of our ancestors. I already have a name list in my hands." Once these words were spoken, everyone revealed fanatical expressions. They were extremely excited. Clearly, they were extremely yearning and longing to worship the true spirits of the martial gods. The crowd immediately became restless, even drowning out the storm caused by Long Chen. It could be seen how much the disciples yearned for this operation. However, most people only yearned for it. Only a few people had soul-stirring expectations. After all, there was a limited number of people who could worship the heroic spirits of their ancestors every time. The battlefield of the gods was a holy land, and not everyone had the qualifications to worship it. Seeing that he had successfully stirred up everyone's emotions, Su Sheng faintly glanced in Long Chen's direction. Then, he smiled and said, "We are the descendants of the martial gods. Worshipping the ancestors is the sublimation of our souls. The ancestors were the true gods of the world, dominating the ancient times and intimidating the heavens. Those who worship the ancestors must have a pious heart and sing praises to the ancestors. Any young disciple who participates will be able to receive the divine spirit rain from the true spirits of the martial gods. It can strengthen one's foundation, stabilize one's bloodline, increase one's strength, increase one's potential, strengthen one's physical body, and so on. There is even a possibility of obtaining even greater benefits. For example, 100,000 years ago, there was a person in my martial god city who received an immemorial Tao tool from the ancestors. He was able to move unhindered across the universe and became a peerless genius, leaving behind an illustrious name." He emphasized again, "I'm sure everyone knows about the so-called immemorial Tao tool. It is a Tao tool with more than 100 Tao patterns and has a history of tens of millions of years. Most of them are super Tao tools that have been passed down from the immemorial era until now. They have true spirits and are extremely powerful. Even a 3-year-old child can kill a reincarnation tribulation realm expert with them. They can cover the sky and cut the galaxy. They are omnipotent. No matter who it is, once they get their hands on an immemorial Tao tool, they will reach the heavens in a single step." These words made everyone's blood boil. Their eyes were filled with even more fanaticism and yearning. However, there were also some people who found it strange. Why did he have to describe these things in such detail when everyone knew it? However, Long Chen knew that Su Sheng had his eyes on him. Long Chen could roughly guess his intentions. As expected, at this moment, Su Sheng added a few more words and began to announce the list that had been prepared long ago. He said with a face full of joy, "After our discussion, we have decided to send my 5th sister, who is also the 5th young city lord, Su Xilan. With her around, everyone can rest assured about the safety of the disciples. In addition, there are also 5 deputy commanders. They will be the youngest reincarnation tribulation realm expert from the 18 branch families. The list of 5 people is as follows." After that, he announced 5 names. They were all relatively young, but their cultivation bases were already at the reincarnation tribulation realm. They were all geniuses from the ancient city's branch family. And then, the main event arrived. Seeing that all the young disciples were filled with yearning, Su Sheng smiled and began to announce, "This time around, those who have the qualifications to pay respects to the ancestor and bathe in the divine spirit rain, are a total of 20 branch family disciples. There are also disciples of the Ancestral clan whose cultivation bases are at the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm and above. Everyone should be very clear who the disciples of the Ancestral clan are. It's just that a few days ago, my third brother accepted a foster son. I hereby announce that Long Chen will also be participating in this ceremony as a disciple of the Ancestral clan. He didn't even give Long Chen a chance to refute. As the sound of his voice faded, the crowd burst into an uproar once again. Their faces were filled with astonishment as they exchanged glances with each other. Most of them were filled with dissatisfaction. Honestly speaking, although Long Chen was powerful, they despised Long Chen from the depths of their bones. This outsider basically didn't have the bloodline of the Su clan, yet he was able to enjoy the treatment that the majority of branch family disciples didn't have. He was able to defeat the martial god ancestor. Momentarily, countless people were in an uproar. Su Sheng seemed to have long expected such a situation. He stretched out his hand and pressed down. The mouths of the crowd seemed to be pressed down, causing them to be unable to utter a single word. At this moment, Su Ming's voice drifted over. He said, Long Chen has immense potential and is also the future hope of our Su clan. This decision was made jointly by my elder brother and me. If anyone has any objections, feel free to come and reason with me. Chapter 1785. Long Chen had already expected this result. These two fellows might have guessed Su Zhen's thoughts and plans. Su Zhen definitely wants to keep me by his side, but these two fellows deliberately sent me away. They must be testing him. If they restrict Su Zhen in the ancient martial god's city after I leave, I don't believe that I can't escape his control. Long Chen was acutely aware that this might be his only chance to escape. Therefore, this might very well be a good thing for him. As for the martial god ancestor's divine reign and gifts, although Long Chen knew that the primordial Tao artifact was definitely very precious, and he still had to face Lingxi's 8 great celestial swords, compared to life and freedom, these things were not Long Chen's main goal. Therefore, he did not reject Su Sheng's decision. Hearing this news, Su Yuji's face darkened, and there was already some anger between her brows. She clearly knew that Su Sheng and the others made this decision because of Su Zhen. Don't worry, when this news reaches my father will deal with it. He won't let you run to the battlefield of the gods for no reason. Su Yuji's brows moved slightly as she said indifferently. And at this time, with regards to Long Chen going to the battlefield of the gods, the others did not dare to oppose it. They were just angry in their hearts, and from time to time, they would cast disgusted glances at Long Chen. Next, Su Sheng announced the 20 most outstanding young experts selected from the branch family. They also had the qualifications to worship the ancestors. In fact, most people could guess the list of names announced earlier. Only the last 20 young martial artists from the branch family had to be confirmed. When this list was announced, the young people who obtained this opportunity were all ecstatic. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Su Sheng said, everyone who is about to defeat the martial god ancestor must listen to the command of the 5 young city lords and the various deputy commanders. Your performance will be recorded in the family records, and those who are unruly can be killed on the spot. I hope this will be a very pleasant journey, because as long as you reach the ancient god desolate land, you will be able to meet your companions from the other ancient cities of God's descendants. At that time, basically all the young experts from the 72 ancient cities of God's descendants will gather together, such as the Night God, the Dark Goddess, the Heaven Fire God, the North Sea God, the Mysterious Heaven God, and so on to participate in this worship. Everyone must perform well, don't be bullied by others, lose the reputation of our martial god ancient city, and shame the ancestors. The representatives of the 72 ancient cities of God gathered in one place. This was also a super grand event that rarely appeared in the Dragon God domain. It happened once every 1,000 years, and the descendants of the various gods were all proud individuals. As the 72 ancient cities of God stood side by side as one, it was inevitable that the youths would be competitive. Thus, they wouldn't pay attention to any small fights. Basically, every time the battlefield of the gods opened, there would be many competitions between the youths. This was also one of the big attractions of this trip. There were even many people who went to see the young experts of the other ancient cities of gods' descendants. As for Long Chen, he seemed to have heard a very important name. Dark Goddess, is there such a god? He pretended to be calm and asked Su Yuji. It is located in the northernmost part of the Dragon God domain, and we are currently in the southernmost part of the Dragon God domain. However, when the battlefield of the gods opens, all the ancient cities with the blood of the gods must send representatives to pay their respects. Our martial god ancient city is not considered powerful, but the new generation of experts from the 72 ancient cities with descendants of gods will gather. When that time comes, there will really be as many geniuses as dogs. I don't know how many experts there will be. I reckon that there will be a lot of super divine dragons like my big brother, who are at the 9th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, with battle prowess comparable to the Reincarnation Tribulation realm. The 72 ancient cities of gods' descendants did indeed have countless young experts. Even in martial god ancient city, in Su Yuji's generation, there were at least 20 people whose strength surpassed Long Chen, not to mention that there were a total of 72 ancient cities of gods' descendants. Other than the 5 great dragon cities, perhaps all the young experts in the world would gather together. Dark God City. After taking care of the city lord of the wronged, Li Xuanji left. She would definitely come to the eternal god domain, and if she came, she might go to the Dark God City. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He might be thinking too much. Back then, Li Xuanji was still young and weak, and he was just fooling around in martial god ancient city. How could she be in the Dark God City? She might even appear in the Dark God City's team. However, that girl who looked cold on the outside but was passionate on the inside still made Long Chen miss her. At this moment, Su Sheng had already explained everything. In the end, he took a glance at Long Chen before disappearing. Everyone also started to disperse, while Long Chen and Su Yuji returned. They'll probably set off in half a month. My big brother must have also received the order and is on his way back. You've taught Yaoer a lesson today, but you don't have to worry about it. My big brother has a cold personality, and he doesn't care about anything. He doesn't even speak a single word for the entire day. He basically doesn't care about me and Yaoer. He's wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. He defeated Yaoer fair and square, so he won't vent his anger on you. Really? Long Chen helplessly smiled. Fortunately, that was the case. Otherwise, wouldn't he have provoked another reincarnation tribulation realm powerhouse? Right, your big brother Su Mukin's inheritance blood essence came from. It was said that it was a super divine dragon, on the same level as the 3,000-star soul dragon. Speaking of this, Su Yuji was very fearful. Her eyes flickered, as if she was recalling a terrifying matter. After a long time, she shook her head and woke up from her fear. Her mouth was dry as she said, "It seems to be a primordial demonic dragon, a very evil and cruel dragon. Demonic dragon bloodline." Basically, their personalities were very cruel, similar to demons. Amongst the demonic dragons, the purple blood demonic dragon could be considered as a high-grade divine dragon, but it was a divine dragon that leaned towards justice. As for the primordial demonic dragon, just from its name, one could tell that it was a fiendish being. Naturally, Long Chen's primordial blood spiritual dragon was at the peak of fiendish. Oh. From Su Yuji's description, Long Chen had some expectations for the only super divine dragon in the martial god ancient city. After returning to the Violet Dragon Pavilion, Su Yuji left. She was probably going to report to her father about what happened today. In the Violet Dragon Pavilion, everyone was discussing. I also think that we can make good use of this opportunity. Su Sheng and Su Ming must know about the Martial Devil Cave. Their actions should be to test Su Zhen's movements. After we leave, if Su Zhen follows us, it means that he is indeed guilty. However, if he doesn't follow us, our chances of escaping seem to be quite high. Mo Xiaolang nodded and said. Lingxi said, but Su Xilan seems to have a good relationship with Su Zhen. Will she help him watch over us? Long Chen said, Su Xilan is not as scary as Su Zhen. We still have some time, we have to find out more information. Presumably, by this time, Su Zhen has already received the news. What will he do? Long Chen guessed correctly. In the martial god ancient city, in a forest that was as sharp as a blade, killing intent filled the air. 5 people met, each sitting on a chair under an ancient tree. These 5 people were the 5 young city lords of the martial god ancient city. Among them, Su Xilan sat upright and still, looking valiant and heroic, with a pair of fierce eyes. Su Chan was like an old monk, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, pretending not to hear anything. As for Su Zhen, Su Sheng and Su Ming, they were facing each other. Before Su Zhen could speak, Su Sheng said, You don't have to say anything. We can guess that you want to follow grandfather's old path, to nurture a martial demon seed and demonize yourself to prove your deity position, right? Su Ming sneered, Third bro, don't blame me for not warning you. Be careful not to end up like grandfather. Su Zhen said, Don't force your thoughts on others. Becoming a deity as a demon is only a legend, not a reality. Oh. Su Sheng and Su Ming exchanged a look and smiled. If we are thinking too much, then you won't have any objections if we let Long Chen pay his respects to the ancestors, right? Su Zhen coldly replied, No objections. This is a good thing for him. From today's battle, his potential isn't any inferior to Mu Chen's. Su Sheng and Su Ming never thought that Su Zhen would be so straightforward. They knew that Long Chen wanted to escape. If Su Zhen really had the intention of nurturing a martial demon seed and had even planted that legendary thing in Long Chen, then it was impossible for him to let Long Chen leave his side, not to mention to such a faraway place. But now, he had casually agreed to it. Could it be that they were thinking too much? Su Zhen stood up and said, If there's nothing else, then let's end today's meeting. His reaction made Su Sheng fall silent. After a while, Su Sheng said, As your elder brother, should advise you not to go down the wrong path. However, if you don't have such intentions, then I have nothing to say. Since you've spoken so harshly today, don't follow us to the battlefield of gods and make us brothers look down on you. Su Zhen sneered, the heart of a vile person. Finishing his words, he turned around and left, disappearing in a few moments. Everyone was left looking at each other. Su Ming looked at Su Xilan and asked, Fifth bro, did third bro ask you to keep an eye on Long Chen? Su Xilan indifferently said, Third bro has a calm character, unlike you guys who would use unscrupulous means to fight for power. Although I don't want to answer you guys, I have to say that he didn't tell me anything. Goodbye. In terms of status, the 5 of them were equal. Truth be told, Su Xilan didn't have to obey them. They were all elder brothers, so it was only right for them to show some respect. After speaking, she turned around and left. As for Su Chan, he quietly left after seeing that there was nothing else for him to do. Su Sheng said in doubt, Could it be that I've guessed wrongly? Chapter 1786. In the ancient city of War God, it could be said that undercurrents were surging. No one knew what kind of battle was brewing in this place. Long Chen had already been swept into this whirlpool. However, he spent most of his time cultivating in the Violet Dragon veranda. He basically didn't go to the other worlds in the inner city. These days, Long Chen and the others mainly stabilized their cultivation. After all, they broke through too quickly. They needed to deepen their heavenly Tao cultivation to stabilize the violent Nirvana energy in their bodies. Nirvana energy and Tao seals were of the same attribute. Only a mature Tao seal could suppress more Nirvana energy. Of course, it was also a test of Long Chen's recent achievements. After defeating Su Yuyao, he could be considered to have vented his anger. Since then, Su Yuyao didn't appear again. However, he would definitely meet her on the battlefield of gods in the future. At that time, he didn't know if she would still have strong hostility towards him. About 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Soi Eon successfully passed the first Nirvana tribulation and became a martial artist in the first Nirvana tribulation realm. Although there was still a long way to go before Long Chen and the others, her talent was not outstanding, so it was normal. In the future, the gap might become bigger and bigger. She and Xiao Lang were childhood friends. Mo Xiaolang had a quiet personality, while she was lively and lively. They were a perfect match. After Ling Shi had activated her bloodline in the martial demon cave, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. It had to be said that if the density of the god blood in her body were to spread, it would probably cause an earthquake in the dragon god domain, or even the eternal god domain. That kind of cultivation speed and innate talent and intelligence were in no way inferior to Long Chen. However, Long Chen had already checked. Among the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants, there was the Darkness God City, but there wasn't any deity called Plain Maiden. The deity Plain Maiden existed in the folklore of the dragon sacrificial continent, mysterious and strange. From the matter between Su Zhen, Su Sheng, and Su Ming, Long Chen thought of Mo Xiaolang. He said, "It's time to ask Su Yuji what that black flame was." Even if the flame had been completely digested by Mo Xiaolang, it was still closely related to Long Chen. If he didn't ask clearly, it was likely that there would be a mistake in the future. Everyone gathered in the divine nation. Long Chen left the Violet Dragon Pavilion and went to the Fire Phoenix Pavilion where Su Yuji was. The Fire Phoenix Pavilion's door was opened. Su Yuji, wearing a fiery red dress, had a kind of transcendent aura. When Su Yu approached, she had already noticed him. The doors to the Fire Phoenix Pavilion opened. Su Yuji, who wore a fiery red dress and had snow-white skin, smiled gently and said, "Good little brother, what brings you to my Fire Phoenix Pavilion today? Come in first." The Fire Phoenix Pavilion's layout was much more beautiful than the Violet Dragon Pavilion. After all, Su Yuji often took care of it, while Long Chen only used it as a temporary place. The two walked inside. In this tranquil environment, the tempting fragrance of the other party's body assaulted them. The women of the eternal god domain were powerful and extraordinary, with a different kind of charm. "You don't visit me for no reason. If you have any questions, just ask me. I will answer all I know." Su Yuji was very lenient towards him. "I want to know, what kind of secret exists in the Martial Devil Cave?" Long Chen went straight to the point and asked. "You haven't seen it?" Su Yuji said. "I have, but I don't know what it is." Su Yuji frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Not many people know about this matter. As the person involved, you also have the right to know. In order to prevent your imagination from running wild, I will tell you, but you can't spread it, especially to other people in the Su family. Do you agree to this condition?" This matter couldn't be hidden from Long Chen, so Su Yuyao didn't intend to hide it from the beginning. Long Chen nodded and said, "Please speak." Su Yuyao said, "Rumor has it that after my ancestor, the martial god, became a devil, his temperament changed greatly. However, in the end, he washed away his devil sin in the martial devil cave and transformed into a god. For millions of years, there was a legend in the martial devil cave. That is, all the devil sin left behind by the martial god formed a devil seed that can transform people into a devil. We call it the martial devil seed. That thing looks like a black flame, something left behind by the martial god himself. All of his demonic thoughts were contained within it. No wonder the devil intent in the martial devil cave was so terrifying. That black flame had an extremely strong bewitching power. That was something left behind by a god. Although the ancestral dragon was powerful, he was still an infant and temporarily couldn't resist the devil intent of a true god. Fortunately, Mo Xiaolang had digested that thing. However, why did the other party want him to accept the martial devil seed? Although he didn't fall for it, in the eyes of Su Zhen and the others, he had already fallen for it. Therefore, Longchen pretended to be very angry and said, "If that's the case, why do you want me to go to the martial devil cave and let me bear this kind of thing? Do you want me to transform into a demon? What kind of changes will happen to this thing in my body in the future?" Su Yuji comforted him, "Don't worry, listen to my explanation. The super divine dragon's physique is extremely strong, far surpassing the bloodline of us gods. If the martial devil seed enters your body, it will gradually awaken from a state of death. This will take about a year. When it wakes up, my father will naturally take it away. It won't cause any harm to you. As compensation, he will treat you as his own son and give you abundant resources. Don't think too much about it. The martial devil seed is a precious thing of my Su family. Of course, my father won't use it on you. When the martial devil seed truly awakens, he will take it away immediately without you reminding him. The other party must have prepared this long ago." Longchen listened carefully and roughly understood that a lot of the information was true. However, he didn't really believe it. If this kind of thing was really in his body, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. He already knew what he wanted to know. Longchen put on a few more airs and said a few harsh words before angrily leaving the Fire Phoenix Pavilion. After he left, Su Yuji's eyes gradually turned cold. She stroked the embossed phoenix on the seat and said disdainfully, "You're just fodder, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. When the time comes, you'll be crying." And all of this, naturally, Longchen couldn't know. I finally know what Su Zhen's goal is. He wants this martial devil seed. What does he want to do? Having understood the other party's goal, it was much easier. However, the martial devil seed didn't reach him at all. "Big brother, look." A flame appeared in Mo Xiaolang's hand. When Longchen looked at it, it gave off the feeling of a martial devil seed. He said, "The essence of this martial devil seed is a kind of flame. I've already digested it and turned it into my own power. This kind of flame of mine can cause the opponent to hallucinate, confuse their emotions, and so on. Generally speaking, only flames that have been completely digested by me can be used by me. Therefore, even a martial devil seed might not be able to resist my devouring divine ability." Longchen roughly studied it. Indeed, it was as Mo Xiaolang said. He also asked this question to Kitten. Kitten said, "This guy's divine ability is abnormal. This young master doesn't know much about that martial devil seed. It should be right to listen to him." Only then did Longchen feel relieved. If that's the case, Su Sheng is only at the stage of suspicion. If I leave the ancient city of martial god, they will judge whether Su Zhen will follow me or not. This will indeed put Su Zhen in a difficult position. Since Su Yuji dared to tell me, she must be certain that I won't dare to make it public. If I tell Su Sheng and the others, I might be able to escape Su Zhen's control for a short period of time. However, I don't have a martial devil seed in my body. In their battle, I'm nothing. I will definitely die a horrible death. Therefore, I still have to stay in the battlefield of gods and see if there's a chance to escape. After pondering for a while, his goal was clear. His heart was carefree as he walked towards the Violet Dragon veranda. When he was about to approach, Longchen felt an extremely fatal aura. He slowly turned around. At the end of this deep and winding path, a tall man shrouded in black clothes, a black cloak, and a bamboo hat walked over step by step. He seemed to be walking at a leisurely pace, but in reality, his speed was extremely fast. In just an instant, he arrived in front of Longchen. Demon aura, Longchen instantly knew his identity. Not only did he have a ferocious demonic nature, but he also had the primordial and prestige of a divine dragon. That fellow was Su Muchen. His head was shrouded in the bamboo hat, so Longchen couldn't see it clearly. However, the ferocious aura of a divine dragon was like a primordial beast that ran past Longchen, making him fearful. The other party did not stop, but directly passed by him and disappeared from his sight. Ignoring my existence, or do you already know me? Long Chen was certain that the other party knew who he was and even knew that he had beaten Su Yuyao up. However, the other party did not pay any attention to him. Evidently, he did not treat him as anything. However, this Su Mu Chen was truly powerful. Amongst all the dragon martial artists that Long Chen had seen, he was an existence that was close to the Star Soul Supervisor. With the ferocious nature of the demonic dragon, his fighting strength would definitely be terrifying. Not long after, Long Chen returned to the Violet Dragon veranda. In the center of the Dragon God domain, there was a mysterious ancient divine desolate land. It was one of the most ancient and mysterious places in the eternal God domain. And in the center of the ancient divine desolate land was the location of the battlefield of the gods. The journey from the ancient martial gods city to the battlefield of the gods was rather long. They had to cross half of the dragon god domain. Therefore, although there was still a month before the battlefield of the gods would open, it was already time for them to set off. A few days later, the departure notice arrived in Long Chen's hands. Su Jin still couldn't defeat those two and sent me out of the ancient martial god city. Then, will he secretly follow me? The crucial moment had finally arrived. Chapter 1787. Outside the door, Su Yuji was still as tranquil as snow, smiling pleasantly. It was as if she was specially sent by Su Jin to serve Long Chen. Generally speaking, it would be very enjoyable to be served by such a noble beauty. You are not familiar with the inner city, follow me to the heavenly path gate. Su Yuji said softly and led the way in front, her graceful figure twisting. Although today was the day of travel, Su Yuji was no longer as angry as when she heard Su Xing suddenly say that he wanted her to go to the battlefield of the gods. What kind of change had happened? Was Su Jin really not afraid of him escaping, or had he already made a plan? Long Chen felt like he was making a gamble. Running in this beautiful, fairy-like inner city, they passed by a few statues of the 3,000 Samsara soldiers. Not long after, they arrived at the so-called Heavenly Path Gate. The Heavenly Path Gate was one of the gates in the inner city. Only when the Su family had a major operation would the team set off from here. Paying respects to the ancestors was an extremely grand event. Today, the atmosphere in the inner city was very lively. Before Long Chen arrived, he could already feel that many people had gathered there. The 6 commanders' responsibility was to protect the team's safety. Long Chen's group of more than 30 people was the main force of paying respects. During this time, the others had already learned a lot of necessary etiquette. Only Long Chen was not taken care of. This was a sacred event. The 5 young city lords were about to attend and send off the new generation. They would let them bathe in the divine rain of the martial god's heroic spirit, fully awaken their divine blood, increase their potential, and soar again. This was also the opportunity for the young men in the clan to break through to the Samsara realm. Under the envious and jealous gazes of countless branch family disciples, Long Chen arrived at the center of the crowd. There were already about 30 people gathered here, and the team of about 40 people was about to arrive. The 5 deputy commanders were from the various branch families. Right now, they were already standing at the front of the group. Their gazes were solemn, and every single one of them was emitting an extremely powerful aura that caused others to tremble in fear. In front of the crowd, there was an altar. On the altar, there were many elders worshipping their ancestors. These elders were the main force of the Su clan. There were more than 30 people present, and almost all of them were experts at the Samsara realm. With so many experts gathered together, to be honest, this made Long Chen, a nobody from the dragon sacrificial continent, extremely shocked. At the same time, he felt humble. Of course, he was just young. The young city lords hadn't arrived yet. In the traveling group, the martial artists of the branch family weren't much weaker than the disciples of the main family. The main family only needed to be at the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm to qualify, while the branch family needed to be at least at the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm in order to obtain one of the 20 spots. Among the crowd, Long Chen saw Su Yuyao and his elder brother Su Mukan. In fact, the disciples of the major families were all the children of the 5 young city lords. Among them, Su Zhen had the least children, only 3. Including Long Chen, who no one acknowledged, there were only 4. Su Mukan was dressed in black. He was tall and strong, more than 2 meters tall. He stood there calmly and looked ahead. Su Yuyao sensed Long Chen's arrival. She glanced at him and lowered her head again. Su Mu Chen was dressed in black. He had a tall stature that was more than 2 meters tall. He stood calmly as he stared ahead without moving. Su Yuyao sensed Long Chen's arrival. She glanced over at him before lowering her head again. After this battle, if she could respect others, it would be a transformation. However, if she was stubborn, she would be courting death. After this battle, if she could respect others, it would be a transformation. However, if she was stubborn, it would be courting death. The 4 of them could be considered the descendants of Su Zhen's team. Once Su Zhen became the city lord in the future, they would be young city lords. They would command countless experts in the city and dominate the world. Long Chen noticed that the disciples who came with him were looking at him with unfriendly expressions. It might be because he was an outsider, because he injured Su Yuyao and Su Mukan, and killed a branch family disciple, etc. Their eyes were filled with warning, trying to scare Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen felt a fatal crisis. He didn't expect that there would be a cultivator who dared to attack him in public in front of the Heavenly Path gate. The first reaction was Su Mukan. However, Su Mukan was right in front of him. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? The person who attacked him was many times stronger than Su Yuyao. It was obvious that he was a 9th-level Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert. Long Chen didn't panic. He coldly glanced over and saw that in the southeast of the crowd, there was a youth with purple hair and purple eyes. He was wearing a purple brocade robe and had a divine bow drawn. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and the target was Long Chen. This was an extremely powerful bow-shaped Dao weapon, and the arrow that was like a meteor. In addition, the caster's powerful nirvana power and comprehension of the heavenly Dao were almost equivalent to Su Yuji. For a moment, it locked onto Long Chen, giving Long Chen a feeling that he could not move and could only wait for death. This kind of truly fatal crisis was very rare. The sharp arrow told Long Chen that as long as the other party released his grip, Long Chen wouldn't even have the time to dodge. His eyes would be pierced through. "Bastard, look over here." The other party coldly spoke. Beside him, Su Yuchen still had a pale expression on his face. Long Chen understood. This person should be Su Yuchen's elder brother. Su Yuyao's brother Su Mukan didn't act, but this fellow acted. It's Su Tianzhou. He even took out the 9-star sky's bow and the star-piercing arrow that can pierce through the stars. He wants to kill Long Chen. Sensing this situation, the entire crowd erupted into a frenzy. Su Tianzhou had a cold expression on his face. When Long Chen looked over, he had already released the arrow. At that instant, an explosive sound rang out in the air. An irresistible beam of starlight shot towards Long Chen's eyes at an unparalleled speed. Everything happened in an instant. The moment the arrow was released, countless people exclaimed. Su Tianzhou was Su Chan's eldest son and also the strongest one. He was about the same age as Su Yuji and had also broken through to the reincarnation tribulation realm. He had a profound cultivation in the heavenly Dao and was proficient in the Dao of archery. His overall combat strength was probably superior to Su Yuji's. He enjoyed a great reputation in the entire martial god ancient city. His age was more than twice that of Su Yuyao. His combat strength was simply not on the same level as Su Yuyao. Once the arrow was released, if no one resisted, Long Chen would undoubtedly die. The other party's strength had already locked onto the possibility of him moving. Long Chen was also clear that he would most likely die. However, he knew that such an occasion wouldn't allow Su Tianzhou to act presumptuously. Just when the crowd was in an uproar, a black arm appeared out of nowhere in front of Long Chen and suddenly grabbed the star-piercing arrow. With just a little more, the star-piercing arrow would have pierced through Long Chen. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen's expression didn't change. However, he never imagined that the one who blocked the arrow for him would actually be Su Muken. Su Muken grabbed the star-piercing arrow and pinched it. The famous star-piercing arrow was crushed into powder and fell to the ground. The strength of Su Muken's physical body was actually so powerful. Throwing the incomplete star-piercing arrow away, Su Muken returned to his position and did not speak a word. Everyone nearly suffocated. Su Tianzhou was first startled before he sneered, "What good luck. There won't be a next time." Finishing his words, he stored the 9-star sky's bow. Beside him, Su Yuchen also had a resentful expression. Just at this moment, the 5 young city lords and many branch family experts descended and landed on the altar. The altar was densely packed with experts. The scene was truly shocking. Every single one of them could probably form a force like the wind dragon stream. The 5 young city lords all had different expressions. Only Su Sheng, who was the eldest, had a wide smile on his face. He first said a bunch of useless words, then finally said, "Everyone is fortunate to be able to pay respects to the ancestors. You must cherish this opportunity and make yourselves stronger. There are countless experts in the battlefield of gods. You can't bring shame to our martial god ancient city. You must win glory for our ancestors. I hope that everyone can recognize this point. You are shouldering the glory and mission of our martial god ancient city. Don't let yourselves fail so easily. If you bring shame to our Su family, we can expel you from the Su family. Do you understand?" These words made the blood of the arrogant aristocratic disciples boil. They had been cooped up in the martial god ancient city for too long. In the entire territory of the martial god ancient city, no one was an opponent. Everyone was looking forward to the outside world, and they were the same. What they were looking forward to more was the competition with other ancient cities of divine descendants. The 72 ancient cities of divine descendants occupied the dragon god domain. Who was stronger? At this moment, they were already vaguely ready to make a move. Long Chen was also very excited. He was excited because he finally had a chance to escape this cage. This time, he could only succeed. Failure was not allowed. "Let's go." Su Sheng gave the order. Su Xilan landed in the middle of the team. This time, she was the chief commander. With her overseeing, there would be no mistakes. In reality, this was just a worship ceremony. It was not a big deal. The battle that Su Sheng mentioned was also to encourage everyone so that they would not lose face. The team was vigorous, and they were about to set off. At this moment, an old man from the 17th branch family said, "5 young city lords, I remember that there is a young girl beside Long Chen. Her name is Lingxi, and she is the successor of the ethereal immortal sect. She must be in Long Chen's god nation now. Could it be that this young girl is also qualified to worship the ancestors?" This sentence caused another uproar. Originally, people were already very dissatisfied that Long Chen could go, and now there was another person. That old man from the branch family said, "Miss Lingxi is also from our martial god ancient city. I heard that she is husband and wife to Long Chen, so she can be considered the daughter-in-law of the 3rd young city lord. In that case, let her stay in the inner city. What do you all think?" That old man was extremely pleased with himself. The others also started to clamor. The meaning was that Long Chen could go was dog's hit luck, and Lingxi definitely could not sneak in. Chapter 1788. Long Chen's intense reaction interrupted the discussions of the others. If he wanted to leave the shackles of the battle god city in the battlefield of gods, Lingxi had to be taken away. There was no doubt about this. If Lingxi couldn't go, then it would be meaningless even if he went. That branch clan leader spoke. How impudent. You can't defy the orders of my Sioux clan. You are so rebellious and unruly. Even if you go to the battle god city, you will only bring shame to our Sioux clan. Su Sheng interrupted him. His face was filled with smiles. When he saw the determination in Long Chen's eyes, he glanced at Su Zhen. Seeing that Su Zhen's expression was still indifferent, he waved his hand. Since we are about to set off, let's not delay any further. Everyone was in an uproar. Why did Su Sheng treat Long Chen so well? Naturally, it was to avoid any unexpected complications. His priority was still Su Zhen. Regardless of the conditions, he would send Long Chen away first. But this way, even more people weren't convinced. Even those young disciples who followed Long Chen had unsightly expressions. In front of the Skypath gate, there was a golden dragon sedan. That luxurious dragon sedan was inlaid with gems and several Dao treasures. The dragon sedan itself also had a large number of Dao runes that were currently glowing. These Dao runes were burning with golden flames, bathing the entire dragon sedan within. The intensity of the flames was like a roaring beast. This was the famous golden flame dragon sedan in the battle god city. This was a symbol of authority and status. The ones in charge of pulling the sedan were 10 five-clawed golden dragons. They were different from ordinary golden dragons, they were stronger. They were mid-grade divine dragons. Those 10 golden middle-aged men might be at the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, similar to Ao Chong and the rest, but their combat prowess was much stronger. Get on the sedan. Over 40 people lined up and entered the Golden Flame Dragon sedan. Long Chen could be considered half a disciple of the Ancestral clan. Not long later, he entered the Dragon sedan. The interior of the Golden Flame Dragon sedan was much larger than he had imagined. What entered his eyes was a luxuriously decorated hall. It was 500 meters in length and width, resplendent in gold and jade. The walls were engraved with all sorts of vivid and lifelike divinities. When the Golden Flame Dragon sedan closed, everyone had already gathered in the Golden Hall. After they lined up, Su Xilan led the 5 vice-commanders to count the number of people. The 10 middle-aged men turned into 5-clawed golden dragons that were over 1,000 meters long. They rode on golden clouds and began their journey under the envious gazes of all the martial god ancient city's disciples. On the altar inside the Sky Path gate, the remaining 4 young city lords all had different expressions on their faces. Su Sheng, on the other hand, was looking at Su Zhen. However, he realized that Su Zhen had no intention of following him. He couldn't help but wonder if his guess was really wrong. Otherwise, how could Su Zhen be so calm? After the Golden Flame Dragon palanquin completely disappeared, the crowd slowly dispersed. Su Zhen also returned to his study under the surveillance of others. For a long time, he did not come out again. The people monitoring him clearly knew that he was inside. However, Su Sheng didn't relax. He was wondering if Su Zhen would sneak into the battlefield of the gods when they weren't paying attention. Under the guidance of the 10 five-clawed golden dragons, the Golden Flame Dragon palanquin flew at a low altitude. Golden flames streaked across the sky with great momentum, attracting the attention of most people. In the outer city of the martial god ancient city, most people raised their heads when they saw the Golden Flame Dragon palanquin. Most of them didn't have the status to come into contact with the battlefield of the gods, so they didn't know where the Su family was going. However, they knew that those who were qualified to sit on the Golden Flame Dragon palanquin were definitely nobles of the Su family. Therefore, they could only be deeply envious. However, they couldn't do anything because this was a world where one's birth and bloodline determined one's achievements. Most people could only be unknown for a lifetime. In the Golden Flame Dragon palanquin, through the window, Long Chen's eyes could see through the golden flames and see the magnificent mountains and rivers below. The immortal god realm was simply too vast. Every single individual was insignificant in the face of the high-level laws of the world. Su Xilan was the commander of all the martial god teams of the Su family. She was good at military management. All the members of the Su family, including the 5 deputy commanders, were being reprimanded. Su Sheng had explained everything that needed to be explained, and Su Xilan was enforcing her own strict rules. After her speech, everyone was silent. There was no doubt that Su Xilan was extremely strict. That's all I want to say. I hope everyone will restrain themselves and don't bring unnecessary trouble to others. Don't bring trouble to the Su family, or I will kill you first. Su Xilan's intimidating eyes swept across the crowd. Those who had long heard of the power of the 5 young city lords didn't dare to say a word. All right, everyone, come and get a star talisman. If you are unlucky and get separated, you can contact me through this star talisman. Su Xilan took out more than 40 star talismans. The creation of star talismans came from a mysterious race in the immortal sacred territory called the Star Talisman race. The members of the race were good at the Tao of runes. They made star talismans in exchange for cultivation resources. They were considered a powerful race, and the star talismans they produced could be found all over the immortal sacred territory. The star talismans came in pairs and could only be used for one-on-one communication. There were many restrictions, but no matter what, it was the best means of communication in the world. Long Chen took a star talisman. He knew that Su Xilan had another star talisman that corresponded to the one in his hand. Through the only star talisman, she could communicate with him through space. In addition, there were many magical things in the immortal sacred territory that Long Chen had yet to see. After distributing the star talismans, Su Xilan said, "We will first go to the martial god's foothold outside the ancient land of divine wilderness. According to the formation of the 5-clawed golden dragon, it will take about 20 days. Everyone can go back to your rooms to cultivate and prepare. Don't disturb others." Yes. Everyone nodded at the graceful Su Xilan. The group dispersed. There were more than 100 rooms in the Golden Flame Dragon sedan. Everyone could have their own independent space without being disturbed by others to complete the task. Long Chen found a place to settle down. There was a window in the luxurious room, and he could see the magnificent scene below. They had already left the ancient city of Martial God. Su Zhen really didn't follow me. Is he sure that I won't dare to escape, or does he have some other way? Long Chen pondered. In the divine nation, everyone was cultivating. Only Kitten was sleeping. They were a group of cute guys. Long Chen smiled and looked at their serious expressions. We must protect them. That was his wish. As the leader of the group, he had to shoulder this responsibility. The Golden Flame Dragon sedan entered the city. Long Chen sat cross-legged and recuperated, immersing himself in the dual paths of killing and time. Not long after, there was a commotion. When he calmly opened his eyes, more than a dozen people secretly walked into his room and quickly surrounded him. Before Long Chen could stand up, someone quickly used a cage-like Tao artifact to imprison everyone in a narrow space. The light film covered with star runes was like a bright starry sky, but it lacked a strong wall that could not be defeated. As expected, the leader was Su Tianzhou. Su Chan's 6 children were all present. Among them, Su Tianzhou was the strongest. There were 2 others whose strength was close to his, and they were in the early stage of the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. In addition to their own siblings, there were 5 or 6 disciples of the branch family, led by Su Tianzhou. It was estimated that this had something to do with Su Yuchen's lackey that Long Chen killed. Previously, Su Tianzhou had already provoked Long Chen by shooting an arrow. The Su family's power was complicated. The descendants of gods were all proud and arrogant. After suffering a loss, it was difficult for them to endure. Su Tianzhou took a step forward with Su Yuchen and said, "This place is already under my control. Don't even think about leaving. It's true that under 5th Ant's control, I can't kill you, but I can make you live a life worse than death. After tormenting the people of my Su family, there has never been anyone who wants to live peacefully. Today, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to my brother, then drink this, and we can pretend that this never happened." After he finished speaking, under his signal, all the experts unrestrainedly released their might. Powerful forces gathered in one place. They had received the will of the martial god. In such a narrow environment, no matter who it was, they would suffer a great blow and be scared out of their wits. They knew that Long Chen was already very strong, but it was far from enough to defeat Su Yuyao. At least 5 people present could completely defeat Su Yuyao. Su Tianzhou held a bottle in his hand. The bottle was filled with a stinky liquid. Many corpse insects were crawling in it, making people feel nauseous. Kneel down and drink it. It's very simple. Su Tianzhou's purple eyes swirled with a terrifying light. Everyone threatened together. No matter who it was, they had to kneel down. Although they were young, they were already a terrifying force. Especially when the will of the martial god overlapped, even a reincarnation tribulation realm warrior couldn't withstand it. There was no room for negotiation. Long Chen's expression didn't change from beginning to end. This kind of threat was child's play to him. So what if the other party was strong? As soon as the other party finished threatening him, Long Chen escaped into the river of time. He's gone. Everyone was stunned. Su Tianzhou was stunned at first. Just as he was about to speak, blood-red flames started burning from an unknown corner. Coming into contact with such flames, especially in this narrow space where there was no way to dodge, most people immediately let out miserable cries. What happened instantly left Su Tianzhou at a loss. The blood-colored flames made him feel rather uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored flames disappeared, and Su Yuchen appeared in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen stepped on him and pressed Lingxi's sword against his head. She said, "Remove this thing and scram. I'll let him go. You don't dare to kill, but I dare." Chapter 1789. The only one that Long Chen couldn't see through was Su Muken. Although Su Tianzhou's group was temporarily stronger than Long Chen because of their age, cultivation time, and resources, Long Chen had ways to control them, just like now. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had Su Yuchen under his control. Su Yuchen's injuries hadn't completely healed, and his cultivation base hadn't recovered either. Long Chen, on the other hand, had improved greatly. As he advanced and retreated, it was very easy for him to control Su Yuchen. At that moment, the Spirit Dawn sword stabbed into Su Yuchen's body, stirring his nascent divinity. Su Yuchen immediately felt a bone-deep pain. His body trembled, but he couldn't move. Bastard! Everyone was furious and was about to pounce on him. Long Chen quickly put Su Yuchen in front of him and held Lingxi's sword horizontally. Just when everyone was about to kill him, Lingxi's sword stabbed into Su Yuchen's body. Su Yuchen let out a fatal scream. Again? Long Chen was extremely calm and looked at them coldly. Back off. Su Tianzhou saw Su Yuchen's twitching appearance. If he had been one step slower, Su Yuchen would have been dead. He gradually realized that the person in front of him was a madman. This time, he wasn't prepared, so he made a mistake. Open the Big Dipper star map. He gave the order. Once the Big Dipper star map was opened, Long Chen wouldn't be confined to this small place anymore. His opponents wouldn't launch a large-scale battle against him. Alarming Su's island would do no good to anyone. Therefore, he simply returned Su Yuchen, who was pale and trembling all over. When everyone saw Su Yuchen's eyes roll back, they felt a cold wind under their feet. Long Chen. Su Tianzhou was unwilling to give up, but he didn't expect that such a small movement would attract everyone's attention. Soon, the 5 deputy commanders of the Rebirth Tribulation realm appeared and separated them. After a while, Su Xilan walked over with a livid face. She looked at them coldly and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, follow me." She strode forward and walked into the hall of the Golden Flame Dragon sedan. At the front of the hall was the deity tablet of the war god Ancestor. This cold atmosphere gave everyone a bad premonition. Sure enough, Su Xilan turned around and said, "Everyone who participated in this fight, kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights before you can leave." For them, kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights was not a difficult thing, but it was a great loss of face, especially for people like Su Tianzhou who had a very high status in the family. After hearing this punishment, he quickly said with a bitter face, "Fifth aunt, we were just playing for a while. We didn't mean any harm, and we didn't kill anyone. You don't have to punish us like this." If the news of him kneeling here for 3 days and 3 nights got back, he would probably lose face in Martial God Ancient City. Su Xilan sneered and said, "That's right, I just reprimanded you and you're ready to fight. Obviously, you don't take my words seriously. I know you are the son of my 4th brother, but I am now the commander of this trip. If I don't punish you, you will not stop. I will say one more word, all of you kneel, otherwise you can only lie here." Su Xilan was an elder, and her strength was much stronger. With a glance, everyone helplessly knelt down. Among them, Su Yuchen had already fallen into a coma. Su Tianzhou quickly said, "Fifth aunt, this Long Chen is ruthless. He seriously injured Yuchen and made him fall into a coma. He is arrogant and should receive a more severe punishment than us." At this time, almost all the people in the Golden Flame Dragon sedan were here. Su Xilan's cold gaze shifted to Long Chen. Next to her, Su Yuji quickly said, "Fifth aunt, it is obvious that the Heaven Continent is the one who is causing trouble." Previously in the Sky Path sect, he had already used the 9-star Sky's Bow to attack Long Chen. Long Chen was trapped by it and could not escape. It is reasonable for him to hold someone hostage to protect his life. Su Xilan shook her head. She looked coldly at Long Chen and said, "This boy does not obey us. He is arrogant and has offended his superiors. He should be punished the same way. Long Chen, you are now a member of the Su family, so you should kneel to the ancestors. Considering that you are not the instigator, you only need to kneel for 2 days, and then you can leave." Everyone nodded. Long Chen was too disobedient, so he should also be punished like this. Otherwise, he would really be out of control. When everyone's eyes were waiting for him to kneel, Long Chen said, "I only kneel to my parents and teachers. I do not kneel to others. You should change the way of punishment." Su Xilan's authority was indeed great. Although her strength was the lowest among the 5 young city masters, for Long Chen at this time, he could only look up to her. Now she was angry and wanted to establish her authority. Moreover, she could see that he was not loyal to the Su family. Su Zhen was not here, so he had become a persimmon that she could pinch at will. But even so, he still could not kneel to other people's ancestors. This disobedient sentence immediately made everyone dissatisfied. Su Xilan did not speak, but from her eyebrows, she was already angry. Su Yuji's task was to protect Long Chen. He was very anxious and said, "Fifth aunt, he has just joined the Su family and does not know many rules. This is my fault. I hope Fifth aunt can give me a chance to teach him. We have just set off, and it is not worthwhile to make a fuss over this matter." Su Xilan really did not want to make a fuss. Long Chen's firm eyes told her that he would probably fight to the death with her for kneeling down. Considering his special identity, it was really meaningless to make a fuss. Her tone changed and she suddenly asked, "Mu Chen, you are their boss. What do you think we should do?" Su Mu Chen stood in the darkness and his tall figure could not be seen clearly. He said, "He is just making a reasonable counterattack as a weak person. There is nothing wrong with it." Everyone thought that Su Mu Chen would take the opportunity to punish Long Chen because of his relationship with Su Yuyao. They did not expect him to say such words. Was this a super Shinran protecting an existence of the same level as him? Everyone began to become puzzled. Su Xilan had a way out. She let Long Chen go, but made Su Tianzhou and the others kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days and 3 nights of kneeling, the resentment in their hearts became stronger and stronger. The so-called repentance was, of course, impossible. They only understood that if they wanted to vent their anger, they had to make a detailed plan. 20 days passed, and the journey was uneventful. These days, Long Chen was finally able to spend his time in peace. His cultivation was increasingly stable and he had sufficient development in the two heavenly Daos. In the divine nation, everyone had also made some progress. Through the window, Long Chen saw the vast land that was quickly disappearing below. This was an ancient land with mountains, rivers, and countless withered old trees reaching into the sky. Between the mountains, there were primordial descendants and giant beasts roaring. Between the mountains, there were dense crawling insects. Not a blade of grass grew and blood was everywhere. Only in the ancient cities of God's descendants seemed to be relatively safe. Other places were filled with killing intent. But for Long Chen, he felt that in the ancient cities of God's descendants, the killing intent was stronger. He didn't know when Su Yuji had arrived. She sat at the front, revealing her curves and alluring posture. A gentle breeze blew her long hair, making her look rather enchanting. She said softly, "We're almost at the stronghold our ancient god city established in the ancient land of divine desolate. The golden flame dragon sedan will stop there. After that, we'll enter the ancient land of divine desolate ourselves." Is this already the central region of the dragon god domain? What exactly is the ancient land of divine desolate? Long Chen asked. Su Yuji said, "It's a huge forbidden zone for life, and also one of the most dangerous places in the dragon god domain. It has existed since the primordial era, and is rumored to be the periphery of the battlefield of the ancient gods. There are countless treasures of heaven and earth, and it is even rumored that the remains of the gods are left there. It's extremely mysterious, and there are even super desolate beasts and desolate worms wreaking havoc there. If one's cultivation is insufficient, entering is basically courting death. Moreover, there are also many strange and astonishing ancient species in the ancient land of divine desolate, and they can often bring about unpredictable disasters." Long Chen more or less understood. If one wanted to go to the battlefield of the gods, they actually had to pass through the ancient land of divine desolate. The ancient land of divine desolate was extremely large, and it was known as one of the most dangerous places in the dragon god domain, and it was not without reason. Speaking of which, the ancient land of divine desolate is really a strange place. You'll know once you enter, especially the elemental spirit formations inside, they are even more unimaginable and naturally formed. Su Yuyao said with a smile. Long Chen suddenly said, "The existence of a place like the battlefield of the gods, does it mean that the reason why the ancient gods disappeared and no longer lived forever was because they were annihilated in this battle?" Su Yuji was stunned. "Your imagination is really rich. In reality, it's not like that. The disappearance of the gods is definitely not that simple, or perhaps it has something to do with the mystery of the disappearance of the divine dragon. However, the battlefield of the gods is not the battlefield of all the gods. Calling it a battlefield is just the conjecture of later generations. In reality, there were many races in the eternal god domain, and they were at war with each other, and all the gods of the human race were very united. How could they all be annihilated in a battle? There were actually very few things about the gods that had been passed down. I haven't gotten rid of Su Zhen's control yet, so there's no point in thinking about these things. When the day comes that I'm lucky enough to stand at the peak of the eternal god domain, I'll look for the answer to this question," and the divine dragon. Amidst this pleasant conversation, everyone arrived at the periphery of the ancient land of divine desolate. Long Chen thought of Su Yuji's spiritual snow hound, and did not know how that pitiful puppy was doing. Hence, he probed, "I've been with the spiritual snow hound for some time, and I really miss it. Can I take a look?" Su Yuji was startled, and hurriedly shook her head. "I'm sorry, I left it in the martial god ancient city." Oh. Since that was the case, Long Chen did not ask any further. After all, it was not appropriate. Rumble. The golden flame dragon sedan descended. Chapter 1790. At the bottom was a small town with a small population. It was a stronghold that the martial god ancient city had established in the periphery of the primordial divine desolate land. The primordial divine desolate land was an important territory, and many forces would set up strongholds here. The golden flame dragon sedan descended. When they landed, the group came out. After 20 days, they could finally experience the feeling of having their feet on solid ground. For a moment, they were a little dazed. The opening of the battlefield of the gods was a major event in the dragon god domain. Everyone in the town was already prepared and warmly welcomed Long Chen's group. Naturally, within this group of people, Long Chen could be considered as an unremarkable one. There were quite a few dazzling geniuses within the Su family, and the majority of them came from the Zong family. There were no less than 7 people like Su Yuji, who were at the 9th grade Nirvana Tribulation late phase. As for those at the pinnacle level, there were only 3 people like Su Mu Chen, who possessed the combat prowess of a reincarnation tribulation stage. Su Mu Chen possessed the fighting strength of a reincarnation tribulation realm, while the other 2 were genuine reincarnation tribulation realm cultivators. One was Su Xing's son, not the eldest son, but he had already passed the first reincarnation tribulation. His name was Su Tianyuan, and he had inherited Su Xing's tradition. He had an amiable temperament, but unlike Su Xing's fat body, Su Tianyuan was an elegant young master without any temper. The other one was a playboy with a pair of peach blossom eyes. He had a handsome appearance and a bewitching gaze. His fingers were slender and his hair was tied up high. This was Su Ming's eldest son, Su Jiuyo. The relationship between Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo was similar to the relationship between Su Sheng and Su Ming. They were also known as the new Gemini stars of the Su clan. As for why Su Mu Chen's position was so high, it was because he had once fought with Su Jiuyo. With his Nirvana Tribulation realm cultivation, he was actually on par with Su Jiuyo. The 2 of them usually didn't pay much attention to Long Chen. With their status and identity, Long Chen wasn't worth paying attention to. The group received the warmest welcome in the town. Amidst the crowd, Long Chen raised his head and looked forward. Half of the sky in front of him had already been covered by the blood-yellow desolate gas. Presumably, the desolate gas that covered half the sky was emitted from the ancient land of divine desolate. The ancient land of divine desolate was submerged behind the desolate gas, so he could not see it clearly for the time being. However, in the middle of the sinister ancient divine wasteland, one could vaguely hear the berserk roars of giant beasts. When they galloped, they caused a huge tremor. There were also the auras of many unknown creatures, which still made one's heart tremble in fear. It was a world of slaughter. Although they were still very far away, the dense killing aura and the smell of rotting corpses were blown over by the strong wind, making people feel very uncomfortable. Let's rest here for a day. Tomorrow, we will enter the divine wilderness ancient land. Su Xilan ordered against the strong wind. They did not disperse. Instead, they settled down under the hospitality of the people in the town. The person in charge of the town was already kneeling at Su Xilan's feet. Stand up and talk, Su Xilan said. It was an old man with white hair and beard, but his eyes were bright and full of expression. He stood up and respectfully faced the high and mighty young city lord. What's the situation now? Su Xilan asked. The old man replied, many teams have entered, including the Twilight Divine City, North Sea Divine City, Blaze Divine City, etc. Su Xilan gently nodded her head and asked again, how's the strength of the new generation of the ancient gods' descendants compared to our martial god ancient city's disciples? The old man cautiously replied, many ancient gods' descendants are pretty good, but compared to our martial god ancient city, they're still slightly inferior. Su Xilan frowned her brows. Don't flatter me. Tell me the truth. The old man replied, they're indeed very powerful. There are at least 3 reincarnation tribulation realms among them. Su Xilan nodded her head. At least 3. That means if we don't include Mu Qin, our martial god ancient city is still at the bottom. Those fellows have really hidden themselves well. I hope that our martial god ancient city can have a few more reincarnation tribulation realm youths after bathing in the divine spiritual rain. After all, there are roughly 7 of them in the late phase nirvana tribulation realm. Ancestor, please bless us. Our martial god ancient city will definitely become stronger. The old man was excited. Alright, let's go. Su Xilan waved her hand. There's one more thing. The old man hesitated for a moment. Speak. The old man said, the ancient divine wilderness hasn't been peaceful recently. Many reincarnation tribulation realm ancient ominous beasts have appeared. They're extremely brutal. In recent months, very few people have dared to venture deep into the ancient divine wilderness, not to mention reaching the deity sea. This is an abnormal phenomenon. I've also heard that a large number of Nyen beasts have appeared. Nyen beasts. Su Xilan recalled for a moment. Her face was a little unsightly. Ancient mutant beasts? They have great control over space and the power of time reversal. They can even devour a martial artist's physical body. They're extremely brutal. Some of them are strong, while some are weak. I'm afraid that the strongest among them can even time reversal. The old man nodded his head and said, yes, the Nyen beast's attack power is not strong, but the ability to move the stars is too troublesome. The trip to the ancient land of divine wasteland is a trial for the disciples, and the rules that have been passed down for tens of millions of years have been passed down to this day. They have to cross the divine sea on foot, but the appearance of the Nyen beast, the movement of the stars, if it is serious, it will disrupt the team, causing the disciples to be transferred everywhere in the ancient land of divine wasteland. Su Xilan also frowned. She said, go and find out more information about Nyen beasts. Tomorrow's departure plan remains the same. If the other divine descendants teams aren't afraid, why should we be afraid? The old man then left. Nyen beasts. Su Xilan snorted coldly. The small Nyen beasts were nothing to be afraid of. As for the big ones, they could just kill them. After a day of peace in the small town, the next morning, everyone gathered at the northern entrance of the small town under Su Xilan's call. They were ready to set off. In front of them was the ancient divine wilderness. The land was shrouded in desolate gas. It was like a huge beast that was hibernating in front of everyone. It surged crazily, causing sand and stones to fly. Thinking about how they would soon enter the legendary ancient divine wilderness and how they would be able to improve greatly in the battlefield of the gods, the young disciples were excited. With the protection of the 6 commanders, they didn't think that they would encounter any danger in the ancient divine wilderness. Instead, they were excited about meeting the other 72 ancient cities teams. In the ancient god of war's territory, their Su family dominated the world. Today, they finally had the chance to meet the descendants of the gods. Su Xilan looked at everyone coldly and said, the ancient divine wilderness is also a trial for all of you. If you encounter desolate beasts and poisonous insects, you should face them together and solve them together. Unless there's a calamity that you can't resist, the 6 of us commanders will not take action. Also, please be friendly to the brothers and sisters from the other divine descendants' ancient cities. If anything happens, I won't stand up for you. Everyone nodded in fear. These days, Su Xilan, who did things swiftly and decisively, had built up a lot of prestige in front of everyone. She said, yesterday, I received an invitation from the Giant Miracle Divine City and the Profound Ice Divine City. We are going to meet up with those 2 teams and enter the ancient divine wilderness together. They are the descendants of the Giant Miracle Divine City and the Profound Ice Divine City. They have been on good terms with our Su family for generations. There are countless geniuses in the clan. Among the new generation of the Giant Miracle Divine City, there are 4 Samsara Realm warriors, and the Profound Ice Divine City also has 3. Therefore, you must suppress the pride of your bloodline to the lowest level, because the other party is in existence of the same level as us. These 2 teams will be our loyal allies, and it is absolutely forbidden to become enemies with them. Do you understand? Everyone understood Su Xilan's words. To put it bluntly, these two divine cities were allies. If they wanted to compete with the other divine descendants' ancient cities, it would be fine as long as they didn't look for them. Giant Miracle Divine City. Profound Ice Divine City. Long Chen silently recited the names of these gods. The 72 gods created the peak of the Dragon God Domain's 72 divine Taos. The ancient martial god city was good at the Tao of combat, the Giant Miracle Divine City was good at the Tao of power and the Tao of puppets, and the Profound Ice Divine City was good at the Tao of profound ice. Each had their own strengths. Under Su Xilan's lead, the team of more than 40 people headed towards the ancient divine wilderness. The closer they got to the ancient divine wilderness, the more uneasy Long Chen felt. As expected, this was a peerless and ominous land. However, he felt that it was just right. The more ominous a place was, the higher the possibility of him escaping. Currently, it seemed that Su Zhen had not followed him. It was very likely that he had Su Xilan, Su Mukan, or Su Yuji monitor him. The ground was faintly trembling. After walking for about half of the journey, two teams appeared in front of him, waiting for him. On the left was a group of tall humans, all of whom were at least 2 meters tall. Regardless of male or female, they all had rough appearances and bulging muscles. The bloodline of the mighty miracle god allowed them to release violent strength and wildness, and their pair of bright eyes contained an extremely shocking power. On the right were the people of the Profound Ice Divine City. Compared to the people of the Giant Miracle Divine City, they were much more normal. They were basically all wearing ice blue robes and armor. Their bodies were cold and their faces were snow white. A group of people gathered together. Cold air rose, and many sharp ice crystals formed on the ground. Their eyes, which were like profound ice, were abnormally cold. They were also a powerful race with the bloodline of gods. The three sides gathered. Soon, among the two teams of gods, there were leaders who had the same status as Su Xilan. They all had their own special bloodline. One was a rough middle-aged man, and the other was an ice-cold woman. Su Xilan was wearing armor and looked like a martial god. She hurriedly stepped forward and said, "I'm sorry, the two of you. Xilan is a step late." The leader of the Giant Miracle Divine City smiled and said, "We just arrived for a while. It's no big deal. We haven't seen each other for many years. Sister Xilan's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. It's really an eye-opener." They already knew each other. Su Xilan smiled slightly and they exchanged a few words. The ice-cold woman said, "We're considered to be late. Since we've gathered, let's start entering the ancient divine wilderness." Everyone nodded. At this time, the youths of the three teams were sizing each other up. Some of them were eager to try. The Nian beast attacked and the stars shifted. Everyone was transported home. I wish everyone a happy new year and a prosperous new year. Chapter 1791. Young people finally met each other. It was normal for them to be angry. The three leaders laughed. They were too familiar with this scene. Back when they were young and met so many young experts of the ancient city of God's descendants for the first time, they were also like this. They were eager to have a big battle to prove their strength and glory. They turned a blind eye to this kind of thing. The leader of the mighty miracle god had a cheerful personality. He laughed loudly and said, "Boys, this is the brother and sister of the martial god's bloodline. This is the brother and sister of the profound ice god's bloodline. They are all good friends of the mighty miracle god's bloodline. We have fought together for many years." After the repeated emphasis of their team, the young people let down some of their guard against each other. However, they couldn't put down their pride to make friends with others for the time being. The team began to set off. Long Chen looked left and right. On the left, the descendant of the mighty spirit god had a violent bloodline, like a violent bear. His bones were filled with violent genes, and he had an extremely strong destructive power. On the right, the descendant of the profound ice spirit god had an extremely cold bloodline. His body looked like ice, and he had a handsome appearance. His body emitted a cold aura that made people shiver. Wherever he went, even the ground was covered in frost. The bloodline of the 72 gods were probably not ordinary. The commanders were chatting happily while the youngsters were sizing each other up. Long Chen, on the other hand, placed his attention on the ancient land of the divine wasteland that he had come to for the first time. At this moment, the wind was blowing violently, causing sand and stones to fly. Everyone seemed to be advancing against the wind. The wind was so strong that it felt like knives brushing past their bodies. If not for the protection of the Nirvana force, their bodies would have been cut open. The wind brought a strong stench of desolate beasts and blood. It was like a slaughterhouse from hell, making people's scalps numb. Endless beast roars could be vaguely heard. They were all ghostly sounds that made people tremble in fear. We are about to pass through the desolate storm. Everyone protect yourselves and don't let the wind blow you away. After this desolate storm, we will truly enter the ancient divine desolate land. Su Xilan's cold voice came from the front. On Long Chen's left was Su Yuji, and on his right was Su Muchen. In this situation, it didn't seem realistic to use the desolate storm to escape. The desolate storm looked terrifying, but in reality, it was nothing to an expert. It wasn't a good opportunity. Therefore, he calmed his heart and prepared to enter the ancient land of divine wilderness first. The desolate storm was like a tornado, enveloping the ancient divine desolate land within it. Its range was extremely wide, and it would take a certain amount of time to cross it on foot. In front of Long Chen was a huge wind wall that was spinning at a high speed, filled with the aura of death. Many people in the team had already entered the desolate storm, and Long Chen had also followed in. Not long after, he was engulfed by the gale. His vision was blurred, and he could only blindly follow the group forward. Some disciples from the ancestral clans who weren't considered particularly strong started to collapse. It was just that the various clans with the bloodline of divinities all had a fine tradition of perseverance. Usually, they would be able to grit their teeth and endure. After persisting in the storm for about half an hour, the surrounding wind temporarily dissipated. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. The troublesome torture was finally over, but they soon discovered that they had once again entered hell. This was the ancient land of divine wilderness. What entered their eyes was a desolate and ancient land. It was rugged, and there were gigantic beasts running about, poisonous insects roaming about. Between the mountains and ravines, there were endless dangers, and a huge number of corpses were buried. There was a thick smell of blood in the air, which didn't dissipate even after a long time. Even the small rivers by the side of the road were stained with the color of blood, and from time to time, there would be corpses floating out. The entire ancient land of divine wilderness was still enveloped in the storm. Blood-yellow sand danced wildly in all directions, just that it wasn't as intense as the desolate storm. This world brought a fatal pressure to everyone. The faces of the bloodline of divinities were still pale. They didn't expect that they would actually need to pass through such a place to reach the divine sea, to reach the battlefield of the gods. It seemed that this experience wasn't only filled with benefits, there was also a test. The most peculiar thing was the elemental spiritual array. It was a mysterious thing that filled the ancient land of divine wilderness. It was formed naturally, and no one had any influence on it. The elemental spiritual array soared into the sky, extending from the ground to a height of several hundred meters. The sky was enveloped by a dense dark yellow aura of desolation. The sky couldn't be seen, and the elemental spiritual array was basically inserted straight into the desolation aura. Different elemental spiritual arrays contained different Daos and brought about different dangers of death. For example, the moment Long Chen entered, he could see a pillar of fire that pierced through the heavens and earth. It was dozens of meters in diameter and its speed was extremely fast. Wherever it went, everything turned into charcoal. Below the pillar of fire was the elemental spiritual array. It wasn't just flames, there were also all kinds of attacks caused by Daos. For example, the Tao of slaughter was a ball of bloody gas. Anyone who was contaminated by it would also be severely injured. There were also profound ice elemental spiritual arrays and many other strange Daos that caused a destructive blow. To be honest, most of the people who adventured in the ancient land of divine wilderness died under the elemental spiritual array. This elemental spiritual array was a unique characteristic of the ancient land of divine wilderness and also a nightmare in people's hearts. Long Chen looked over, but naturally, he couldn't see the end of the land. This is the ancient land of divine wilderness. This was also the first time the youths had come to this place. Their eyes were filled with amazement. They had never imagined what kind of fate they would encounter. Su Xilan and the others were used to it. They ordered, "Everyone, follow closely. This is the last test for you. While protecting yourselves, remember to protect your brothers and sisters. If you encounter an elemental spiritual array, you must dodge it or you will die without a doubt." Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Under the leadership of the various commanders, the group began to slowly advance. After the elders' praise, the youths looked at the world in awe. Rumor had it that the gods had once fought here, turning this place into a desolate world. The corpses of ancient gods were still buried in the endless underground of the ancient land of divine wilderness. Boom! An elemental spiritual array filled with a black vortex rushed over. Under Su Xilan's reminder, the young disciples dodged like a swarm of bees, allowing the elemental spiritual array to pass by. The astonishing destructive power made everyone tremble in fear. The group once again gathered together. That's an elemental spiritual array formed by the Tao of devouring. The boundless world is truly full of wonders. Many people sighed. Just as they dodged the elemental spiritual array, a large number of experts' auras suddenly appeared behind them. Nearly 20 commanders immediately sensed it. They stopped the group from entering the city, then vigilantly looked behind them. In their line of sight, a group of white-haired people wearing white robes with golden trimmings walked out of the desolate storm. Their bodies were filled with a holy radiance, each and every one of them looked like a true god. A group of about 60 people walked out of the desolate storm safely, just in time to meet the three major races. They wore snow-white robes and radiated holy power. Regardless of gender, they all had beautiful silver-white hair that was dazzling and astonishing. The holy power radiating from their bodies was awe-inspiring. The golden thorny flower tattooed on their chests proved their identity. Su Xilan frowned deeply, murmuring, "It's actually people from the Radiance Divine City." Mighty Miracle Divine City's commander, Pang Zhong, spat and said, "These guys are the most difficult to deal with. I hope they don't cause trouble. It's just the beginning and we already encountered them. What bad luck." Profound Ice Divine City's commander, Bing Qingxue, said, "If they cause trouble, then we'll fight." At this time, the people from the Radiance Divine City who just came out of the desolate storm also saw them. A total of 3 groups gathered together, but they didn't scare them at all. The 72 divine cities were divided into 5 regions of the Dragon God domain: East, West, South, and Central. Among them, the most fertile divine city in the Central region was the most powerful. The East, West, South, and North were relatively ordinary. In the vast land of the South, there were a total of 12 divine cities. Among these 12 divine cities, the Radiance Divine City was the most powerful. Corresponding to the Darkness Divine City in the North, Light Divine City was used to calling itself the first city of the South, which meant number 1 in the South. Martial God Ancient City, Profound Ice Divine City, and Mighty Miracle Divine City were all divine cities in the South. Because of some generations of grudges, when they saw the people from the Radiance Divine City, their expressions weren't friendly. The people from the Radiance Divine City naturally noticed them as well. This group of people was fearless and actually walked towards them. Regardless of gender, all of them had cold expressions. Only the silver-haired, handsome, and middle-aged chief commander, who was still a rare beauty, walked over enthusiastically and laughed. "So it's the brothers from the Mighty Miracle Divine City, Profound Ice Divine City, and martial god ancient city. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. It must be fate. Have your 3 groups formed a group? That's great, we'll also join your group and head towards the deity sea together. My Radiance Divine City has the ability to protect ourselves and others. Everyone, please don't disagree. We're all from the southern divine cities, we should be united. After saying that, he didn't wait for the 3 of them to agree and called out to the new generation of the Radiance Divine City to gather over here. However, these young disciples were even more arrogant than the new generation of the 3 ancient cities. They boasted that they were the number 1 in the south, so they naturally wouldn't lower themselves to pay attention to the people from the 3 ancient cities. They wanted to compare themselves with the top few groups from the central region. The scene suddenly quietened down. The 2 groups looked at each other with vigilance in their eyes. Why? You don't welcome us? The chief commander of the Radiance Divine City said with a smile. The 3 of them looked at each other. It was better not to form a grudge as it wouldn't benefit anyone. Hence, Pang Zhong from the mighty Miracle Divine City said, not at all, not at all. We're more than happy to have the powerful Radiance Divine City join us. Why wouldn't we welcome you? Chapter 1792. Long Chen could sense that although the other party only had 6 commanders, 5 deputy commanders, and 1 chief commander, the strength of the Radiance Divine City was much stronger than the Radiance Divine City. Their group had over 60 youths. Over the years, the rules had always been that there were no restrictions on the number of disciples from the Zong clan. This also meant that the number of disciples from the Zong clan who met the requirements was close to 40, far surpassing the number of disciples from the martial god city. Moreover, with his current insight, he could tell that there were a total of 10 Rebirth Tribulation Realm martial artists of the younger generation of Radiance Divine City who were on par with Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo. Adding up Su Mu Qin, there were only 10 people in the 3 divine cities. This meant that the strength of the Light Divine City's team was close to the sum of the 3. Especially the chief commander of the Light Divine City, Su Xilan, and the others were quite afraid of him. He must be a peerless expert. The commander of the Radiance Divine City was also the young city lord. His name was Xingluan, and he was a famous playboy who had countless women. He had a sinister personality and was rather difficult to deal with. He was also one of the most popular candidates to become the next city lord. The Radiance Divine City occupied the most fertile area in the south and had a dense bloodline. Its size was 3 times larger than the martial god ancient city. From this small group, one could roughly see what was going on. Along the way, Xingluan swept his gaze across the 3 ancient cities. There were less than 10 people who had reached the Samsara realm. Xingluan was much more at ease. He smiled and said, "Your ancient cities are really full of talents. Not bad, but my Light Divine City is still slightly better." This sentence was full of sarcasm. The young disciples behind him began to mock him. What are you laughing at? On the side of the giant miracle god city, there were already people who couldn't bear it anymore. They had always been superior people, but today, they were actually looked down upon by others. How could they swallow this insult? Shut up. Pang Zhong stopped them and said, "We're all comrades from the south. The battlefield of the gods will open in 10 days. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get going first." After saying that, the 3 of them led their group forward, no longer bothering with the Radiance Divine City. This group of fellows had too much of a sense of superiority. Being together with them was simply too stifling. The smile on Xingluan's face gradually disappeared. He waved his hand to signal the disciples of the Light Divine City who were still laughing complacently to move forward. They were handsome and had long silver white hair that draped over their shoulders. They looked like gods and were extremely holy. In the ancient divine desolate land, they were still untainted by a speck of dust. The 4 large teams began to move forward. However, at that moment, something happened. Xingluan began to feel puzzled. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Long Chen. Wait. His sudden voice caught everyone's attention. Su Xilan saw him staring at Long Chen, so she strode over and stood in front of Long Chen. She said, "Your Excellency, what is your intention?" Long Chen was also baffled. Could it be that he had seen through him? At this time, Xingluan suddenly became very excited. He stared at Long Chen and asked, "Is there a beautiful woman hidden in your divine kingdom?" Lingxi. Long Chen's heart trembled, but on the surface, he wasn't frightened by the other party. Could the other party sense Lingxi's presence? In fact, after reaching the reincarnation realm, some mystical changes were initiated. It wasn't a problem to vaguely see through someone else's divine kingdom. For example, the powerful Star Soul Supervisor could sense Mo Xiaolang's aura. People like Su Xilan could only sense the faint aura of a beast in Long Chen's divine kingdom, as well as Lingxi's powerful strength. As for Soi Yan, she was too weak, so it wasn't easy for her to sense it. Why did the Star Soul Supervisor know that Mo Xiaolang was a demon beast at a glance? That was because Mo Xiaolang came from the dragon sacrificial continent. The demon race had a large number of descendants in the dragon sacrificial continent, and desolate beasts were very rare there. That was why he knew that Mo Xiaolang was from the demon race. However, in the eternal life god domain, most people would subconsciously think that Mo Xiaolang was a desolate beast. Very few people would associate it with the demon race. After all, the demon race was a mortal enemy. At this time, Xingluan actually ignored Mo Xiaolang's desolate beast aura and paid attention to the equally powerful Lingxi. What was his motive? Long Chen flatly refused, "No." Xingluan didn't believe it. He said, "Little boy, don't try to hide it. You can't escape my eyes." He actually began to become serious, even excited. Su Xilan couldn't stand it anymore. Long Chen's status was very special. What did the other party mean by interrogating him for no reason? He really didn't put the war god ancient city in his eyes. So she said, "Who's in his divine kingdom is none of your business." "Your Excellency Xingluan, aren't you going too far? I admit that Light Divine City is powerful, but we're also not to be trifled with." At this juncture, Peng Zhong and Bing Qingxue stood on the same side as Su Xilan. If the two teams really fought, with the combined battle strength of the three of them, defeating Xingluan wouldn't be a problem. The atmosphere between the two sides unexpectedly became fiery. Xingluan lowered his head and pondered for a moment, his face still full of excitement. "Can I take a look at that woman?" "Your Excellencies, the woman in his divine kingdom is very likely to be the purest light goddess in the world. The light goddess has not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. If you know the history of our light divine city, you will know the importance of the light goddess to us. She can increase the concentration of divine blood in our descendants by 5%, which is an astonishing transformation." Light goddess. After this word was spoken, everyone in the team was stirred. The descendants of the three great ancient cities might not know, but the elders absolutely knew. Everyone in the light divine city knew the significance of the light goddess. That was the purest bloodline and body in the world, and the most favored group of people of the light god. Although they were not the descendants of the light god, they were better than descendants. Moreover, they could bring great benefits to the light divine city. It could be said that the light divine city had always been working hard to find the light goddess. It was no wonder that the usually carefree Xingluan would be so excited at this moment. The other people of the light divine city were also looking at Long Chen with fervent eyes. "Young man, let me take a look at her. If she is the light goddess, I am willing to give you endless benefits." Xingluan could see that Long Chen was clearly not a member of the Su family. This matter was something that Long Chen and the others had not expected. Lingxi indeed possessed the purest and most sacred power, but the so-called light goddess physique was most likely related to her goddess Su's blood. But no matter what, how could Long Chen hand over Lingxi to these tigers and wolves? He did not expect that before the first wave had settled, another wave would rise, and such a big trouble would come. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he refused, "She is my beloved wife." Regardless of whether she is that bullshit goddess of light or not, none of you are qualified to see her because I am not willing. I believe that your excellency will not start a war with our 3 divine cities just because of this. At this juncture, Long Chen had cleverly tied himself to the 3 great divine cities. After these words were spoken, the people of the light divine city were enraged. The light goddess was the symbol of holiness and inviolability. Unexpectedly, she had a husband and was even defiled. This was simply blasphemy against their goddess. A group of people's eyes started to turn bloodshot as they started to make a ruckus. Lowly bloodline, how dare you blaspheme the light goddess? You deserve to die 10,000 times over. That's right, you should be thrown into a pot of boiling oil and burned to death with true fire, burning away all your sins. Seeing that the other party was about to pounce on him, Xingluan stopped them and said sincerely, "Young hero, we just want to see her and confirm a little. If she is not the light goddess, we are willing to give you a 50 Dao pattern Dao tool as compensation. If she is, we will give you endless benefits. Everything can be discussed. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me." Long Chen was thinking if he could use Xingluan to escape from Su Zhen's control. The people of the light divine city were like tigers and wolves. If he fell into their hands, he would definitely be in a worse state and might even endanger Lingxi. Thinking of this, Long Chen flatly refused, "Absolutely not. If you don't want to go with us, then please go first. We won't send you off." No matter what kind of temptation it was, in Long Chen's heart, it couldn't compare to Lingxi even a little bit. Xingluan's patience had reached its limit. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and made one last effort. He said, "If she becomes the light goddess, there will only be endless benefits. We will absolutely not mistreat her. She will be one of the most honorable people in my light divine city." At this time, Su Xilan smiled and said, "The most honorable person is regarded by you as a reproductive machine. You can have any man you want. This is called the most honorable person. Xingluan, don't joke around. He is the adopted son of my 3rd brother, Su Zhen. Don't even think about touching him." After being exposed by Su Xilan and seeing how tough Long Chen was, Xingluan shut his mouth. "There is no room for negotiation," he said in a cold voice. Long Chen answered on behalf of Su Xilan. He said, "Unless your light divine city wants to start a war with us here." This sentence made the people of the light divine city curse even more. Their words affected the other divine cities, and also made the disciples of the 3 divine cities very angry. In the martial god ancient city, although the majority of the people were unhappy with Long Chen, the arrogant attitude of the light divine city's disciples was provoking them. For a moment, both sides cursed each other, and it was about to evolve into a chaotic battle. "Stop!" Xingluan shouted. Everyone quieted down. His gaze was ice-cold as he said, "Fine, since we're here to pay our respects to our ancestors, we'll keep this matter in mind. After paying our respects to our ancestors, my light divine city will come to the martial god city again to discuss the matter regarding the light goddess." Long Chen was not afraid. He was afraid that at that time, he would not be in the martial god ancient city anymore. He could only say that he was really unlucky to have such an undefeatable enemy appear out of nowhere. However, Lingxi was his treasure, and he couldn't blame her for encountering such a thing. It was all a matter of fate, and the only thing Long Chen could do was to try his best to avoid a tragedy from happening. He secretly clenched his fists. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.